with my childhood friend who is a genius actress, to perform a kissing scene in a TV drama. Volume 1 by Mugi Amemiya. Translated by Romcom at JP Translations for Fun. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Next, those of you who would like to play Snow White, please raise your hands. 8 years ago, when Rena and I were in first grade, our class was in the middle of casting for a play as part of the school talent show. The one who spoke was our class teacher, who had previously written the roles in the play on the blackboard in beautiful words. I want to play too. The play was called Snow White, and the main characters were the prince and Snow White. As Snow White was a popular character, many girls raised their hands. The teacher wrote the order of the raised hands on the blackboard. As for me, I had already secured the role of the prince, so I was eager to see who would be my partner as Snow White. 4 girls raised their hands, and when the teacher had finished writing on the board, she turned to look around the classroom. Since we have quite a few candidates, we'll decide by rock paper scissors. Is anyone else interested? If not, we'll finish here. Seeing no more hands, the teacher stopped any more candidates and prepared for the rock paper scissors contest. At that moment, Rena, who was sitting next to me, raised her hand shyly. Mizuzawa-kun, do you want to take part in the election? Why yes. Oh, I see. Well, the 5 of you, stand up and let's play rock paper scissors. The teacher looked surprised for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and instructed the girls to start the competition. The result of the game, winning the role of Snow White, went to none other than Rena. At the time, Rena was a shy and timid girl who often hung around me, as our houses were close to each other, and we played together almost every day. It was really surprising to see her volunteering for the lead role in the play. So, on the way home, I asked her directly, Rena, why did you want to play Snow White? Isn't it okay? It's not that it's not okay. The cute impression of Rena goes well with Snow White, but how shall I put it? I have the feeling that this type might not be your strong point. Are you interested in acting? No. It's scary to get up in front of people. Huh? Then why? Then Rena lowered her head shyly. After a moment, she raised her head again, clenched her fist tightly and leaned towards me. It's all Kaito-kun's fault. Huh? My fault? Why? Because Kaito-kun is playing the prince. Think about it. The prince has to give Snow White a chew to wake her up. Kaito-kun can't kiss any other girl but me. Are you saying that's why you raised your hand? Rena nodded and I couldn't help but chuckle. Even though Rena used to stick to me to the point of casually saying, I'm going to marry Kaito-kun when I grow up, this reason was unexpected. I hesitated for a moment, not sure where to start with my criticism, but decided to point out the key point first. In the Snow White play, there's no real kissing. It's just for show. Eh? Is that so? Yes, it's usually like that. Ugh. If I'd known it was like that, I wouldn't have raised my hand. If you talk to the teacher now, you might be able to change roles. If you're afraid to go alone, I can go with you. After I made this suggestion, Rena fell into deep thought for a moment. But in the end she shook her head and said firmly, I should still play Snow White. Are you sure about that? Because even if Kaito-kun pretends to kiss other girls, I don't like it. Well, but can you really do it? There will be a lot of lines, and performing in front of everyone can be nerve-wracking, you know? No problem. Because I have Kaito-kun with me. Alright. Then let's both work hard, Rena. Yeah. Rena nodded vigorously. The next day we started rehearsing. To be honest, I was still worried about Rena's ability to play Snow White. However, when we started rehearsing, she exceeded my expectations in a positive way. Rena had a talent for acting. She was able to memorize lines faster than anyone else and to grasp her role quicker than others. Rena showed acting skills that were hard to believe for a primary school student, and even amazed our director. The rehearsals went smoothly. It's worth noting, however, that despite her acting talent, her shy and introverted nature didn't change. I noticed this problem the day before the official performance. As night fell, Rena suddenly visited me at home. As soon as Rena entered the room, tears streaming down her face, she said to me, about tomorrow's play, I may not want to participate. Why? After practicing for so long? B. Because I'm still very scared. Feeling sorry for her, Rena curled up and murmured quietly. Up until now, I've only been practicing in front of the teacher and our classmates, so it didn't bother me much. But tomorrow, performing in front of students from other classes and grades, just the thought of it is scary. Rena lowered her head and went on. I'm sorry, Kaito-kun told me so much, and now I'm saying this. I don't know how to apologize to you and our classmates. Rena, don't cry. Look, at least I'm not angry. Really? Yes, of course. Having said that, I handed Rena a handkerchief. She wiped her eyes and turned her head back to me. I smiled slightly and spoke. As for me, I want to play Snow White with you tomorrow. Rena stared at me motionless. You see, Rena, your acting skills are really amazing. The play feels good too, so I think everyone will be surprised, Kaito-kun. And you know, this is the first time I'm trying something with you, right? So this game is very special. My words seemed to touch Rena. She widened her eyes, her expression serious. It looked like she wanted to act, but there was still a lingering worry that nervousness might hinder her performance. She clenched her fist tightly, and perhaps due to psychological effects, her hand was still shaking. Is it okay? Seeing Rena's delicate appearance, I unconsciously moved. I reached out to Rena and gently touched her head. It's okay. I'm here with you. If you can't overcome your fear, I'll help you. Blushing slightly, Rena nodded. The next day, Rena was on stage as Snow White, and the worries proved unnecessary. Rena displayed the flawless acting skills we had practiced. Our class play was a great success, receiving enthusiastic applause from the audience, winning the Best Performance Award in the lower school category and earning us a certificate. For a while we were lost in the joy and couldn't get enough of it. The next talent show wouldn't be for another year, but we talked every day about wanting to perform together again. Although we were still children, we did some research and gradually began to express our dreams of becoming actors in the future. And then, unexpectedly, I had to move to another school. It happened so suddenly, due to my parents' work, and I didn't have time to prepare mentally. On the day of the move, Rena hugged me with tears in her eyes. Will we never see each other again? I don't want that. I also felt that not seeing Rena would be lonely, but seeing her in a state of panic reassured me. Wanting to comfort her, I made her a promise based on this thought. Yes, Rena. What? Let's make a promise for when we meet again. What kind of promise? Rena wiped away tears with her sleeve and looked at me. We talked about becoming actors together in the future, right? So how about we meet again when we both become famous actors? Famous actors? If that happens, even if we're apart now, we'll definitely meet again one day. Then we can act in a great production together. As I finished speaking, a radiant light suddenly returned to Rena's face. Yes, it's a promise, Kaito-kun. We extended our little fingers and made a promise to each other. Section 8 years passed. By the age of 15, Rena had become a popular actress. She had repeatedly taken leading roles in TV dramas and films, earning high praise for her delicate yet impressive acting skills. She also appeared in variety shows and stage plays. She had more than 1 million followers on social media and starred in 20 commercials a year, the most of any female entertainer. Rena was undoubtedly a leading figure in the entertainment industry. I, on the other hand, had made no progress at all. I continued to work as an actor in an entertainment agency, but that was the extent of it. Since my days as a child actor, I have gone through over 100 auditions without success. Only recently did I get some opportunities for supporting roles, and my acting skills were minimally praised. I hadn't seen Rena since. We hadn't even communicated. Despite the nature of our relationship, Rena, as my childhood friend, remained my inspiration and goal. My ambition was to become an actor on a par with Rena and, as we had promised 8 years earlier, to perform together on a big stage. That was my goal. At that time, I had no idea that a few months later I would be acting with Rena, and to make things even more interesting, the role we decided to play included a kissing scene. Chapter 1, Sudden Reunion. One day in March, I went to the set of a TV drama. The show is about a deadly game and romance set in modern-day Japan. It tells the story of the male and heroiness who are caught in a sudden death game, navigating a cruel environment where people are dying all the time while resolving crises and nurturing their relationship. I play the role of Shota Makasa, a close friend of the two main characters. Fueled by resentment after losing the heroine, whom he secretly loved, to the protagonist in episode 8, Shota plans to let the protagonist fall into a trap without intervening. In the end, the protagonist manages to escape with the desperate rescue of the heroine. Although tormented by guilt, Shota is forgiven by the protagonist and they continue their journey together. Let's officially begin, everyone. Get ready to come in. Director Morita's words filled the set with tension. Today's filming was for the final episode, depicting a scene in which three characters find themselves at an impasse. Shota decides to sacrifice himself to protect the main couple, a rare moment in the spotlight for my supporting role. For a character like Shota, who usually plays a supporting role, this time he carries considerable weight. With more screen time and lines than a typical supporting role, it's a role that demands attention. When this is the most exciting scene, I can't help but feel uplifted. Scene 115, Camera 1, Sound 1, Action. With a decisive click, the official shooting began. Or rather Shota, collapsed with a thud. Hey, Shota. The heroine wailed as the protagonist rushed to Shota with a grim expression on his face. Both were speechless as they saw Shota bleeding profusely from his chest. With a pained expression on his face, Shota weakly said, "I'm sorry. I don't think I can hold on much longer. How could this happen?" "Why? Hold on a little longer. Hold on a little longer. We'll escape this hell together, survive together." "Shota-san, it's okay. We won't leave you behind. You protected us, so we will definitely save you." "Exactly. Come on. I'll carry you." Shota shook off the man's outstretched hand and smiled awkwardly. "I'm beyond saving. I know that best." "So, both of you, go. We don't know where the other traps are. Get rid of this burden." Shota-san. How could that? No matter, when I left you to die, I had no right to live. Yet you forgave me and let me stay by your side. I want to use my life to protect both of you. That's my heartfelt wish." The long shot scene had so far gone according to rehearsals. Although the performance improved from the rehearsals, the rhythm and action of the dialogue remained largely unchanged. Just a few more lines for this scene. At this point, however, a slight sense of dissonance crept in. To eliminate this dissonance, I took some creative liberties here. A little earlier than in rehearsal, with a slightly stronger tone, I delivered the next line. "Go." "Hurry." The people around me probably couldn't hear these subtle differences, but the co-actors playing the main roles reacted strongly to this deviation from the rehearsal. The original rhythm was disrupted, the timing of the lines was off, and the pause time increased by a second compared to the rehearsal. "I'm sorry, Shota. Thank you so much. Don't worry. You all have to live well in return. Of course. Let's go." Again, we can't let Shota's determination go to waste. How did it come to this? The protagonist, who had just held Shota's hand tightly, pulled the heroine's hand up. In response to Shota's feelings, he made a painful decision. Tears streamed down the heroine's eyes as she said goodbye. Then they ran out of the room together. Shota watched her last silhouette and murmured the last words. "Again. Make her happy, okay?" Cut. Stop. "Yes, very good." As director Morita clapped his hands, the filming of my most exciting scene came to an end. Section. "You worked hard. You did great." "Thank you, Yuki-san." After the shoot, I was met in the corridor by my agent. Yuki-san, about 25, with a tied black ponytail and a dazzling smile, was undeniably a beauty. She had been handling my affairs for the 4 years since I joined the Marvel Entertainment Agency as a rookie. Despite being responsible for several artists in addition to myself, she still made the effort to be here early in the morning. "I'll take it. But this bouquet is really too big." "I'm sorry. Thank you for your trouble." I handed the bouquet I was holding to Yuki-san. Since today marked the end of my filming, I received this commemorative bouquet. Yuki-san smiled at me. This performance ends today. How do you feel? I think I've done what I could, although I'm not sure about the outcome. Yes, you really put in a lot of effort. Don't worry, I think you did exceptionally well. Okay, thank you. This role was an excellent opportunity for me to improve. Director Morita attracted attention last year by winning a major international film award. As expected, this TV drama also attracted a lot of interest, ranking second in the Japanese winter drama ratings. Although I played a supporting role in this work, it was still remarkable. If I could make a mark here, it might attract the attention of producers and directors, and eventually lead to more significant roles. If I accumulate these, I might one day become a leading actor and fulfill the promise of acting alongside Rina. That's my goal and I'm looking forward to it. Besides, if we're honest, my acting skills are quite good. Let's go backstage. Sure. So when we went backstage together, I was still in a good mood. However, as I passed the dance area near the stairs, I overheard a conversation I didn't want to hear. The two kids in the lead roles were really good. This is going to be a hit. Yes, compared to them, the kid seems a bit pitiful right now. After finally shooting such an exciting scene, completely overshadowed by the leads. Indeed, it's a shame. It seemed to be a conversation among the crew involved in the shoot. As it was a casual chat during a break, they were freely expressing their opinions. So I had to face the staff's opinions. Yuki-san, noticing my changing expression, tapped me gently on the shoulder. Let's go, Amano-kun. Oh, okay. When I returned to the backstage area, I still couldn't shake off the shock. I let out a small sigh. It's really that my acting isn't up to par. No, that's not true. Think about it. With so many staff, it's pointless to worry too much. No, I know that my skill level is quite average. Apart from Yuki-san, hardly anyone has praised my acting. In this show, my performance hasn't caused any discussion. Amano-kun. For this recording, I studied the script tirelessly, practiced harder than anyone else, and prepared as much as I could. But my acting still couldn't make an impression on the audience. If things go on like this, not only my progress but even my next job is in doubt. Yuki-san remained silent and a heavy atmosphere filled the room. A knock at the door broke the silence. Who could that be? I'll go see. Yuki-san stood up and opened the door to find an unexpected person standing there. Director Morita? Oh, you've been working hard. After entering the room, the director strolled over to me, found a chair and sat down. Is there, something you need? I just wanted to have a casual chat with you. Casual chat? Yes. During the recent shoot, your actions were different from the rehearsals. Was that intentional or did you just miss the timing? Although it was meant to be a casual conversation, it turned out to be a deeper discussion about acting. I unconsciously straightened my back and sat up. I'm sorry. Why apologize? I'm not accusing you. I was just asking out of my own interest. So you can tell me with the same casual attitude, the director said with a smile. The different actions from the rehearsals probably referred to the lines I had delivered a little earlier with an intensified tone. Despite the subtle difference, the director seemed to have picked it up quite well. However, I still didn't understand the director's intention. Although he didn't verbally blame me, there might be some anger in him about my improvised performance. Hesitating about how to respond, I finally decided to be honest. I did it on purpose. Oh? And what was your purpose? During the performance, I felt a sense of dissonance. The scene where Shota dies to protect them. The last part of the last lines. It's a scene where the protagonist forgives Shota for wanting to take his own life, which shows the character's broad-mindedness. At the same time, the male and female protagonists can't look too happy after their successful escape. The final scene is about saying goodbye to those who died in the death game. Shota's death becomes a symbolic scar in their hearts, which has a significant meaning in the story. Therefore, in this scene, the focus should not be on me, but on the inner struggles and unbearable emotions of the male and female protagonists. I think this makes the works better. So you added variations in voice and timing. Yes, exactly. I performed in an unexpected way, extending the timing a bit. During this time, I tried to express the inner turmoil of the main characters as much as possible, making the scene's place in the story clearer. I'm happy to discuss the intention of my performance with someone else, especially the director. I enthusiastically share my thoughts, only realizing after I've finished that I'm blushing. Sorry for talking so much. No, it's fine. As I expected. You're really an interesting actor. The director nods in satisfaction and changes the subject. So far you've also incorporated improvisation, haven't you? Huh? Like the scene where you enter the basement in episode 8 and save the injured neighbor in episode 10. You noticed that? Of course. I'm the director. Watching the subtle changes in the actors is also part of my job. He speaks as if it's self-evident. But in similar improvised performances, no other director has ever pointed it out to me. But he understands and appreciates my acting. When I hear this, I can't help but ask. Honestly, what do you think of my acting? What do you mean? Just now I heard the staff talking and they said that my performance was completely overshadowed by the two main characters. Honestly, I've never been confident in my acting. I vent my frustration. The director, however, smiles when he hears this and finds it rather silly. Haha. Don't worry about those guys. Huh? This time you were given a supporting role. However, you fully demonstrated the value of that role by constantly thinking about how to improve the work and ultimately delivering results. To those without insight, the acting of the two main characters may seem better, but in reality you guided them. Among the cast this time, you, Amano, gave the most outstanding performance. Really? Your deep understanding of the script, your observational skills, the technical ability to transform it into acting, and the intelligent mind to recognize your own position in the performance. If you can master these talents, wouldn't you stand out among your peers, refine your acting with confidence? The director says this as he pats me on the shoulder. Then people will want to hire you, including me. With these words, the director stood up and left the room. For a long time after that, I was stunned and couldn't find the words to say. Maybe I'm not used to receiving praise for my acting, but my heart keeps pounding. Yuki-san, excited, shakes my shoulders vigorously, bringing me back to reality. Fantastic. Amazing. Amano-kun, to get such high praise from director Morita. Thank you. I was a bit surprised myself. People with a discerning eye know that Amano-kun's acting is really impressive. Even though it's hard now, if you keep working hard like this, Amano-kun will surely become popular. Yeah. Even though I don't have much confidence in myself, luckily I have the motivation to keep going. I finish with a slight smile. Yuki-san, please inform me as much as possible about any news regarding the audition. I will. Just wait, I'll bring you the news right away. At least everything I've done so far hasn't been in vain. From tomorrow I'll work even harder. And one day I'll be an actor on a par with Rina, and we'll meet again. Once again, I silently made this vow in my heart, but the reunion with Rina came in an unexpected way. Long time no see. Amano-kun, I saw the TV drama. Well done. Thank you. Matsumi-san, you were in a movie too, right? I saw it the other day. Thank you. I'm quite confident in my acting skills. April arrived on schedule, and after spring break, a new semester began. I, who graduated from junior high school just last month, am now a high school student. Today is the opening ceremony of the school, and the familiar scenery of the campus unfolds before my eyes. If you're wondering why it's familiar, it's because I attend Swigakyun, a private combined junior and senior high school with a performing arts department. Since the performing arts department has only one class, students don't change classes when they move up a grade. So even at the high school entrance ceremony, all the faces are familiar and there's no need to be nervous. Good morning, both of you. Good morning, Aoyama-kun. Good morning, Aoyama. Students in the performing arts department generally get along well. Even though there's no one I'm particularly close to here, it's easy to have casual conversations when we meet. Have you heard? There's going to be a transfer student in our class. A transfer student. I knew there were entrance exams for regular high schools, but is there one for the performing arts department? Aoyama-kun explains to Matsumi, who has a puzzled expression on his face. There are regulations for transfer students in the performing arts department for the high school section as well. The school wants students to study for 6 years from junior high, so the screening is very strict. There have been cases of transfer students in recent years, but they were all well-known celebrities. Oh, so a celebrity is coming to our class. Sounds interesting. As we discuss this topic, the bell to signal the start of the lesson rings softly. The teacher enters the classroom through the front door and we quickly return to our seats. Good morning. Like last year, I'll be the class teacher for this class. Please look after me again this year. He is a middle-aged man of about 35, our homeroom teacher, Kenji Ishiguro. He spends 50 minutes chatting in every first period of the semester. He's a maths teacher who likes to chat. After taking attendance, Ishiguro-senpai looks around the class. We'll have the opening ceremony at 9 o'clock, but there's something to do first. The high school section has enrolled a transfer student in the performing arts department. They're waiting in the corridor, and I'll introduce them to you shortly. Please get along well. What Aoyama-kun said seems to be true. When they heard about the transfer student, the class erupted in excitement. Huh? A transfer student? Wow! So exciting. I didn't think our class would be involved in something like this. Is it a boy or a girl? I wonder if they can play the guitar. If they can, maybe we can get them in the band. Quiet. I know you're all curious about a lot of things, but let them finish introducing themselves before you ask any questions. Having said this, Ishiguro-senpai walks out the front door to bring the transfer student in. This is a very rare and unusual occurrence for the performing arts department, which has never had a change of personnel. The classmates are all particularly excited, and I am also imagining what kind of person the transfer student will be. Under the eyes of the whole class, a girl in a brand new uniform slowly walks in. When her classmates see her, the entire classroom falls silent. Her jewel-like clear eyes, silky smooth white skin and beautifully pouting red lips all add to her charm. Known as the beauty of the century, she has a wonderfully delicate and sweet face. Her flowing and beautiful chestnut hair, combined with her graceful walk, makes her look like a scene from a television drama, exuding an overwhelming aura and style befitting an artist. She appears to be a presence from another dimension. She walks slowly up to the platform. A person I never expected to see. Nice to meet you all. This girl, the well-known popular actress, my childhood friend. Rina. The sudden reunion overwhelms my brain. The classmates are also excited. Only Ishiguro-senpai addresses Rina, as usual. Come on, give us a brief introduction. Sure. I'm Rina Mizuzawa, a professional actress. I was living elsewhere until last month. Due to an increase in work, it became inconvenient to move, so I took the opportunity of starting high school to come to Tokyo. I hope to become good friends with everyone, and feel free to talk to me anytime. Please take care of me. After Rina finishes speaking in a soft voice, she lowers her head slightly and an angelic smile appears on her face. Perhaps it's this smile that captivates the entire class, as both boys and girls involuntarily stare at her in fascination. So sweet. I'm no exception, I say quietly in my heart. Even though I've seen her on TV and in the media many times, it's even more endearing to see her in person. My childhood friend, who was just a good friend 8 years ago, has now grown into a super beautiful girl who makes hearts beat faster with just one look. Mizuzawa, please sit over there, the last row by the window. If you have any questions, you can ask Matsumi next to you. Okay, got it. Rina was assigned to sit next to Matsumi, the classmate who had spoken to me earlier, a little further away from my seat. When Matsumi hears his name called, he seems a little dazed. After nodding to the teacher, Rina slowly walks to her seat, puts her bag on the desk, sits down and starts talking to the person next to her. Matsumi-san, long time no see. You still look energetic. Huh? You remember me? Of course. We acted together 2 years ago, right? I really remembered. I was just a supporting actor, like an extra in that scene. Anyway, having someone I know around her makes me feel good. Please take care of me in the future. Yes, yes, please take care of me. Rena, involved in this conversation, looks exactly like what I've seen in the media. Elegant and refined in her speech, gentle in her manner, with an outgoing personality. She has completely shed the timid and shy appearance of the past. The Rena of today is undoubtedly an ingenious actress. Rena, so dazzling. I can't help but murmur in my heart. 8 years ago we promised to become top actors and meet again on a bigger stage, but I'm still a supporting actor with little popularity. Looking at the figure of my childhood friend who has become a super popular actress, always in the spotlight, I can't help but feel that she is an unreachable existence. After the opening ceremony, it's time to go home. Suddenly, some of my classmates come up to me. Hey, Amano. Do you want to go say hello to Mizuzawa-san together and maybe exchange contact details, huh? Oh, yeah, they say as they tap me on the shoulder, and I stand up accordingly, since I don't have the courage to greet them alone. I'm grateful for their offer. We walk over to Rena, who is organizing her things at her seat. Nice to meet you, Mizuzawa. I'm Narumi, currently working as a model. Please take care of me. Nice to meet you too. I'm Yuakiyama, a musician. They both greet each other nervously, and Rena stops arranging her things and smiles slightly. Ah, nice to meet you. Please take care of me too. Can we exchange contact information? Of course. Oh, if there's a group for the performing arts department, you can invite me. Yes, I'll invite you. I stand still behind the three as they talk. Rena looks even sweeter up close. Maybe it's the aura of celebrity, even simple actions shine brightly. A faint scent wafts through the air with her. She should be my childhood friend, but I'm as nervous as if I were meeting a celebrity for the first time. Amano, why don't you introduce yourself? Hearing this, I take a step forward. Rena seems not to have recognized me yet. An expression of surprise is on her face. Then she looks at me expectantly. I'm Amano, please take care of me. Mizuzawa. I can't call Rena by her name like I used to. I can't say long time no see. Maybe I'm still hoping, in a self-deluded way, that she will greet me with the innocent and cheerful smile she had 8 years ago and say long time no see, Kaito. But reality is cruel. She immediately looks away from me and replies calmly with a simple, please take care, Amano-kun. Yes. Sorry. I have to work today. I'll go first. Rena puts her things in her bag, gets up and walks briskly towards the corridor. Maybe it's just in my head, but my face is turning red. Just as I thought, she doesn't remember me. It's been 8 years. Maybe it's strange for me to keep that promise as a goal. Even though I understand it, I still feel lonely. I visited the agency that afternoon. As it was the new school year, I heard that they were redoing publicity photos and updating personal information. Marvel Entertainment Agency is only a 10-minute tram ride from the station closest to my school, so it is quite convenient. As I took the lift to the 5th floor, I saw Yuki-san waiting for me. Welcome back. How was school? Today was the opening ceremony, right? Well, the opening ceremony was nothing special, but we got an incredible transfer student. We chatted casually as we walked down the corridor. I heard that the first thing we were going to do was take pictures. Of course, professional photographers would do that. Entertainment agencies either have their own photo studio or work with others. Our cooperative studio is upstairs. I came here to meet Yuki-san before we went together. As we walked up the stairs, Yuki-san smiled and said to me, the transfer student's name is Rena Mizuzawa, right? Huh? Yuki-san, how did you know that? Because I recommended her to attend Swaigakyun, and I also suggested that she join the performing arts department. Huh? I stopped involuntarily. Yuki-san recommended Rena, recommend Mizuzawa. Mizuzawa is affiliated with the Crystal Entertainment Agency, right? Yes. So she has no connection with our agency. In fact, Rena Mizuzawa's agent is my sister, Shiraishi Karen. Oh, I see. That was completely new information. So Rena is so close to me. Yes, she used to work in a local branch, but was transferred to the Tokyo head office. Since my sister and I share an apartment, and there happened to be a room available, she stayed with me while I looked for a place to live. I see. That's why she recommended Swaigakyun. In fact, I think our school has good attendance requirements and privacy protection. Right, right? Yuki-san smiled and inquired about Rina's situation. But how is Rina Mizuzawa? She must have an especially strong presence, right? Yes. Honestly, just talking to her makes me very nervous. Oh, but I talked to her. Amano-kun. Are you really interested in her? Well, in our generation, she's definitely one of the most popular characters. Including Yuki-san. I haven't told anyone that Rina and I were childhood friends. That's why I didn't bring it up and made a natural excuse instead. At that moment, Yuki-san made an unexpected suggestion. Well then, how about coming over when my sister moves? I'll be going, too, and it looks like Mizuzawa Rina will also be moving to the new house. If you come, the four of us could have a little party. What do you think, Amano-kun? I instinctively swallowed nervously. It was an incredibly tempting suggestion. Even with 2 agents present, the total number of people would be small. There would probably be plenty of opportunities to talk. If I confessed to her about meeting her 8 years ago, even if she didn't remember it now, she might remember it later. The distance might not be the same, but perhaps we could reminisce about those memories. But after a moment's thought, I shook my head. It felt too early to reveal our relationship. I had yet to fulfill the promise I had made then, to become a famous actor. If Rina still remembered my words, that would be one thing, but judging by her reactions, it seemed more likely that she had forgotten them. In that case, I would confess as soon as I had fulfilled my promise. If she didn't remember, there was no need to fulfill it. It might be a minor matter of pride, but as someone who had always seen the promise with Rina as a goal for my acting career, I felt a strong desire to see it through. No, it's fine. I think I would still be very nervous. Oh, I see. Well, since you're in the same school, there will still be opportunities to become good friends. Not knowing my situation, Yuki-san mentioned this in passing. As we continued to chat, we arrived at the photo studio. Yuki-san greeted us at the reception, as we had a reservation, and then led the way inside. Long time no see. Please take good care of our Amano-kun from the Yuki family today. About 3 employees came to greet us. Everyone seemed to know each other. Taking publicity photos wasn't just a simple task of taking pictures. It also involved makeup and hairstyling. I was taken inside while Yuki-san discussed the photographic concept with the photographer. After over 20 minutes of preparation, the actual shooting began. The photographer chose a white wall as a background and the photos were immediately displayed on a computer screen. Yuki-san, who was looking at the photos, talked on the side. The shooting went smoothly, but after a few minutes we heard the sound of Yuki-san's phone ringing. Oh, sorry, I have to take this call. It was Yuki-san's phone. The shooting was interrupted for a phone call. Shortly after ending the call, Yuki-san returned from outside, clasping her hands together and bowing in apology. Sorry, Amano-kun, I got called by someone higher up at the agency. They said to come right away, so I'm sorry, but I'll go down for a bit. Oh, I understand. I feel really bad about this, but can he continue with the shoot for now? I'll confirm everything later. Sure, I understand. Yuki-san explained the situation to me and the photographer before leaving the studio. After that, the photographer and I continued with the shoot. About 15 minutes later, Yuki-san rushed back into the room. I had never seen her so flustered. Her usual relaxed demeanor was nowhere to be found. It seemed as if something important had happened. Gasping for breath, Yuki-san put her hand on my shoulder and spoke to me urgently. Amano-kun, I'm sorry, but please come with me right now. The promotional photo shoot, which was already halfway through, was abruptly stopped. The crew temporarily handed over the material that had been shot so far, and if Yuki-san found that the photos didn't meet her expectations, further discussions would be scheduled. Yuki-san took me downstairs, looking confused, and asked me to wait alone in a small meeting room. Later she returned with 2 sets of documents. Here, Amano-kun, First, take a look at this. Huh. Does that mean there's a new order? Yes. Exactly. This is the proposal they sent over. Have you heard of Season of First Love? Oh, that. The TV drama that started in June. It's been quite a hot topic lately. Suddenly, I felt nervous because of Yuki-san's attitude, and I suspected that things might not be as easy as they seemed. Yes, and it happens to be the work we were just talking about with Mizuzawa Rina. Since it's her first attempt at a leading role in a romantic drama, it's getting a lot of attention. So the so-called job is just that, co-starring with Rina. As we haven't had any direct contact on stage yet, my heart was pounding with excitement. However, TV dramas starting in June should have their main cast already decided. Still, if my role is at the level of an extra, why interrupt the shooting and call me here? Is it a role with a lot of lines? Thinking about it, I said my question. I thought what I said was the best case scenario, but Yuki-san's answer exceeded my expectations by far. Not only that, you'll be playing the protagonist. Huh? I froze. Protagonist? Me? The unexpected news overloaded my brain's CPU. Yes, that's the typical reaction. I had the same one when they told me about it. I understand. This isn't a joke, is it? Huh? What's going on? The leading roles are usually decided half a year or several months in advance, aren't they? The choice of the leading actor is crucial for ratings and attention, so it's usually decided when the TV drama is planned. But there are cases where it's decided hastily a few months before the broadcast. Season of First Love is scheduled to air in June, right? That's right. It seems there will be a meeting with the cast and crew the day after tomorrow. Unable to fully comprehend the sudden situation, I fell into silence. Seeing me struggling to understand, Yuki-san opened her notebook and began to explain in detail. Let me explain. The actor who was supposed to play the role fell seriously ill and is currently in hospital. They desperately needed a replacement, but there were no high school actors available, and all the popular ones were already booked for other projects. So there was an emergency meeting, and you were chosen by Director Morita. Director Morita? Yes, it's probably the same director as last time. I looked again at the proposal in my hand, and indeed it was a project directed by Morita. Maybe it's recognition of my acting skills from the last project. Still, I couldn't fathom the reasons behind Morita's decision. The more I listened, the more confused I became. Before I could calm down completely, Yuki-san continued her explanation. This is the situation. I know you haven't settled your feelings yet, but as I've already mentioned, the day after tomorrow there will be a meeting to exchange the cast. Because of the tight schedule, we need an answer today. Considering that you don't have any other work scheduled for next month, I think it should be fine. I'll do it. I really want to do it. You're very determined. Well, opportunities like this shouldn't be missed. Yuki-san smiled and put the documents away. I need to confirm one thing. Is a kissing scene okay? Huh? There's a kissing scene? According to the current script, there will be a scene in episode 6 in which the characters go on a date. Maybe it's to strengthen the emotional connection. Well, since it's a romantic drama, it's quite normal to have a kissing scene, isn't it? I see. Isn't that like a reward? A kissing scene with Mizuzawa Rina, who wouldn't accept that? It's like hitting the jackpot. Please don't say anything weird. Of course it's not a problem, but let's not forget that it's acting. Let's not confuse reality and fiction, I said excitedly. Contrary to my words, my mind was flooded with images of Rina. The childhood friend from years ago had transformed into a breathtaking beauty. The image of her beautiful red lips remained in my mind. I shook my head, slapped my cheeks with my hands, trying to shake off these distracting thoughts. A kissing scene with Rina. I couldn't deny that just the thought of it made my heart race. Uncertain whether Yuki-san knew what was going on in my mind, she clapped her hands and smiled. All right, since the kissing scene is okay too, I'll answer the higher-ups right away. Sure, I'm counting on you. Stay here, Amano-kun. There might be some details to discuss and today might be quite busy. After Yuki-san finished speaking, she walked out. Watching her go, I finally managed to calm down. Co-starring with Rina, and both of us as lead actors. The promise of meeting again as top actors on a big stage might just come true. This way I could confess to Rena. If she remembers me, we could get along easily, spend time together as leads and deepen our connection. It could help bridge the 8-year gap. Maybe we could become close childhood friends again. In this small meeting room, I indulged in fantasies of a beautiful future. Section. But the joy only lasted a moment. Sigh. That's a bit harsh to say. I looked at my phone screen and sighed. Due to the urgent need for an actor, the news of my casting was officially announced on social media and the official website the day after the decision was made. The online reaction was ruthless. Comments like "Who? Never heard of this actor." I was looking forward to Rina Mizusawa's first love drama, but not with someone like him, so obscure, must be through connections, flooded the platforms. Although there were a few who anticipated the drama because they had seen my performance in the spring, they were a minority. Of course, there were similar reactions at school, since students in the performing arts department were sensitive to industry issues. It caused quite a stir. "Hey, Amano, is it true you're the lead, co-starring with Mizusawa? Really? That's great." What an unexpected boost. As soon as I arrived at school, my classmates surrounded me with various questions. Some asked about the casting process, and since I couldn't reveal the details, I had to give vague answers. In the middle of it all, a girl who openly declared herself to be a fan of Rina stood a bit away and expressed various dissatisfactions. Amano doesn't seem to be up to it. For Mizusawa's lover, they should have chosen someone with better visual effects, like Hiroshi-kun. Besides, Amano doesn't deserve to play the leading role with Mizusawa. His acting skills aren't that great either. So disappointing. I had high expectations, but the casting is just ridiculous. These voices reached my ears and I stood there in silence. Well, I didn't need them to tell me that. After a night of quiet reflection, I realized that I'm not a top idol and I've never played a leading role before. I'm just a substitute who was brought in because there was no one else available. Although director Morita seems to have expectations of me, to be honest, the pressure is quite overwhelming. But at that moment, a clear voice echoed through the classroom. "Please don't say that." The noisy discussions in the classroom stopped and the classmates turned their attention to the owner of the voice. Rina, who had somehow found her way into the school without me noticing, spoke up. "I'm not happy that you talk like that about someone I work with." Sorry. If you want to apologize, shouldn't you apologize to Amano-kun?" I think he heard everything. Tension filled the classroom. The girls who were now discussing me looked apologetic as they addressed their apologies to me. I wasn't particularly bothered, so their direct apologies made me feel a little uncomfortable. After seeing them apologize, Rina returned to her usual gentle demeanor. "I'm sorry too. I may have gone too far. I understand that everyone is looking forward to this project, so please allow me to apologize to all of you." "Huh?" Rina bowed her head to the still stunned girls, apologized and then hugged them in a conciliatory tone. It seemed they were more concerned about the unexpected hug than being scolded. They responded with smiles and the atmosphere in the classroom eased. Not only did Rina get her point across, but she also managed to keep the mood in the classroom from getting worse. I couldn't help but applaud her for handling the situation perfectly. Rina then left the classroom. Gratefully, I followed her. "Thank you, Mizusawa-san. I'm really glad that you spoke up like that." "No, there's no need to thank me." For some reason, Rina blushed, lowered her head and muttered something. "Let's work together to create a great play." "Yes, definitely." After hearing my answer, Rina bowed and quickly left the corridor. Watching her leaving figure, I realized once again, I'm still too far away from her. This project has given me the confidence to stand on the same level as Rina. If I can fulfill our past promise, I'll confess our childhood bond. To achieve this goal, I must work even harder. Clenching my fist, I returned to the classroom and opened the script I had received. Section. After the casting was finalized, there were several events for the actors before filming began. The main ones were a meet and greet, script reading and costume fitting. The meet and greet was a gathering of the actors, producers, directors, television executives and various crew members. The script reading was an opportunity for the actors to practice and familiarize themselves with the script. During costume fitting, each actor worked with the wardrobe and makeup team to find the right look for their character. The schedules of busy actors are usually tight, so these activities are often compressed into a single day. For this project, the meet and greet and script reading were scheduled for the same day, with costume fitting on another day. The meet and greet was scheduled for the morning, followed by the script reading after lunch. As it was a working day, students like myself and Rena had to take time off. Originally scheduled to start at 10 a.m., I arrived at the television building at 9:30 am, 30 minutes ahead of schedule. Once there, I made my way to the designated meeting room. Good morning. Perhaps because it was so early, the meeting room was almost empty. Surprisingly, the only person present was Director Morita. Long time no see, Amano. Haven't seen you since the last time, right? Director Morita. Long time no see. I bowed awkwardly. So, did you come so early on purpose? Yes. I thought we were meeting at 9, so I arrived at 9. But when I found no one here, I got a bit bored. Haha. Did you just get the time wrong? The conversation stopped and silence quickly filled the room. After hesitating for a moment, I decided to ask. Director Morita? What is it? I heard that you recommended me for the protagonist. Can you tell me why? What's the reason? Well, it's because you're the only one around here who can say okay when asked on such short notice. Is that so? Haha, just kidding. Of course there's a reason. You joked a bit too much. Director Morita laughed heartily, but I struggled to keep up and almost stopped breathing for a moment. So Director Morita turned the question back to me. What do you think of Rina Mizuzawa as an actress? Well, she has extremely delicate acting skills and a high degree of recognizability. My impression is that she vividly portrays the characteristics of her characters and can handle completely different styles and types of roles in each work. Your analysis is spot on. Truly an intelligent actor. After nodding in agreement, Director Morita continued his explanation. Let me add one more thing. Rina Mizuzawa, as an actress, naturally has a strong sense of perception. Just by reading the script over and over again, she can construct the image of the character in her mind, as if she becomes one with the character. We usually refer to this as immersive acting. She's a genius at method acting. Wow, that's amazing. It usually takes me a long time to create a character. Not knowing how Rina's acting skills manifested themselves, I could only express my genuine surprise. But she also has her faults. Her acting is always guided by the character. Regardless of the direction of the story, she can't adapt on the spot when portraying a character. Of course, her acting skills and star quality make up for this weakness and make her popular everywhere. I see. On the other hand, isn't that your strength? Understanding the intention and direction of the story, making the story more vivid and interesting, not only for yourself, but also influencing the performances of your co-stars. Among teenagers, no one is better at this calculating type of acting than you. After reviewing all your past works, I can say this without any doubt. Director Morita spoke frankly. To be honest, I felt that Director Morita's assessment of me was a bit too high, but from a genre perspective, the analysis was spot on. You and Mizuzawa are completely opposite types of actors. If you put two people like you on the stage of a romance drama that involves intimate interactions, a chemical reaction might occur and explode. That's my aim. Whether it goes smoothly or not depends on the two of you. After finishing, Director Morita patted my shoulder. Well, do your best. Don't let people say my choice was a mistake. If the producers or higher-ups criticize you after the screening, it won't be good. Yes, I'll do my best. That's the spirit. There's a script reading this afternoon. How do you feel about it? I've been practicing almost all night, but to be honest I haven't quite got it yet. Haha. Well, it would be boring if you could shape the character in just 2 days. Maybe someone like Mizuzawa has a chance, but actors like you can't do that. Everyone is aware of that, so don't worry too much. Just catch up before shooting starts. With that, Director Morita returned to his seat. It was 9:50 am and there were 10 minutes left before the official start. About 80% of the participants had already arrived. Except for Mizuzawa, all the expected actors were present. Although they were all actors who played important roles, I hadn't met more than half of them. So I went up to each of them to say hello and introduce myself. Everyone was friendly, which helped to ease my nervousness. A few minutes later, Mizuzawa arrived. "Good morning." After a simple greeting on entering the room, the atmosphere around us changed. Producers, staff and co-stars suddenly changed their expressions. This reaction made me realize once again that Mizuzawa was the heart of this production. Mizuzawa took a seat next to me, and as soon as she sat down, she greeted me. "Good morning, Amano-kun." "Good morning, Mizuzawa-san." But after I answered, she blushed and turned away. That was how she greeted another co-star sitting next to her. With Mizuzawa's arrival, all the participants were present. The host took the microphone and stood at the front. "Since everyone is here, please allow me to start a little earlier than planned. Today is the meet and greet for the TV drama season of First Love. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us." After the greetings, the producer and director gave details about the production and their expectations for the show. After a long speech, it was finally time for the actors to introduce themselves. The first to introduce herself was Rina. She took the microphone, stood up immediately and bowed. "My name is Rina Mizuzawa and I play Akari Hoshimiya. This is my first time acting in a romantic film, and there may be some areas where I lack confidence. Nevertheless, I want to create an excellent work with everyone here in the coming months. Please take good care of me." Expressing herself with polite language, delivering a fluent and focused self-introduction, she displayed the perfect demeanor expected of a talented actress. Rina bowed once more to the audience, and enthusiastic applause broke out. I knew that everyone in the room had already been captivated. "Now let's welcome Amano-san." I'm Kaito Amano, taking on the role of Akihisen Akai. It's my first time in a leading role, and honestly, I'm a bit nervous. I'll do my best not to let anyone down. So, please bear with me." "Thank you very much." Not used to public speaking, I stumbled through my words. The looks around me were piercing. Could this guy really do it? I could feel the skepticism in the staff's eyes. When I was finished, I bowed. Unlike before, the room was filled with scattered applause. Although Rina clapped cheerfully, the enthusiasm was noticeably less than during her introduction. Back in my seat, I couldn't help but sigh. The other co-stars then finished their introductions. After the staff had given various explanations and the executives had made their closing remarks, the meet and greet came to an end. "Great job. Next, we'll have a script reading in the small meeting room next door. Please, actors and relevant staff, gather there promptly at 1 p.m. A glance at the clock showed that it was exactly noon, leaving us an hour for lunch. Feeling a bit tired, I decided to go backstage to rest. When I saw everyone around me getting up to leave the meeting room, I started to pack my things. Just then I heard a soft and gentle voice nearby. Turning around, I saw that the voice belonged to Rina. "Me Mizuzawa-san? Is there anything you need from me?" "No. It's nothing really important." I struggled to hear what she said. Rina, always poised and graceful, seemed inexplicably nervous, with a hint of uncertainty in her gaze. Curious as to what she was going to say, I waited with anticipation. Clenching her fists, Rina spoke slowly. "Would you like to have lunch together, with me? Is that okay?" "Of course." "Well, since we didn't really talk much at school, I thought it would be good to get to know each other and build a stronger connection. It might make things easier later on." "I see." "If Mizuzawa-san is okay with it, then please, by all means." I hadn't expected her to invite me, and it took me by surprise. This intention to bridge the gap between the co-stars for better cooperation. It's really professional. However, I felt a sudden pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, being invited to lunch by Rina was undoubtedly a happy moment. She took me to her backstage area. As I entered, I noticed 2 lunch boxes neatly arranged on the table. There's one for me too?" "Yes, I asked my manager to prepare them for me." "I see." "By the way, Our managers seem to be sisters. That's right. Sitting opposite each other with the table between us, Rena and I picked up our lunch boxes. As I looked at Rena, my heart couldn't help but race. It was just the two of us in the backstage restroom. And she's still a gorgeous girl. Although some people say you shouldn't see your childhood friend as the opposite sex, it's hard not to feel your heart beating faster in front of such beauty, especially since we hadn't seen each other since we were kids and Rena still didn't remember me. The more I thought about it, the more my face blushed, and I even found it difficult to meet Rena's eyes. Amano-kun, why you decided to take the lead role the day before yesterday, right? Huh? Oh. Yes. That must be tough. With the meet and greet and the script reading coming up soon, and the shooting not far away. Yeah. But if it wasn't for the lack of time to find a replacement, I wouldn't have got the lead. It's more like a stroke of luck, an opportunity to act alongside you, Mizuzawa-san. Am I pleasant to work with? Of course. Well, you see, to be a top actor at such a young age is an aspiration for many. Although I couldn't resist mentioning our past, I stopped myself just before saying too much. I wanted to wait until this leading role became a real success and fulfilled our promise before I confessed. After seeing the situation during the meet and greet, this feeling became even stronger in me. Ah, I see. Huh? I'm sorry, did I say something strange? No, not at all. I'm glad you think so. Rena reacted immediately to my words, but I still felt there was something strange about her behavior. Come to think of it, there were a couple of times when she turned her face away while talking to me. Perhaps she doesn't communicate well with me. As we ate our lunch boxes and talked about unrelated things, such as impressions and stylistic features of director Morita's previous works, exams and grades at Swigert. There was a feeling of mutual probing, but after a while, Rena coughed and threw a question my way. Amano-kun, I want to ask you something. What is it? Have we met before? Huh? I froze. Could it be? Does Rena remember me? I had decided earlier that if Rena didn't remember me, I would confess everything after the whole show was over. But if she did remember me, that would change everything. As I hesitated whether to mention what had happened 8 years ago, Rena spoke up nervously. I meant if we had worked together before. I just had the feeling that I'd seen you at a live event before. Oh, I see. I don't think that's the case. If we had worked together I'm sure I would remember, but I don't have such memories. I see. Rena finished speaking and bowed her head. Even though there was a feeling of disappointment, I still held on to a sliver of hope that Rena might retain some memories, even if just a little. Maybe she was just unsure and speculating about seeing me at a live event because she couldn't remember the details. So I decided to ask her. So, Rena, do you remember where you might have seen me? Maybe outside of work, like in a non-professional setting? Huh? No. That's. For some reason Rena hesitated and spoke vaguely. It was as if she didn't have any clear memories. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, interrupting our conversation. The person who entered was Yuki-san. Sorry to disturb you, Amano-kun, while you two were having lunch. Oh, Yuki-san. Is there anything you need? I was talking to the person in charge of makeup. Although your makeup session is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, due to the sudden casting arrangements, some things couldn't be done together. I'd like you to come by. It should take about 10 minutes. I understand. I've just finished eating, so I'll be right over. Sorry, Rena. See you later. Yes, take care. With a goodbye accompanied by her usual gentle smile, I left Rena's dressing room section. After discussing the details of the makeup session, I headed for the script reading room. The results were disappointing. Even though script readings don't require a perfect portrayal of the characters, my acting was undeniably terrible. The character hadn't fully taken shape in my mind and I was just reading lines with awkward emphasis. Rena, on the other hand, fully understood her role. Even though she didn't give it her all, her performance as the lead actress shone through. The other cast members, one by one, got their characters right, leaving me awkwardly out of sync. Oh no, I need to step up my game. There were only 10 days left before the official start of filming. Before that, there was a lot to do. Developing the character, memorizing lines, analyzing and studying the story. appreciating the previous work of other actors, and constructing the acting style in my own mind. The most agonizing part was how to showcase my acting skills. Although I was cast as the lead this time, I lacked the popularity of an idol and the captivating star power of an actress like Rina. So even as the lead, I didn't have that standout feeling. Director Morita chose me based on my previous acting skills. So my approach remained the same as always, with no changes. This project attracted a lot of attention because it was Rina's debut in a romantic drama. Her brilliance as a brilliant actress would undoubtedly be the best asset for the production. My role was clear: to use my acting skills to make Rina shine with the most dazzling brilliance. That was our promise, and to create the best work I would contribute everything I could. Yes, that's the way. I have to do it like this. This conclusion came from repeated failures. Since then, I have immersed myself in the script. Every bit of free time at home or at school was devoted to the script. All my efforts were directed towards achieving the goal in a short period of time. In the days leading up to the shoot, Rina, as the center of the class, was constantly surrounded by classmates whenever she had a moment. Being pressed for time, I couldn't even get a word in with her until the day of shooting arrived. And then, the day of the shoot finally arrived. In a room in the TV station's huge studio, I faced that day. Today is the start of filming for the TV drama season of First Love. Please take good care of us. Please take good care of us. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, the actors and crew members raised their hands, creating a lively scene. When I finally felt a bit of the beginning, my shoulders trembled non-stop. On the set, in addition to the script, there was something called a shooting script. The director would give additional instructions on how to shoot the script based on the day's scenes. I went through the script and confirmed the details of the first scene while getting ready for the first rehearsal. The first scene was when Akahisa discovered Akari's secret. Akari was a lively and cheerful girl, quite popular in the class. Akahisa didn't pay much attention to her because he thought they were completely different types of people. After school, however, Akahisa saw Akari sitting alone in the classroom, seemingly troubled. This was a decisive moment in the story. Let's start the rehearsal, please be prepared. When I heard this command, Yuki-san next to me patted my shoulder. Good luck, Amano-kun. Yes, thank you, Yuki-san. I slapped my own cheeks, gathered my strength and went inside. The filming of a TV drama doesn't officially start right away. There are 3 types of rehearsals: the rehearsal with full equipment, and the full rehearsal. The rehearsal that starts now is a rehearsal for a one-take camera shot. Its purpose is for the actors to get the feel of their performance and for the crew to confirm the spatial relationships and working methods. Rina and I just went through the motions. The crew immediately signaled OK, which meant the rehearsal was over. Then the various crew members responsible for camera, sound, lighting, etc., began their discussions while we took a break. This was followed by the full equipment rehearsal and the full rehearsal, repeating the cycle of performance and rest, until we finally started shooting the actual scenes. Scene 1, Take 1, Track 1, Action. With the sound of the camera shutter, the official filming began. There you are, Akai-kun. Looking away from the table, Akari turned to Akahisa. A melancholic and somewhat hesitant look, expressions intertwined with light and shadow, and slightly awkward body movements. I couldn't help but shiver. Unlike the rehearsal, this was real acting. She had completely shed any resemblance to Rina, and through facial expressions and gestures alone, she vividly portrayed the vulnerability and fear of a teenage girl. Yes, exactly as I intended. To help this talented actress shine was indeed my role. Hoshimiya, what are you doing here? Hee. Can't I be anywhere? It's a girl's secret, you know. Timing, distance, perspective. Look at the whole picture, pay attention and choose the most appropriate approach. As director Morita said, Rina quickly immersed herself in her performance, to the point where the pace became a little slow. Still, it wasn't a bad thing. For someone like me, who has no genius for acting, it was satisfying enough to be able to help her. The goal was to let Rina eliminate distractions and immerse herself in the role. Well, I don't want to pry. But are you okay? You look like you're about to cry. After Akahisa had spoken, Akari stopped talking. Silence. The troubled expression changed and a few tears fell from Makari's eyes. "You're really clever, Akai-kun. You shouldn't say things like that." From confusion and shyness under sadness to a smile, the emotions intertwined and collided, vividly portrayed by Rina. My heart fluttered. It was an incomparable performance. Rina radiated an impeccable brilliance. But at that moment, Director Morita clapped his hands and shouted, "Cut, cut. Not quite right." "Huh? Did I just make a mistake?" I couldn't hide my surprise. But Director Morita calmly gave instructions. "All right, let's try it again. Since the tears from earlier have affected Mizuzawa's makeup a bit, let's fix it and start the official shooting. Everyone, get ready." "Yes, okay." "Understood." While Rina's dedicated makeup artist fixed her makeup on the spot, I went over to Yuki-san, who was waiting a little further away. She handed me a bottle of water to soothe my throat. I thought about what had gone wrong in the previous performance, but no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't find out. As a result, before my mind could comprehend it, the second official shoot began. In my state of confusion, I presented an even worse and more disjointed performance than before, which unsurprisingly ended in failure once again. As I failed the third and fourth times, the expressions on the faces of the crew members around me became more serious and the atmosphere on the set more tense. I felt deeply how much I was dragging everyone down, like a burden. The fifth time was undoubtedly another failure. Director Morita immediately called me out by name. "Take a short break, Amano. I have something to tell you. Come over." "Why yeah." I walked dejectedly over to Director Morita, and he immediately asked a question. "How did you approach the performance just now?" "Well, I deliberately used my own acting to highlight Mizuzawa's brilliance, but after the second take, I gradually lost my direction and clear intention." "Well, that's the feeling. In fact, the initial acting was perfect from the perspective of a supporting role." Nodding, Director Morita suddenly raised his finger. "But this time, you're playing the lead. You have to bring out the acting that befits a protagonist. But I don't have the popularity or the acting skills of a star. Someone like me won't shine brightly." "That's not true. I didn't ask you to act like Mizuzawa. You just have to show your own protagonist-worthy acting." "My own protagonist-worthy acting?" When I heard these words, I didn't know what to do. Silence fell over the scene. After a while, Director Morita sighed. "Well, it seems you won't understand right away. Let's consider this your homework." "Huh? Today's plan has changed. Shooting has been suspended. We'll reschedule for 2 days later. Before then, I hope you can hand in your assignment." What? Is that really okay?" "No problem. Although there will be criticism from behind the scenes, I can handle it with my authority." Director Morita didn't seem to be joking. He really started giving instructions to the crew. As a result, the first shooting of Season of First Love ended abruptly without anything being shot, all because of my problems. "Thanks for your hard work, Amano-kun." "Yuki-san, I'll take you home. I have to take care of something first." "It'll take about 5 minutes. Just wait somewhere." "Sure, thank you." Yuki-san's soft tone made me uneasy and I didn't know where she went. I couldn't help but leave the room. In a corner of the outside corridor, there was a rest area with some vending machines and tables and chairs. Wanting to calm down, I went in. There were already people inside, and one of them was Rina, engrossed in reading the script. "Ah, it's Amano-kun. Thanks for your hard work, Mizuzawa-san." Seeing me enter, Rina closed the script and stood up with a smile. "Did you come to find me?" "Ah. Well, not really. Then do you want to take a break together?" "No. It's a bit hard to put into words." "Today's shoot has been cancelled." Rina blinked, tilting her head as if she had heard something incredible. "Called off? Why?" "Yes. The director has just pointed out my problems, and to solve them we'll have to wait a few days. So the director has decided to end today's shooting." "I see. I'm sorry Mizuzawa-san. You're going through all this trouble because of my problems." Compared to someone like me, Rina's workload is piling up and she lives every day in a hectic way. I feel ashamed for wasting such a precious day for her. Seeing my discomfort, Rina rushed over and put her hand on my shoulder. "It's okay. Please don't worry. I used to cause much more trouble in the past, so don't be concerned." "The past? Did Rena have similar experiences of failure on the set before? Why yes. That's right. I see. Thank you for your encouragement. Let me buy you a drink. Wait here. Rena walked over to the vending machine, took out her purse, inserted a few coins, and then pressed the button decisively. With the sound of the can dropping, Rena picked it up and ran towards me with a cheerful smile. Here, it's for you. Soda? I couldn't help but look at the drink Rena handed me. This choice is quite unexpected, but perhaps Rena drinks it often? Perhaps Rena found my hesitation odd and spoke to me. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just that I haven't bought this kind of fizzy drink for a long time. It's been so long since I had one. It's a bit nostalgic. Rena seemed a little taken aback, her expression stiffening, and then she lowered her head. Sorry, I'll buy another one. I didn't say I didn't like it. Thank you, Mizuzawa-san. That's good then. I looked at Rena, who seemed a bit disappointed for some reason. Then I opened the soda and took a sip. The cold drink, mixed with a hint of sweetness, immediately seeped into my body. Even though I hadn't had it for a long time, it tasted delicious. This flavor is quite nostalgic. While I was trying to recall this memory, Yuki-san approached me. Amano-kun, so you're here. Let's go. Okay, Mizuzawa-san, thanks for the drink. No problem. Please don't worry about it. After saying goodbye, I stared at the can of drink while walking with Yuki-san towards the car park. When we were near the car park, I suddenly remembered, come to think of it, 8 years ago, I really liked this drink. Rena, do you remember me? That night I was troubled by something that had nothing to do with acting. Without hesitation, Rena handed me the fizzy drink I used to love. If she remembered that I liked it, then she must remember me. When I think about it, there have been quite a few suggestive incidents so far. Whether it's the way she talks to me differently, asking if she's seen me before, or consoling the past me she gave the drink to. These should all be hints that Rena remembers me. But if that's the case, why did she choose to hide it instead of telling me directly? Although I didn't mention it either, it's because of the agreement we made in the past. Could it be that Rena has her own problems? Or does she want to hide the bad news about our childhood friendship? I thought about it but couldn't come to a conclusion. In any case, I was very worried about this matter, which made it impossible to concentrate on acting. In 2 days I had to hand in the assignment the director had mentioned, but I was still at a loss. Maybe I should just ask her directly. That night I made up my mind. In the group chat with other actors, we exchanged contact information. Rena's contact details were, of course, saved on my phone. Even though we had never contacted each other, I finally sent her a message after a lot of psyching myself up. I need to talk to you about something. Can you come to the roof tomorrow morning? Around 8:15 a.m. The next morning I arrived at the rooftop as planned. The roof of the Performing Arts Department of the Swaigakin was simple. It was surrounded by a fence about 1 meter high, and there were blue plastic benches that could seat 2 or 3 people side by side. There was nothing else, a rather unremarkable place. Even though it was an open area, hardly anyone came here. Rena was already there. She sat on one of the blue benches and looked anxiously at her phone. Good morning, Mizuzawa-san. I'm sorry for calling you so suddenly, Amano-kun. It's okay. But what's going on? Maybe I scared her. After the greeting, she stood up trembling. For some reason, she seemed very nervous, like a startled kitten. I wanted to speak, but the words got stuck in my throat. I had originally planned to say, long time no see, but Rena, in her school uniform, overwhelmed me with that dazzling celebrity aura. In fact, her presence made it difficult for me to greet her casually. With her combination of cuteness and star power, I couldn't help but wonder if it was appropriate for someone like me to call her by name. Come on, me. After taking a deep breath, I looked up at the sky and said the words I wanted to say. Today is really a beautiful day with clear skies. Eh? Well, yes, it really is a beautiful day. Rena, looking very puzzled, tilted her head and looked at the sky as well. You're probably wondering why I just said that. Well, it was just a spontaneous idea to lead into the next sentence. Look, 8 years ago, on the day we moved, it was such beautiful weather, too, wasn't it? The moment I said this, there was a slight thud as Rena's phone slipped out of her hand. When I saw Rena's reaction, I plucked up courage. Even though she was now an unattainable figure for me, I bit my lip and slowly spoke to her. "Long time no see, Rena." Rena blinked her eyes several times. After a short silence, her lips trembling, she spoke softly. Kaito, it's been 8 years, hasn't it? After all, we haven't contacted each other since then." "Really? Do you remember me?" Rena's usual refined and calm polite speech was replaced by a more casual tone as she asked. I was taken aback. Reina had become a brilliant actress and had transformed into an incredibly beautiful girl, but her way of speaking now reminded me more of her childhood. "You too." "You remembered me properly, despite my confusion," I replied. Then, Reina looked at me in a way I had never seen before. A radiant glow appeared on Rena's face and she rushed towards me. "Kaito." Unexpectedly, Rena hugged me tightly. This unexpected embrace made my heart skip a beat. Although such hugs had been common in the past, I didn't think much of them. But Rena's warmth, the faint sweetness and the distinctly different curves of her chest all contributed to an accelerated heartbeat. Nervously, I patted Rena's shoulder and said, Rena, you're a little too close." Sorry." I got too excited. Rena quickly backed away, burying her flushed face. At that moment, she began to resemble the Rena of our childhood, evoking a nostalgic feeling. "What is this? The girl in front of me is really Rena." Since our childhood parting, 8 years had passed without seeing each other. During that time, Rena's appearance had changed enormously, and she had become a leading actress. Looking at this childhood friend, I felt the growing distance between us. Despite our agreement, my struggles as an actor and my constant failures led, perhaps unconsciously, to comparisons with Rena and triggered a wave of self-doubt. Perhaps I had mistakenly seen her as a distant figure, assuming that she had forgotten me. But Rena was still Rena. 8 years is an extraordinarily long time, long enough to change a lot of things. In fact, Rena had transformed into a stunning leading lady. But some things hadn't changed. Memories of that time were still vivid in my mind. Rena's eyes reflected mine and she held out her hand tremblingly. So, nice to see you again, Kaito." I gripped her hand tightly. Rena smiled happily and put her other hand over ours. After 8 years of separation, the reunion, 2 weeks after our first meeting, had finally become a reality. Chapter 2, Sense of Distance. We held hands and celebrated this moment of reunion. Before we could chat much, the morning class bell abruptly interrupted our conversation. We agreed to meet at lunchtime and returned to our respective classrooms. The morning classes seemed to pass without much absorption. After surviving the 4th period, I grabbed my lunch and went to the roof. Sitting on the bench, I waited for a while until the door opened, revealing the figure of Rena. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Kaito-kun," Rena said with a sweet smile as she sat down next to me. A faint scent of citrus fruit wafted from her, quickening my heartbeat. "I still can't believe, Kaito-kun, that you actually remember me," she remarked. "Rena, did you think I had forgotten?" I replied. "Because you never contacted me in these 8 years. I told you to come and play anytime, but you never came. Even if you had, you could have stayed in a hotel." Sorry, I apologized instinctively, watching Rena express her frustration. Rena's family ran a hot spring inn called the Mizuzawa Inn in her hometown. So her parents couldn't leave, and even after she became a busy actress, Rena didn't go to Tokyo until after she finished middle school. For the first year or two, I thought about going. But when I considered the idea of meeting too soon after making such a promise, Rena became famous as a child star. But I also thought that Rena had completely forgotten about me. Now she's a nationally popular actress, way beyond someone like me. And, your first reaction when we started talking seemed pretty indifferent. No, that's not it. Because Kaito-kun, you called me Mizuzawa-san in the class, and I was afraid that you might have forgotten me. Besides, after 8 years, Kaito-kun has become quite handsome. I should say that I was surprised and instinctively ran away." Rena, embarrassed, averted her eyes with a childish gesture that was hard to associate with the usual Rena. I couldn't help laughing. Come on. Your image is a bit different. I only know the elegant and poised genius actress Rena. Oh, that's just acting. Eh? Acting? You see. This way of speaking is the natural me. Rena seemed to be sharing a secret. A shy expression appeared on her face, but I didn't immediately understand her meaning. And my question popped out involuntarily. What do you mean? Are you saying that in order to build the brand image of an actress, you also imitate the behavior of the media in your daily life? It's not like that. You know, Kaito-kun, what kind of personality I have? No, I don't know. The Rena from before was a shy, introverted child, but now she's changed. No, I haven't changed. I'm the same as I was before. Even though she said that, I couldn't quite accept it. I'd seen it too many times in the past 2 weeks. Becoming the center of the class after a perfect introduction at school, staying calm in anger without creating tension and stabilizing the situation. In meetings, turning everyone in the room into partners with a simple introduction, always treating co-stars and staff with a smile. Far from being shy, she's a master of interpersonal relationships. It seemed as if Rena could sense what I was thinking, and she sighed before continuing. After Kaito-kun moved, I immediately went to an entertainment agency for an audition. Although my acting talent was recognized as genius, my interpersonal skills were almost hopeless. It remained unresolved even after I joined the agency. When I was 9, my former manager gave me advice. Advice? If I continue like this, it will affect my work. So why not play the role of someone who is good at interpersonal relationships? You know, actors are good at acting, especially immersive actors like me. So I practiced and, unexpectedly, it worked well. So you communicate with people by portraying perfect behavior as a genius actress? Yes. Since I got used to it in everyday life, I can perform perfect interpersonal communication both at school and on stage. But to be honest, it's still a challenge. Hardly anyone, like you, can make me show my true self. I see. Really? I can count them on one hand. Mum, Dad, Manager Karen-san. Rena raised her fingers like that. Then she looked up, met my eyes shyly, and said the name of the last person. And Kaito-kun. Among people my age, my name was the only one mentioned. It felt like she was declaring that I was a special person. Looking at Rena's irresistibly sweet smile, my heart pounded uncontrollably in my chest. Talking to Kaito-kun, even when he talks so openly, there's never a trace of nervousness. Maybe because it was the same in the past. Is that so? Has the image of me in your heart been shattered? The elegant and serene me the media call a genius actress, that is how I really am. No, not at all. Instead of feeling distant, I now see Rena as the same childhood friend, unchanged. And even though we haven't seen each other for 8 years, you've opened up about everything. I'm really happy about that. Rena's face lit up with a smile. She subtly moved closer to me, keeping a distance where our thighs almost touched, and looked at me with a shy expression. Hey, let's talk about other things. There are so many things I want to say to Kaito-kun. There's so much I've accumulated in these 8 years. I also have a lot to tell Rena. From that moment until the end of the lunch break, we were immersed in memories. From the beginning of our entertainment activities, we chatted about the entertainment industry, local affairs, things about the inn and countless past events. In those 8 lost years, we hadn't even been able to catch a glimpse of each other, except through the media. I tried hard to bring up topic after topic, desperately trying to fill the void of those lost years, but the lunch break was too short to contain 8 years of longing. Although we couldn't be as close as before, we could see each other at school and at performances. Let's slowly rebuild our relationship as childhood friends. I had always dreamed of being with Rena like we used to be. Just thinking about it made me want to jump for joy. But, no, I can't be satisfied with this. A voice suddenly echoed from deep inside me. Originally, I hadn't planned to confess to Rena before fulfilling the promise. Just because Rena remembered me doesn't mean the promise is invalid. For 8 years I've been working towards this goal, to meet Rena on the big stage and create the best work together. Although director Morita has been very supportive, I am still far from becoming a top actor like Rena. Now that I have this opportunity, I want to do my best to create the best work. Therefore, the most urgent task now is to give my all to the crucial task left by the director. With this in mind, I am steeling myself and refocusing section. And so, that night, I found myself in my room in a lonely battle with a script full of text. The main character's acting, Since it was my first time playing the main character, I wasn't clear about the crucial aspects. Although I understood that the main character was different from the supporting roles I played before, I was still puzzled about how to transform my acting. Whether I watched my favorite TV dramas and movies with leading actors or experimented with different acting styles on my own, nothing seemed to work. Frustrated, I sat in my chair with my arms crossed. If only there was someone I could discuss this with. But I don't know anyone who puts so much effort into playing the lead. In the midst of my mutterings, I thought of someone who might have some insight into the matter. It was about 10 p.m. I hesitated a little at the thought of contacting someone at such a late hour. However, if the person was busy, I could contact them later. With that in mind, I nervously sent a message. "Sorry, are you free at the moment?" A few seconds later I received a reply. Hurriedly picking up my phone and putting it down, I sent another message. "I can't figure out what we discussed last time. If it's possible, I'd like to discuss acting with you. I'm sorry for shamelessly asking for your help. Don't worry, we're co-stars, and besides, Kaito-kun and I are good friends. We can talk about anything. Is that okay?" "Thank you, Rina." "So, are we going to chat? It's more convenient for me to use the phone." When she mentioned using a phone to communicate, I was a bit stunned. I had almost no experience of talking to girls on the phone, let alone someone like Rina, but it was undoubtedly more efficient than chatting. Thinking about it, I replied that it was okay. "All right, I'll call you." "Sorry, can you hold on for a minute?" A minute passed and the phone rang. When I answered it, I was surprised to find that it was a video call. On the other end of the screen was Rina, a towel draped over her shoulders, giving off a slight warmth. Looking at the hairdryer next to her, it looked like she had just finished blow-drying her hair. "Sorry, I've just had a shower and I'm drying my hair." That's fine. Can you see me at your end?" Oh. Yeah." While Rina spoke in her usual conversational tone, I was too busy to respond. Watching Rina unabashedly show off her pajama-clad self, I couldn't help but feel my heart racing, as if I had stumbled upon something I shouldn't have. Noticing my strange reaction, Rina looked surprised. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It's just that seeing you in your pajamas, a sight I've never seen even in the media, is unexpectedly cute." I was a bit mesmerized. My honest confession made Rina blush. She opened and closed her mouth without making it clear what she wanted to say, her eyes darting around. In contrast to her calm demeanor a few moments ago, her behavior became suspicious. Rina, are you okay?" It's just that Kaito-kun suddenly said something weird. He's really cunning." In what seemed to be a tantrum of protest, Rina stomped her foot, perhaps embarrassed by her own actions. Her face turned even redder. The atmosphere became unbearably awkward, and noticing this, Rina deliberately cleared her throat. So, let's get back to the subject at hand." Sure. Was the topic before about Director Morita suggesting a change in your acting style?" Exactly. I just couldn't find the right acting style for the lead role. I've watched TV dramas and movies and tried different acting styles myself. But I see. Rina, with your experience as a leading actress, you excel at playing the lead roles. Since I'm not good at acting, even if I hear what you would do, I might not be able to use it effectively. Still, I want to try to relate to your attitude and thoughts when I perform. Unlike before, Rina shifted into an acting mode while listening, and her gaze became very serious as she looked at me. After listening, she tilted her head in a seemingly disbelieving manner. "I mean, Kaito-kun, your acting must be really good, right?" Unconsciously, I widened my eyes. "Who, me? Good at acting?" "Yes." "Honestly, until now I didn't get the strong impression that you are good at acting just by watching recorded performances. But after acting with you, I realized that it's easy to act with you. Rina smiled slightly and continued to explain. So I watched the footage of your performances again and found out that you've put in a lot of effort to make the attention-grabbing characters stand out more, to raise the quality of the work. You thought and acted carefully, right? Yes, I had thoughts along those lines. After saying the same thing as director Morita, Rina pointed it out after only one day of acting with me. I was surprised, but Rina continued to smile. I tend to be more emotional in my acting, in other words, completely immersing myself in the role. I'm the kind of actress who doesn't think too much about the surroundings. On the contrary, Kaito-kun, your understanding of acting is extremely good. Although we're different types of actors, I think you're very talented. Thank you. Well, I think you just need to adjust your mindset. In fact, there were shortcomings in your previous leading role performance, and what director Morita said makes sense. Mindset. I repeated Rina's words and then sighed. So, for reference, what kind of mindset do you have when you act? For me, if I'm the lead, I just think I have to be more eye-catching than everyone else, no matter what. More striking than anyone else? Think about it. Isn't that what being the lead is all about? In the work, the most prominent, the most eye-catching character, that's the lead. Although it sounded like common sense, I felt as if someone had just hit me over the head with a metal bar. Just like that, I should aim to be eye-catching. After over 100 auditions, only getting supporting roles, widening the gap between me and Rina, I was losing confidence every day. Maybe that's why I didn't realize even this simple truth, foolishly thinking that even if I was a standout, the work wouldn't turn out well. This time, however, I am the lead, regardless of how others perceive it. And that's a fact. How about that? It looks like you figured something out from your expression. Yes, but I don't have concrete impression yet. In that case, I think it might be helpful to remember the feelings I had when I was in the lead. But I don't have any experience as a lead. No, you do. After Rina said that, she immediately wore an uncomfortable expression. No. Don't you remember? We performed together once before. Completely unprepared for Rina to bring up the Snow White incident, I was startled, causing a slight delay in my response. Oh, yes, of course, but that was when we were kids, and I had no idea about acting then. It's okay not to understand. At that time Kaito-kun was actually the lead. You see, from the perspective of returning to your roots, digging into the past can be quite interesting. I understand. I'll give it a try. Thank you, Rina. Yes. Good luck, Kaito-kun. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you interpret this work. And then our conversation ended. Section. For the next 2 days I immersed myself in intense practice. Following Rina's advice, I delved into my memories of the drama from 8 years ago. Back then, I was a mischievous child who wanted to stand out, and I chose the role of the prince because I wanted to shine as an actor. When I rekindled those emotions, the effect on my acting skills exceeded my expectations. I discarded all the techniques and experience I had gained in my acting career and returned to my original aspirations. I gradually grasped the charisma of the leading role. But that wasn't enough. What director Morita and Rina admired was the intelligence in my acting, the meticulous thinking that I showed by considering the whole picture. If that was lost, everything would be turned upside down, and all the previous efforts would be in vain. Balancing these two aspects, delivering outstanding acting while applying the accumulated skills, was a challenge I struggled with until the end. As a result, I didn't get much sleep during those 2 days. However, at the cost of this sacrifice, I walked confidently onto the set on the 3rd day. As soon as I entered the set, director Morita greeted me. Good morning, Amano. How are you? Oh, director, I'm well prepared, no problems. That's good to hear. Well then, let's get it over with today. Yes. After that, the crew and cast began to gather, and the shoot was about to begin. Since it was the same scene and shot as last time, we went through a simple rehearsal before the actual shooting began. There you are, Akai-kun. Rina's performance was exactly the same as before. No, I should say it was even more precise. In just 2 days, Rina's perfection skyrocketed, sending shivers down one's spine with just one line of dialogue. thereby increasing the overall quality of the production. But this time I couldn't afford to lose timing, distance, perspective. I paid attention to all of them, just as I had last time. But this time, I added the acting skills befitting a leading role. Hoshimiya, what are you doing here? Hee. Can't I be anywhere? It's a girl's secret, you know. Footwork, demeanor, volume, the rise and fall of the voice. I pushed everything to the limit to make myself shine as the lead. Meanwhile, Rina was also influenced by my performance. After Rina mentioned it that day, I remembered the performance from 8 years ago, the first aspiration. Combining everything I had learned and experienced in those 8 years into one performance, I was constantly working my brain to achieve this goal. This was my own unique performance in the lead role. Well, I don't want to pry. But are you okay? You look like you're about to cry. You're really clever, Akai-kun. You shouldn't say things like that. Tears dripped from Akari's eyes, one after the other, eventually turning into uncontrollable streams. Akahisa wiped away her tears with a handkerchief before gently lifting her head. Staring intently, and with an expressionless face, the next lines are spoken. It looks great, incredibly cool, and at the same time, it puts the spotlight on Akari. Can't just ignore a crying girl. So, what happened? The scene ended after I delivered the last line. For a moment, the atmosphere in the studio was filled with a silence called silence. Cut, cut. Excellent. Then, breaking the silence, the studio echoed with applause from director Morita. That's it. This is the kind of performance I wanted to see. It's impressive that you could change so much in such a short time. After hearing these words, my tense heart finally relaxed. The 2 days of training had finally paid off. The crew looked around with surprised looks on their faces, and Rina smiled slightly and raised her thumb as a sign of approval for my performance. The rest of the shoot went smoothly. Although there were some minor glitches, all in all it went well. We finished shooting the scenes we had planned for the morning just after 11, although it was still early. We decided to take a break, as Rina and I shared a backstage area with only one wall between us. She came over to chat as soon as we finished shooting. She was excited to share her thoughts. You're amazing, Kaito-kun. Thank you. Your advice really helped a lot, Rina. It's no big deal. I didn't give any particularly fantastic advice. Rina touched her nose shyly, but Kaito-kun, you're really amazing. To change your acting so much in just 2 days, maybe you're even more of a genius than I am. Yeah, maybe. What's wrong? Nothing. Just lack of sleep. I'm incredibly tired. I've been practicing every night for the last 2 days. I've hardly slept at all. Perhaps it was the relief of the end of the shoot. Suddenly I was overcome by sleepiness, and if I wasn't careful my eyelids would droop. Seeing me like this, Rina was so worried that her expression changed. Sorry, Kaito-kun. Should I, not disturb you? No need to worry. I usually take a short nap after eating. So if you wanted to be lively during meals, that's fine. Is that so? It's fine. The sleepiness went away while we were talking. Let's eat together. I opened the packaged meal prepared in the backstage area. Today's meal was a packed lunch. Rina stared at her folded hands and watched as I started to eat. Kaito-kun. You practiced all night, huh? Yes. At first I thought I wanted to finish a reasonably good performance as soon as possible. However, I ended up wanting to polish it a bit more. So I didn't even have time to sleep. I see. It's great to be motivated. But don't push yourself too hard. Haha. Rina's concern made me instinctively scratch my head. Then Rina shrugged slightly. Well, Kaito-kun, I understand your feelings. After all, it's your first time as a leading actor. The quality of your performance has a significant impact on your future work, or, you could say, your entire career. I was very nervous when I had my first leading role. Huh? That's why you're so enthusiastic, isn't it? Rina tilted her head, making strange noises as she looked at me. Speaking of which, this project is indeed the first significant work in my professional career. Yuki-san also gave various explanations about the importance of the first leading role. Listening to what you said, there is some truth to it. But I don't care about that at all. Then why do you work so hard, even sacrificing your sleep? Because, well, it's a bit hard to put into words. No matter what you say, I won't laugh, you know. In that case, I'll say it. With a slight hesitation I began to speak. Rena, do you remember 8 years ago, when we parted ways? We made a promise. We'd both become top actors and one day we'd meet again on a big stage. So far I hadn't mentioned the promise to Rena. If she didn't remember it, I would feel a little embarrassed. But I wanted to convey this feeling to her in any case. I have always struggled with my potential as an actor. I have had more than 100 rejections at auditions. But watching you, who has been at the forefront since childhood, I always felt that one day I could be successful like you. When that day comes, we can fulfill our promise and create the best works together. That's why I've been working hard all this time. Rena looked at me intently. After I finished speaking, she pressed her hands to her chest in excitement. Kaito-kun. Kaito-kun still remembers our promise so well. Then Rena continued slowly. I've been looking forward to this the whole time. I've watched every work you've appeared in, always anticipating the day when we could create something together like we used to. That's why I'm really happy that we decided to work together. Rena. Hey, Kaito-kun. How about we make a new promise? What kind of promise? I answered instinctively and Rena smiled. Let's work together to make Season of First Love the best work for everyone. Sounds great. It's a deal. Then, Kaito-kun, you know. Just like before, let's pinky swear. Sure. I followed Rena's suggestion and extended my little finger. Then Rena intertwined her little finger with mine. My heart warmed and memories of the past suddenly surfaced in my mind. Both 8 years ago, when we made the original promise. And now. And so a new promise was made in its place. After separating our little fingers, Rena spoke. Since we made this promise, I'll do everything I can to make this works better. So, Kaito-kun, don't hesitate to tell me anything. Anything? Well, then I'd like to ask you something. No. I'm not talking about anything inappropriate. You've got it all wrong. I would never bring up things like that. I hastily complained to the slightly blushing Rena, then plucked up the courage to make the request. Although I've always been aware of this, it was only after working with you that I really came to admire you as an actor. During our previous discussion, you gave me some really insightful advice. So, in order to further refine my acting, I need to ask you about many things. If it's okay, could you practice with me? Even during the lunch break is fine. Of course. I think it'll be easy to read scripts together with Kaito-kun as a practice partner. Thank you, Rena. So let's do this every day from tomorrow. Huh? Every day? I was surprised. I'm really grateful that you're willing to do this. But is it okay, Rena? I mean, won't you miss lunch with your friends? It's fine. Acting takes precedence. And only Kaito-kun can have easy conversations with me. Rena, speaking with a pout, looked adorable. Anyway, that's how it was. From then on, the two of us practiced together during lunch breaks. The bell rang at the end of fourth period the following Monday. Rena's desk was immediately surrounded by classmates. Will Mizuzawa-san join us for lunch? No, today, have lunch with us. It was a scene that had become commonplace recently. When she first came to the school, Rena's overwhelming presence kept people at a distance. But as people discovered her gentle and considerate side, she was naturally invited to join various groups for lunch. Rena didn't belong to any particular group of girls, so she ate with different classmates every day. Scenes like today's were common, with students competing to invite Rena to lunch. If this was the usual Rena, she would probably take her bento box and eat with a small group. But today, Rena bowed her head apologetically. Sorry. From today on, I'll be practicing the TV drama with Amano-kun during lunch. Starting today, all the time? Just the two of you? Yes. Since it's hard to concentrate in the classroom, I want to practice in a place where it's just the two of us. I'm sorry I can't have lunch with all of you. This plan will continue until the end of all the filming. A chorus of groans filled the classroom, echoing incessantly. Rena paid no attention to the reactions around us. She ran up to me and grabbed my arm. The envious and jealous looks of those around us pierced me. You're monopolizing Mizuzawa-san. Must be nice. Amano-kun. Is that an abuse of power? You're not planning something inappropriate in a secret room, are you? Under the eyes of the whole class, we left the classroom. We reached the deserted roof and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rina is really popular. I realized once again. Just the thought of going back to the classroom made my stomach hurt. After this, we'll probably be the talk of the class. Sorry, Kaito-kun. No, it's fine. I find the attention quite refreshing. Not only did I get to have lunch alone with a stunning beauty, but I also got to practice one-on-one with a talented actress. If I had to endure a few comments from classmates to enjoy this time, it was definitely worth it. So, what should we do now? Should we eat first or practice first? Well, my first thought was to practice first, at least go through the scenes we're shooting today. Sounds good. Let's do that then. We sat down on a bench, put our lunchboxes aside, opened our scripts and immediately started going through our lines. While going through the lines, Rina didn't immerse herself in the role as she would during a real performance. It felt like she was just reading the lines in a very ordinary way. However, her intonation and rhythm were perfect. This approach was more efficient in grasping the key aspects of the performance than practicing alone. After going through the lines once, Rina asked me a question. Kaito-kun, how do you interpret this scene? Oh, give me a moment. I opened my script again and explained my understanding to Rina. After I finished, she nodded approvingly and then started to write something with a pencil in the empty spaces of her script. As expected from Kaito-kun, you consider things very carefully. It's worth learning from. By the way, Rina, your script is almost empty, right? Didn't I mention before that I'm more of a feeling actress? Just by studying the script over and over again, the image of the character forms in my mind. I don't need to fill in every detail, so I don't write much. Wow, that's impressive. But after working with you, Kaito-kun, I thought about making a small change. Rina's eyes fell on the script, and as she spoke, she turned her head towards me. If I could have acting skills like yours, there might be more possibilities. Right now, my acting is always centered on myself, or it is influenced by the character, which makes it hard to pay attention to the work and the surroundings. But isn't that just a difference in style and type of actor? In fact, I think your acting is amazing, Rina. I used to think that too. But seeing how you changed your acting in just 2 days made me want to try something different. You're really hardworking, always trying to improve. Of course, because I want to become the top actress in Japan, not only in popularity but also in skill. Rina casually declared an unexpected goal. The top actress in Japan? That is true. Many of the seniors I've worked with are better than me. I want to work even harder, not only in terms of popularity, but also to become #1 in Japan in terms of skill. That's my current goal. Wow, that's impressive. It's an ambitious goal indeed. Well, since you said you wanted to learn from me, Kaito-kun, I also plan to ask you about various things. Be prepared. As Rina declared, she continued to ask me many questions, and I in turn revealed many secrets to her. There was an unexpected surge of enthusiasm, especially when he talked about acting. But if we didn't put the brakes on, our lunch break would be over soon. So, about 15 minutes before the bell rang, I ended the discussion and prepared to have lunch with Rina. She had bought salad and bread from a shop, while I had brought my homemade bento box. By the way, Kaito-kun, have you heard about the schedule for the week after next? Rina asked me while nibbling at her bread. Yes, I heard about it. Yuki-san mentioned it to me yesterday. I'm really looking forward to it. Me too. Rina smiled happily. The weekend after next, we're going on location for 2 days and 1 night. We'll be flying from Tokyo on Saturday morning and returning on the last flight on Sunday, so it's a pretty tight schedule. The first day will mainly be spent filming the variety show, while the second day will be entirely devoted to outdoor shots. Being an actor involves more than just acting. There are various promotional activities that need to be done. One of these is guest appearances on variety shows. Repeated appearances on programs on the same channel can help to build up anticipation among viewers before the drama airs. This time we're scheduled to appear on a special episode of a street interview program. Starting with an introduction to season of First Love, Rina and I, as the main characters, will visit Rina's hometown, Kaito-kun. It's really been 8 years since you last came back. Huh? Yes, I never thought I'd come back again. Compared to 8 years ago, the streets and alleys have changed a lot. Definitely. A new shopping center opened recently and there have been some changes in the shops, but I feel that a lot of things still have the same charm. Even though it's for work, just thinking about Rina taking me around the streets makes me look forward to it. Before coming to Tokyo, Rina kept the fact that her family runs an inn a secret to avoid fans prying too much into her private life. Recently, she has made official appearances on other networks' variety shows, sharing details about her hometown and causing a sudden surge in online popularity. This program seems to be organized to meet the demands of many fans and is a pleasant surprise for me as well. After all, it's been 8 years since I last saw Rina, and if I had the chance, I'd love to visit places full of memories with her. However, it is quite a challenge to make such a request to her in private. If I don't get the chance, it may never come true. By the way, Kaito-kun, have you decided where you're going to live? Oh, not yet. I'll ask Yuki-san. I sent a message to Yuki-san via my phone and received a quick reply. So you haven't decided yet, she said. I shared this information with Rina and she shyly suggested, then. How about staying at my place? Huh? At the Mizuzawa Inn? Yes. Even though you often come to my room, you've never stayed there as a guest, have you? Sure, but after you talked about your hometown on TV, I heard that the Mizuzawa Inn is always fully booked. Is that okay? I'll talk to my mother directly. So it's fine. Leave the reservation to me. Thank you. I'll let Yuki-san know. My restless heart couldn't calm down. Returning to my birthplace after 8 years, guided by Rina, and staying at the Mizuzawa Inn for the first time, just thinking about it, even if it's for work, I can't wait to fast forward to the weekend after next. Section 2 weeks passed after that. Finally, the day arrived and I took the train early in the morning with a small suitcase. The plan was to meet Yuki-san at the airport. Then both of us would take a flight to my hometown and drive to the designated meeting place in a local rental car. However, just as I arrived at the airport, I received a phone call from Yuki-san. Sorry, Amano-kun, I woke up with a fever this morning and may not be able to go with you, she said. Huh? Are you okay? If possible, I would try my best to make it, but my temperature is 38.5 degrees Celsius and I really can't make it. So I'm really sorry. Don't worry about it, considering your recent workload. Yuki-san, it's quite understandable. Before becoming the lead actress, Yuki-san was the manager of several artists, including me. After becoming the lead, her workload skyrocketed and she became my exclusive manager. But in such situations, managing other artists is extremely challenging. Yuki-san sounded very exhausted on the phone and I was really worried. So I've entrusted everything to Karen for today and tomorrow. Amano, you probably haven't met Karen yet, have you? Not really. We've had a few exchanges on the set. I see. Karen and Mizuzawa should leave earlier than you. Can you meet them when you arrive? We'll discuss the details later. Thank you. Yuki-san, please take care and rest well. Amano-kun, do your best too. I'll hang up now. After the call, I hurried to complete the boarding procedures. It's a good thing the tickets are electronic. As the departure time was approaching, I quickly confirmed my ticket and headed for the boarding gate. Sitting on a sofa, I used the fragmented time to read the script and soon it was time to take off. After an hour and a half in the air, I finally arrived at my destination. Following the information Yuki-san had sent me, I went to find a rental car. As the rear windows of the car were tinted, I couldn't see Rina from the outside. After a bit of searching, I found the car with the specified license plate. When I saw Karen, the driver, in the driver's seat, I confirmed that it was the right car and got in immediately. Good morning. Good morning, Amano-senpai. I'm sorry for the trouble my sister caused. No trouble at all. If anything, I'm the one causing you trouble. I'm sorry, Karen-san. I mean, Shirashi-san. Just call me Karen. Since both my sister and I have the surname Shirashi, it would be strange if you called me by my surname. Ah, I see. Karen it is. Although Karen-san is the sister of Yuki-san, their personalities are quite different. Unlike the carefree and casual impression Yuki-san gives, Karen-san is very meticulous. With her slender figure and glasses perched on her nose, she gives off the aura of a capable and beautiful young woman. Rina, who sits in the back seat with me, waves her hand. Good morning, Amano-kun. Good morning, Rina. I'm sorry to interrupt your private time. I hope I'm not causing you any trouble. No, not at all. Having you here makes me happier. It seems she's not just saying that. Rina seems genuinely pleased, and that brightens my mood too. As soon as I got into the car, we set off. As the destination was close to the airport, the drive took less than 10 minutes. We chatted and laughed all the way. When the car stopped at a red light, Karen-san turned to talk to us. You two seem to get on really well. Yeah, definitely. I've never seen Mizuzawa-san chatting so happily with someone her age. Amano-san, you may know this, but the image she gives to the media is completely different from her real self. In reality, she's shy, introverted, not good at socializing. Having said that, Karen continued with a gentle smile. But having you here now is really great. I heard from Mizuzawa-san that your interactions weren't so smooth at first. Is that so? The day before the initiation ceremony, that girl was so pleased with herself that she told me she wanted to celebrate the rare reunion with Amano-san by going out to dinner. She asked me to help her arrange it. So I adjusted her schedule, booked a place with a private room, but in the end she came back looking all gloomy without saying a word. No, 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 don't say it out loud. Covering her ears, Rina blushed deeply and protested, but Karen ignored her and continued. Also, things like meeting Amano-san and being so nervous that she couldn't say a word, worrying about being forgotten by him. It wasn't easy for me to hear her complaints every day. I thought about helping her through my sister, but she stopped me. Stop it. If you say anything weird, I'll get angry, Karen. Ha ha ha. I see. Losing myself in my imagination, I couldn't help but burst out laughing at the thought of Rina's past. Seeing this, Rina's cheeks puffed up like balloons and she kept poking my side with her hand. Kaito-kun, you're laughing too much. Sorry about that. Really? I should have asked her to keep it a secret. Rina muttered to herself. By the way, her profile still had a touch of red. Soon we reached our destination. After Karen had parked the car in the car park, we got out. The sight before my eyes made me sigh. Wow. This is really nostalgic. The familiar scenery, the city filled with childhood memories, the nostalgic atmosphere immediately captivated me. We gathered with the program crew at the location where the outdoor shoot was to take place. Then we greeted the program's regular guest artists. Long time no see. I'm Rina Mizuzawa. Please take care of us today. Nice to meet you. I'm Amano. Please take care of us. Oh, nice to meet you both. It's been so long since I last saw Mizuzawa-chan. When was the last time we met? I think it was about a year ago. It was a program hosted by Sugino-san and he invited me as a guest. Yes, it's been quite a while. The response was excellent then. You must come again. Absolutely. I'll tell my manager. Rina was now in full genius actress mode, in front of a popular artist with over 20 years of experience and currently hosting more than 10 regular programs, Sugino-san. She showed no fear and spoke amiably. When Sugino-san noticed me standing next to her, he turned the conversation to me. Amano-kun, this time you're acting in a TV drama with Mizuzawa-chan. Today, Mizuzawa-chan is going to show us around the area. You must be very interested, right? Yeah. Well, actually I lived here when I was 6. Really? I haven't heard anything like that from the staff. So you two knew each other before? Yes, although it's been 8 years since we last met. Our reunion coincided with the decision to broadcast this TV drama. Hey, that's too interesting. After 8 years of separation, Your reunion as lead co-stars is more dramatic than the TV drama itself, isn't it? Sugino-san applauded. All right, let's use this story today. Right after the opening, we'll introduce Mizuzawa-chan's hometown and then reveal this information. Huh? But I'm not sure if I should talk about it. Although I had never mentioned this to Rina, I might have thought that revealing our childhood connection might make her uncomfortable. Until now, Rina hadn't mentioned me in the media or anywhere else, so I thought she had deliberately chosen not to disclose our relationship. However, after hearing my answer, Sugino-san, unaware of the hidden details, shook his head in disbelief. I think it's better to talk about it. The audience loves such juicy details. Since we're here for promotional purposes, we should reveal interesting things like this. Alright. Well, if it really doesn't work, we can cut it out later. I'll make sure it's handled well, so leave it to me. Anyway, let's go inside. Having said that, Sugino-san left. Now that we were alone together, I asked Rina directly. Rina, are you okay with this? What do you mean okay? Well, I think you might not want to publicly acknowledge that we were childhood friends. Huh? Why would you say that? Because you've been hiding our connection on TV until now, haven't you? I haven't been hiding anything. It's just I thought it would be embarrassing for you to hear it directly from me, so I couldn't bring myself to say it. I blinked in surprise. Embarrassing? Yes. Exactly. I see. With that explanation, maybe it was just Rina's style. She looked away, obviously embarrassed, and continued. I just checked with Karen. It should be fine as long as the agency agrees. And as Sugino-san said, using this as a theme will definitely increase the positive attention. Besides, if this becomes an opportunity and Kaito-kun continues to be called to work with us, we'll have more time together. Rina, who was speaking while looking at the sky, looked incredibly adorable. Unconsciously, my heart started to flutter. Section. Let's officially begin. 3, 2, 1. It has begun. Sugino's random journey, and today is a 2-hour special. Amazingly, for the first stop, we've come to the town where that super popular actress was born and raised. Let's welcome our guest first. After our discussions and makeup preparations, the program officially began. Sugino-san's speaking style, both on and off screen, was incomparable. He energetically recited his lines from the script. Now, the hottest young actress of today, Rina Mizuzawa-san. Next to her, Kaito Amano-san, who will be co-starring with Mizuzawa-san in season of First Love next week. Let's welcome them. I'm Rina Mizuzawa. Please take good care of us today. I'm Kaito Amano. Nice to meet you all. As this show was aired a week before the first episode of the drama, the lines were coordinated accordingly. Sugino-san's passionate personality, combined with Rina's elegant and composed speech, ignited the atmosphere right from the start. During this time, more and more people gathered to watch. Seeing Rina's figure, people of all ages stopped to appreciate it. This made me realize once again that Rina was indeed the great star born in this city. After the opening, we started to move. So, please show us around. Where should we go first? This is the shopping district here. Since there are many shops I used to frequent, please let me introduce them to both of you. By all means. Rina opened her arms, a smile on her face. As we walked, I began to observe the structures of the shops. Nothing had changed from before. The stairs where Rina fell and cried as she ran around, the vegetable shop that gave me lots of fruit, the taiyaki shop that emitted an enticing aroma. There were too many nostalgic shops and scenes. Although there were more closed shops compared to before, this atmosphere still felt like 8 years ago. At that moment, a voice came from a nearby shop. Oh, isn't that little Rina? Auntie. What's going on? Are you shooting something? Come into my shop. The shopkeeper cheerfully invited Rina in. Seeing this, Sugino-san asked Rina. Does Mizuzawa-san visit this shop often? Yes. Even though it's a barbecue place, their okonomiyaki is excellent. I used to come here a lot after school. It's a savory pancake dish consisting of wheat flour batter and other ingredients cooked on a teppan, and common additions include okonomiyaki sauce. All right. Let's go and have a look. With these words, We decided to each buy an okonomiyaki from the shop. In no time, the shopkeeper handed me freshly made okonomiyaki, one after the other. As I reached out to take them, our eyes met and the shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my! Isn't that Kaito? Long time no see. Do you remember me?" Yes. It really has been a while. I had been to this shop with Rina a few times before, and although the memories were a bit fuzzy, I still remembered. Seizing the opportunity, Sugino-san sprang into action. The topic, which had originally been planned to be revealed somewhere else, was thrown out here ahead of time. However, I quickly caught on and began to cooperate. What's going on? Does this mean that Amano-san was also born in this city? Yes. In fact, I lived here until I was 6 and attended the same kindergarten and elementary school as Mizuzawa-san. What? Why didn't you mention that before? So you two are childhood friends? He expressed his surprise as if he was hearing it for the first time, very professionally indeed. Then Sugino-san skillfully led the conversation, using different questions to bring up different topics. Although we were childhood friends, we had lost touch after I moved away. And now, after 8 years, the opportunity to meet again came through co-starring in a TV drama. As if the floodgates of conversation had been opened, we talked endlessly. After that we visited many places, the shopping street, Rina's school and local tourist attractions. The last place we stopped was the town hall where Rina had performed in Snow White in her childhood. As I hadn't mentioned the details of our agreement, Rina shared anecdotes from her child star days on stage in the town hall. During this time I found myself lost in memories. Let's take a break. After finishing the shoot at the town hall, our final destination was the Mizuzawa Inn. We originally planned to take a short break in front of the inn, but the large crowd made that impossible. We asked the staff to help disperse the crowd and opened a path to return to Karen-san's car. Karen-san and other staff went off to discuss something, leaving just the two of us in the car. Oh, it's really nostalgic. I was thinking about Snow White a few days ago when we were brainstorming for the shoot, but coming here brings back even more memories. What do you remember the most, Kaito-kun? I guess it would be Rina's reason for playing Snow White. It was because she didn't want any other girls to kiss me, for such an innocent and sweet reason. I still remember it vividly. You absolutely must forget that. Rina blushed and shook my shoulders repeatedly. I didn't have any particular thoughts, just a deep nostalgia for our childhood. Rina used to say things like she liked me and wanted to marry me. But now that I think about it, both Snow White and Season of First Love have kissing scenes. Although the kissing scene in Snow White was just for show. As I marveled at the fated connection between the two productions, Rina muttered softly beside me. I see. I didn't realize we were going to have kissing scenes together again. Huh? Oh, why yeah. Even though I was mentally prepared for it, it was still surprising to hear those words from Rina's mouth again. Those rosy lips made it hard for me to look away. Kissing Rina. I understood that it was still work. Still, my brain couldn't escape the clutches of impure thoughts, especially when it came to performing a kissing scene with such a sweet childhood friend. To be honest, it seemed natural to have such strange thoughts. I think we still need a bit of nervousness. Even if you have experience with kissing, it's different when it's a scripted kissing scene. I said to break the awkward atmosphere, but Rina's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Kaito-kun, do you have any experience with kissing? Ha. No, I don't. I haven't even been in a relationship. I just thought you might have experience, so I said that. I don't have any either. I've said it many times, among people my age. You're the only one I can talk to like this. Kissing comes after a relationship. Is that so? But in that case, this kissing scene will be our first kiss together. The more she talked, the more embarrassed she seemed. I felt like I wanted to die of embarrassment and I couldn't bring myself to look at Rina. I'm sorry I took your first kiss, especially with someone like me. Don't worry. It's just part of the act. I don't think much of it. Even though Rina said this, her cheeks had turned bright red. It seemed that even the brilliant actress Rina couldn't completely rely on her acting skills. The car once again fell into an awkward silence. As an unusual atmosphere filled the car, Karen-san, who had finished her discussion, sat back in the driver's seat with a wry smile. You two haven't done anything inappropriate, have you? We certainly didn't, we both shouted at the same time. Section. After the break, our final destination was the Mizuzawa Inn. A beautifully written sign with the letters Mizuzawa hung on this historic building, and there was a large car park outside. Although some things had remained the same, there were also differences. In the past, you could hardly see a few cars in this car park, but now it was difficult to find an empty space. There were also more cars from out of town. Well, let's officially start filming. Please take care of us. After exchanging interesting anecdotes about Mizuzawa, we were about to enter the Mizuzawa Inn, which was already crowded with tourists. This was the most attractive part of the TV program. In order to achieve a perfect shooting effect, we planned not only to capture the exterior, but also to explore the interior of the building and engage in activities such as tasting the food. However, most of the visitors to the Mizuzawa Inn were ardent fans of Rina. In this environment, it was easy to predict the outcome if I suddenly appeared in front of them. As soon as the shooting began, the crowd rushed forward, creating a chaotic scene. Wow, Mizuzawa. Rina is here. Wow, is this for real? So lucky. Wow, she's so cute. The male fans' shouts and the female fans' shouts intermingled, and everyone started taking pictures with their mobile phones. Almost no one looked at me and Sajino-san. The situation was getting out of hand and it was impossible to continue the shoot smoothly. In this scenario, Rina took the initiative. She walked slowly towards the gathering crowd, bowed to the guests who were arriving, and spoke in a bright and clear voice. Thank you for coming all the way to the Mizuzawa Inn today. Honestly, I'd like to greet each and every one of you right now, but we have more filming to do. Please allow me to greet you all slowly afterwards. I apologize. The hustle and bustle faded to silence as Rina spoke. Her voice echoed throughout the room and her words seemed to work like magic. Without any forceful statements, with just a few words, she effortlessly caused the onlookers to step back. Thanks to Rina, we were able to continue shooting without a hitch. An hour later, the filming was finished. Sajino-san and the crew dispersed on the spot, leaving just the three of us. Myself, Rina and Karen-san. Rina kept her promise and immediately started interacting with each guest. Yes, she really interacted with each and every one of them. Sorry to bother you. Could we take a picture together? Of course. What pose would you like us to strike? Could you shake my hand, please? Absolutely. I'm your devoted fan. I never expected to meet you today, and it makes me so emotional I could cry. Thank you. It's nice to meet you too. Please continue to support me in the future. The scene had turned into a festival, so lively that one wondered if all the guests in the entire inn had come out. By a rough estimate, there were nearly 100 people, and Karen-san was working hard to keep order. Truly, Rina handled it perfectly. She responded with a smile to photos, handshakes and autographs. I hadn't expected the fans to be so enthusiastic, and some of the girls were even moved to tears. I mingled with the crowd and enjoyed the celebration. Of course, as hardly anyone noticed my presence, I was able to observe in peace. At that moment, Rina's figure was undoubtedly the brightest star. The celebration continued into the evening, lasting a full 2 hours from the time the first person was received until the pressure of the queue finally eased. Despite the expected exhaustion, Rina still wore a cheerful smile for the remaining guests. Thank you very much. Well, I'll be going. Please enjoy your time at the Mizuzawa Inn. As Rina finished speaking, applause promptly filled the air. Soon after, Karen-san led us back to the car. You have worked hard. Rina, this is the first time you've put so much effort into giving something back to your fans, isn't it? Because they are all guests staying here. But I'm sorry for involving you, Kaito-kun and Karen-san. It's okay. I don't mind at all. I even enjoyed it. I'm your manager, so of course I have to accompany you. Besides, Rina, I hope you will continue to appreciate your fans like this in the future. While Rina sometimes showed a childish side in front of me, she was also a popular actress with incredible star quality. I was reminded of this fact, Now about tomorrow's schedule. I've booked a room near the airport and I'll be here to pick you up in the morning. I'm sorry, I didn't ask my sister. Where has Imano-san booked a hotel? Oh, I'm staying with Rina tonight. It was my suggestion. Since Kaito-kun has never been a guest at my place, I thought we could try it this time. Oh, I see. I understand. After that, Karen-san left the Mizuzawa Inn alone. Then Rina led me through the staff entrance to the inn. There, in the staff lounge, the innkeeper, Rina's mother, was waiting. Mum, you're here. You've finally come back. And you can't keep things quiet. I noticed the guests hadn't returned, so I tried to avoid dinner time. Sorry about that. Well, it's no big deal. It's a big plus that the guests are happy. Rina sighed in relief at her mother's words. Mizuzawa-san looked at me with a smile. Oh my, it's been a long time, Kaito. Yes, it's been a while. We used to play together all the time, and now you've grown so much. And you've become quite manly. My daughter won't be neglected, will she? Mum, please stop teasing me. Rina tugged at the hem of her dress and her mother looked at her with a smile. Finally, she shifted her gaze to me and asked. So, Kaito, what are you going to do today? Huh? Rina was the one who looked surprised. Didn't I mention it? Kaito-kun will be staying here today, so I asked you to prepare a room. Oh, I see. You mentioned that you were going to a shooting, so I thought you meant to tidy up your room. So, you mean there's no room available? Exactly. Thanks to someone, the inn is fully booked every day, and today is no exception. In other words, there was no room for me. Mizuzawa-san continued the conversation calmly, while Rina protested like an inflated balloon. Really, Mum? What are we going to do? Kaito-kun will have nowhere to stay. Well, that's a problem, but we can't kick the guests out. So, right. Why not let Kaito-kun stay in your room? After you moved, you took all your luggage with you, so it's quite spacious now. Even if you put 2 futons together, there should be enough room. Huh? My room? Rina exclaimed in confusion. What? Are you serious? Mum, what are you talking about? Think about it. Didn't you two sleep together a lot before? That was in the past. We're high school students now, but we can't let the guests sleep in the corridor or in a cupboard. Can we? Because it's Kaito-kun. He won't do anything weird. Rina pressed her lips together, looked at me with a puzzled expression, then put her hand on her chest, took a deep breath and nodded slowly. I understand. Anyway, Kaito-kun, let's go over there first. Oh no, this can't be happening. What are you talking about? Hurry up. Besides, it would be awkward if we were seen together. Let's go separately. I'll lead. Kaito-kun, do you remember the way? I remember, but the innkeeper's residence can generally be divided into 2 categories. One is on the upper floor of the inn, and the other is a separate house nearby. Mizuzawa Inn is in the latter category, about a 2-minute walk from the inn along a somewhat uneven path. The house is small, tidy, and serves only as a place to sleep. I've walked this path many times and the memories are still fresh in my mind. As I said, Rina left the inn first. I was the only one left, and I decided not to catch up with Rina. Darkness enveloped the area. There were hardly any pedestrians on the street, and I used my phone's light to illuminate the path ahead. I soon arrived at the entrance of the small house where Rina was waiting for me. Welcome, Kaito-kun. Let me show you to my room for now. Well, as Mizuzawa's mother had suggested, Rina's room had no personal belongings, so the room was quite large. I looked around and confirmed that there was enough room for 2 futons. However, as Rina mentioned, we were high school students now. Even if we were childhood friends who had slept together, it seemed inappropriate to share a room at this age. At that moment, Rina asked hesitantly, I think there are 2 sets of futons in that cupboard over there. How shall I put it? I can sleep in the closet or in the hallway. Sleeping in the same room might not be a good idea. No, that's not allowed. It's our fault. Mine and Mum's, so how can I let Kaito-kun stay in a place like that? Besides, Mum said that Kaito-kun is a guest. But just as I was about to continue, Rina interrupted me. I think this is enough. I'll sleep in the corridor. Well, doesn't Rina have trouble sleeping in uncomfortable places? Well, that's true, But, no, no, we have a whole day of filming for the TV drama tomorrow and it's not good to go to the set with a tired body. We were both worried about the other sleeping in a strange place and we were at an impasse. I racked my brain for a solution. Okay, I'll look for another hotel now. If I can book a room, just have Karen-san pick me up. That's. But, you know, there might not be any available hotels. What should we do? Maybe we should ask Yuki-san for help after all. While I thought about the problem, Rina showed a cute expression, sighed and then poked me lightly on the shoulder. Maybe we should forget about it, Kaito-kun. Let's give up today and sleep here together. Huh? Are you really serious, Rina? Because, whether it would be an extra burden for Yuki-san, who doesn't feel well, or whether it would make Karen, who has already returned to the hotel, come back again, wouldn't it be a nuisance? And besides, if you think about it, this room is quite spacious, and with the blankets we should be able to create a lot of separation, so it's okay. Rina's face turned as red as a ripe apple, but she made the suggestion anyway. Kaito-kun, you won't make a move on me, will you? Of course. Absolutely not. So, let's just go with it. Okay, but if Kaito-kun doesn't want to sleep with me, then there's nothing I can do. It wasn't about rejection or displeasure. I was worried if I could keep my composure while sharing a room with such a sweet and charming girl, but since Rina was so insistent, it was a challenge for me to say no. So I accepted her suggestion. So, Kaito-kun, turn off the light. Yes. With an early morning location shoot the next day, we nervously went to bed and turned off the lights. But, even in this pitch-black environment, I couldn't fall asleep. Realizing this, I seemed to be engulfed by a feeling of unease that lingered in my heart and couldn't be dispelled for a long time. After who knows how long, I felt the blanket next to me move and Rina whispered in a voice as quiet as a mosquito, Kaito-kun, are you still awake? Yes, I just can't seem to sleep. Well, before we get too sleepy, would you like to chat a bit? Sure, let's do that. In this room as dark as ink, we couldn't see each other's expressions, and even our figures were invisible. Only our voices were exchanged in this inexplicable atmosphere. Rina sighed and spoke quietly. Today, I recalled many nostalgic memories. Even though I've only recently lived here, I think it's probably because of being with Kaito-kun. I remembered a lot too. The moment I saw the town hall where we performed Snow White, memories came flooding back. We were nervous at the time and thought it was funny. I remember that too. We even asked our class teacher how to become actors. Even though the teacher was in a difficult position, they told me a lot. Thanks to them, I found out about auditions for child actors. When I think about it now, we were really so naive back then. We both wanted to become leading roles in TV dramas and films, but we didn't we? Indeed. 8 years had passed since then, and here we were, meeting again. Working together like this, with filming scheduled for tomorrow, it felt incredible. As I lost myself in memories, Rina spoke slowly. It's like we're bound together by the red thread of destiny. Huh? I couldn't help but freeze. Since we slept side by side under the same blanket, it could easily be misunderstood in this atmosphere. Seeing me fall into silence, Rina spoke nervously. No, it's not like that. Right, Kaito-kun? It's nothing strange. Yes, I understand. Even though Rina explained immediately, there were still a few strands of awkwardness in the air. After a short silence, I cleared my throat and brought up another topic. But as filming continues, the airing of the first episode is getting closer and closer. When I think about the fact that our work will be presented to the audience, I'm really looking forward to the day of the broadcast. But Rina didn't answer. Had she fallen asleep? Thinking so, I lowered my voice and asked, Rina, are you still awake? Huh? Oh, I'm still awake. Sorry, I thought you were asleep as you didn't react. So, Rina, are you looking forward to the show? Well, of course I'm looking forward to it. Rina's answer seemed a little unnatural. However, I, who felt uncomfortable sleeping next to her, didn't notice the discomfort. For the sake of better broadcast quality, let's get a good night's sleep tonight to face tomorrow's shooting. Sure, let's do that. Well then, good night. Rina. Good night, Kaito-kun. That's how our conversation ended. During the break of the next day's shooting, I was so embarrassed about yesterday that I couldn't have a real conversation with Rina. This situation continued until we boarded the plane back home. Chapter 3 Broadcast. During the filming period, the broadcast of the first episode of the series usually coincides. Although factors such as shooting schedules play a role, timely adjustments based on audience feedback are also crucial. Our participation in the production of season of First Love is no exception. The airing of the first episode was scheduled during the filming of our fourth episode. The shooting progressed smoothly, and before we knew it, the official broadcast was just a week away. Various places became busy, with daily behind-the-scenes footage shared on the official SNS accounts to build anticipation. Variety shows recorded for program promotion were also about to air. Countless news articles from online sources and increasing comments on SNS about the show flooded in. Additionally, our production team actively participated in program promotion during the regular shooting process. In summary, it was busier than usual. Sorry to disturb your rest. Could both of you please sign these official merchandise? They will be used for official giveaway events. That day, right after wrapping up the shoot, we received official merchandise from the staff. They wanted both of us to sign on 5 original tote bags. Back in the backstage area, Rina immediately took out a marker and began signing. I admired her ability to sign without hesitation. Rina is quite accustomed to this kind of thing. Yeah, in this line of work, signing is essential. I've gotten used to it a long time ago. Really impressive. Since not many people have asked for my autograph so far, I haven't prepared a cool signature like Rina's. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Kaito-kun's signature much. What's it like? Wait a moment, I'll write it on paper for you. I casually grabbed an unused piece of paper and wrote my signature on the back, presenting it to Rina. Unlike Rina's beautiful cursive Roman letters, I simply made my name look as much like a signature as possible. However, Rina nodded approvingly and smiled. This doesn't look too bad. No problem at all. I think it's good like this. Really? As long as the writing looks nice. Many people have messy signatures. Haha. Then I'll stick with this. After Rina finished signing all the special items, I took the pen from her hands to start signing. The tote bag was made of fabric, so compared to paper, it was uneven, requiring careful strokes. Rina on the side let out a gentle yawn. Upon closer inspection, her eyes seemed a bit reddish. Seeing her wipe her eyes, I couldn't help but ask, Rina, did you not sleep well? As if inadvertently exposing a genuine side due to carelessness, Rina suddenly blushed and looked at me. Well, lately, whether it's shooting or program promotion, it's been busy. Yesterday was a day off, right? Did you have other work? No, I didn't. I had no work yesterday, and as soon as school ended, I went home to relax. What happened then? Well, how should I say it? It's that I found a really interesting manga to read. Rina muttered somewhat reluctantly. I couldn't help but feel a hint of helplessness after hearing it. You didn't stay up late reading it, did you? I had no choice. The manga is really interesting. Rina has this side too. It just feels so cute. After all, Rina has always been a girl who prioritizes work, with a high sense of professionalism. It was somewhat unexpected to learn that she stayed up late reading manga the day before shooting. What genre is that manga? It's a shuo manga. Shuo manga. I don't read much of that. If it's convenient, could you lend it to me next time? Of course. I'll bring it to you next time. During our conversation, I smoothly completed the signatures. Although the handwriting was a bit lacking, it should be fine. I placed the tote bag back into the cardboard box and then stood up. Now that it's all done, I'll go give this to the staff. I'll come with you. I can handle it alone. You stay here, Rina. All right. Thank you, Kaito-kun. After leaving the backstage, I walked toward the filming site. After handing over the cardboard box to the staff and chatting with other cast members who stayed on set, I returned to the backstage. I'm back. Opening the door, I was startled. Rina was sound asleep on the table, Perhaps unable to endure sleepiness due to lack of rest, her cute snoring continued, and her defenseless sleeping face was laid bare before me. What should I do? There were only the two of us in this small space. If one had any thoughts, they could freely do anything to Rena. Realizing this, my heart started to beat rapidly. In any case, I quietly sat back in my chair, opened the script in my hand, and tried to read. However, my attention couldn't help but be drawn to the peacefully sleeping Rena beside me, making it impossible for the script's words to register in my mind. I gazed at Rena's innocent sleeping face, desperately trying to maintain my composure. 20 minutes later, Yuki-san knocked on the backstage door, rescuing me from the torment. Amano-kun. Mizuzawa-san. The staff will be coming soon. They need a 30-second comment for program promotion. Got it. Huh? Could it be that Mizuzawa-san is asleep? She might be a bit sleep-deprived. I'll wake her up now. After telling Yuki-san, I gently shook Rena's shoulder, but it seemed she had no intention of waking up. Come to think of it, it felt the same as before. No matter how much I called, she wouldn't wake up. Back then, to go to school together in the morning, I would run into Rena's room to wake her, who loved to sleep in. Perhaps recalling the image of the past Rena, I poked her soft cheek with my finger, just like when I used to wake her up. What's happening? So, Rena woke up. Looking around as if not fully awake, Rena wore an expression of disbelief. Rena, you fell asleep here. Be moderate with late nights. Huh? Is that so? We need to go shoot a 30-second comment for program promotion now. Let's go. Okay. Rena nodded and stood up. For some reason, a blush appeared on her cheeks. As we followed Yuki-san, Rena leaned in towards me and whispered in my ear, Kaito-kun. When we were sleeping, were there only the two of us? Huh? Yes. Then. You didn't do anything strange, did you? How could I have done anything? I didn't even touch you with a single finger. Besides, if you say it like that, then the other day was the same. I stopped myself from continuing. Our secret of sleeping together in a room at the Mizuzawa Inn was known only to the two of us. Even Yuki-san and Karen-san believed I was sleeping alone in the guest room. However, it seemed Rena only heard these words. Blushing, she whispered softly. At that time, I was actually awake the whole time, so I knew whether Kaito-kun did anything or not. What? Rena, you weren't asleep? Don't get the wrong idea. I actually wanted to sleep, but I was nervous and couldn't sleep at all. I was the same. It's better to find a comfortable place to sleep after all. Even though we were childhood friends, the Kaito and Rena of 8 years ago and now were completely different. Both of us had reached an age where we realized the other was of the opposite sex, not to mention that Rena had grown into an unexpectedly beautiful young girl. Let's put this topic aside for now. Kaito-kun, you said you didn't even touch my finger. But didn't you just use your hand to poke me a moment ago? Rena redirected the conversation, puffing her cheeks and staring at me. I hastily apologized to her. That was my mistake. I'm sorry. Are you upset? No, I don't dislike being touched by Kaito-kun. It doesn't feel bad. Rena muttered softly with her head down, and hearing those words made me feel embarrassed. An awkward atmosphere surrounded us. Yuki-san, who was walking ahead, listened to our conversation with a smiling expression. A few days later during lunch break. As usual, the two of us sat together to read the script. Due to rain today, we couldn't go to the rooftop as usual, so we had to find an empty classroom as a substitute. The performing arts building and the regular school building were separate, and compared to the number of students, our building seemed quite large, naturally leaving some classrooms unoccupied. We quickly found the classroom we could use. After practicing for 20 minutes, it was time for lunch. At that moment, Rena took out a paper bag from her bag and handed it to me. Oh right, Kaito-kun. I brought the manga we talked about yesterday. Since I'm not sure if it suits your taste, just read the first 3 volumes for now. Thank you. I'll read it later. Gratefully taking the paper bag, I placed it aside, and we started eating our lunches. As usual, I took out my homemade bento, but I suddenly noticed that Rena's convenience store salad was different from usual. This time, The portion was surprisingly small. Seeing this, I asked, "Is this all you're having today, Rena?" "Yeah, it's not that I have no appetite." "No, that's not it. I'm just on a diet." "A diet? Think about it. Isn't there a beach shoot next month? So, if I don't prepare in advance, I won't be able to wear a swimsuit properly." "I see. You're really working hard." Indeed, I often see actresses eating only salads, but the concept of this girl in front of me and dieting seemed completely unrelated. Lost in thought, I didn't realize I had been staring at Rena for a while. What's wrong? If you keep staring at me, I'll get embarrassed." "Ah, I'm sorry. I just thought that someone as slender and with such a great figure as you wouldn't need to go on a diet." Blushing, Rena punched me. "Kaito-kun. You're really naughty. You always say things like this out of nowhere. Even if you don't accept it, there's nothing I can do because probably everyone thinks the same way. You should be aware of it." "Is that so?" Maybe she was really determined to go on a diet, as in the end, Rena didn't finish the salad and left a bit behind. Usually, Rena's appetite was no different from an average person, but now it had become remarkably smaller. Back in the classroom, I fell into contemplation. Rena has been acting a bit strange lately. However, when interacting with classmates, she was just like usual, and during filming, she displayed her impeccable acting. Despite this, I still felt a sense of unease. This discomfort became even stronger in the afternoon class. For the next question, solve it on the blackboard. "Let's go, Ms. Yuzawa." "Huh? Okay." Called out by the math teacher, Rena's gaze wandered nervously between the blackboard and the textbook. Apologetically, she said, "Sorry. Can you tell me what this problem is? You didn't pay attention in class?" "That's quite unusual." "Well, Matsumi next to you. Help her out." It's on page 150, right here." Thank you." After hearing this, Rena turned to the specified page, walked up to the blackboard, and picked up the chalk to write out the equations. Even with a more in-depth question about binary functions, she effortlessly drew diagrams to derive the results. "No problem. It's correct. Truly a diligent student." After the teacher praised her, Rena returned to her seat. In my impression, Rena was a top student. Despite being a popular actress with a busy schedule, she approached her studies with a serious attitude. She never slacked off in academics, and even if she had to take leave for work, she would catch up on missed knowledge through self-study, sometimes writing reports to make up for attendance. Furthermore, she utilized any free time for regular tests. This diligent and serious student influenced the overall academic atmosphere in our performing arts department. Knowing that Rena, despite being so busy, could balance both work and studies made classmates work even harder in their studies than during junior high. That's why it felt strange for her not to pay attention in class. Even after taking her seat, Rena seemed absent-minded, and I found it difficult to concentrate during class because of my concern. There's definitely something off. Countless trivial things piled up in my mind, making it hard for me not to be concerned. Due to this, I couldn't figure out what was going on in Rena's mind. Karen-san, I wanted to ask, is there something strange about Rena lately? Ms. Yuzawa-san. After school, during a break in filming, I asked Karen-san. Karen-san seemed puzzled, looking at me with an incredulous expression. "What do you find strange about her?" "Well, it's just a gut feeling." "Karen-san, don't you think so?" "Based on what I know, she's not much different from usual. Outstanding in acting as always, and no physical discomfort. If I have to point out, it seems she might be a bit sleep-deprived lately. Surprisingly, that child's self-management seems to have relaxed a bit." "Is that so?" But I might not have a complete understanding." "If you notice anything, feel free to let me know, and I'll do my best to help you." "I understand." "Thank you very much." After expressing my gratitude to Karen-san, I left. Maybe I'm overthinking things. Karen-san, who has been around Rena longer than me, also mentioned that Rena seemed unchanged from her usual self. Perhaps I was being led astray by something strange. With this thought in mind, I returned to my room and felt Rena's gaze. "Amano-kun, did you talk to my manager about something?" Maybe because there were many people around, Rena politely asked in formal language. We didn't discuss anything important, just some routine matters. I see. Speaking of which, the staff just told me that the official PV has been extended a lot. I watched it, and it's really great. Tomorrow is finally the first episode's broadcast. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Since I'm free tomorrow, I'll make sure to watch the broadcast. Mizuzawa-san, are you planning to do the same? Of course, I'll be watching it in real time. Rena smiled and nodded. I further inquired, anyone watching with you? I'll probably be watching with my family. I live alone, so I'll probably be watching at home alone. Ah, I see. There seemed to be a hint of loneliness in Rena's voice, perhaps influenced by her. I instinctively made an invitation-like statement. Well then, if you're okay with it, want to watch it together? After saying that, Rena widened her eyes and leaned toward me, whispering with a voice only I could hear. Really? Can we really watch it together? Ah. Yeah, of course, as long as it's okay with you, Rena. Then, how about coming to my place? Sure, let's do that. Rena, with a blossoming smile, distanced herself from me. So, it's decided. Please save that day for me. Section. According to our agreement that day, as soon as classes ended the next day, I walked home with Rena. Upon careful consideration, it was the first time we walked together on the streets like this. Usually, when we have to go somewhere, the manager picks us up at the school gate. So we've never had the experience of going out together privately. Without my knowledge, Rena had completely transformed. A knitted hat covered her head, complemented by a mask and sunglasses that almost concealed her entire face. One could easily mistake her for a suspicious person. However, it was more accurate to say that due to her astonishing figure, she stood out on the street. It's quite an exaggerated disguise. I've tried disguising myself many times. If I don't go to this extent, I'll be exposed. But there was one time when I used the same combination of a knitted hat, mask, and non-prescription glasses. I got exposed when I went to the convenience store, and things escalated from there. Wow, it's really you. Even if I walk on the street without makeup, nobody would come up to greet me. Although I said that, I decided to put on glasses and a mask as well. Even if I don't disguise myself, no one would notice me. After all, I'm not as famous as Rena. Do you always dress like this in private? No, it's too troublesome. Usually, I just wear glasses and a mask. Although I often get asked for photos and handshakes when recognized, I don't mind responding to fans. Speaking of which, you've responded to many fans before, but now, think about it. If we were seen walking together alone on the street, it would cause a lot of trouble. Just as Rena said. Rumors about Mizuzawa Rena would undoubtedly be something any magazine dreams of. If she's seen walking with a guy, it would likely be extensively reported. Even ordinary people commenting on SNS would cause quite a stir. Well, even if I were the one, I don't think anyone would believe it. Take actors. For example, you and I are at opposite extremes, not to mention your handsome appearance. I self-deprecatingly shared. Rena suddenly stopped walking, staring at me intently. What's wrong, Rena? No, it's nothing. She said that, but it was evident from Rena's gaze that she was displeased. I cautiously asked, sorry, did I say something that upset you? Not really. It's just that I don't like Kaito-kun talking about himself like that. Huh? I know how hard Kaito-kun has worked so far, and how skilled he is as an actor. It's just that he hasn't become famous yet. I think after this project airs, Kaito-kun will become a popular actor like me. Thank you, Rena. I didn't expect Rena to speak so candidly, catching me off guard. However, her high praise made me genuinely happy. After that, we took a train from the nearest station to the school. After 3 stops, we got off at the station closest to Rena's apartment. Let's walk from here, it's just a minute away. Sure. By the way, have you decided what you want for dinner tonight? I was thinking of ordering takeout. Oh, right. Rena doesn't cook. Huh? Does Kaito-kun really want to eat something I make? I chuckled and shook my head. No, it's nothing. It just reminded me of the memories of Rena making mysterious dishes. I'd rather not try your hand at cooking. I still remember, On my 6th birthday, Rena enthusiastically took over the kitchen, claiming she would prepare a delicious feast for me. However, when I actually tasted the food she brought out, the overwhelming flavor literally knocked me off my feet. It's a vivid memory, so even if Rena suggests making food herself, it doesn't pique my interest at all. Rena blushed to the roots of her ears, repeatedly pounding my chest. Why do you have to remember such an embarrassing thing, Kaito-kun? You idiot. It's just because that left a deep impression. That's enough. Forget about it quickly. Besides, that's all from when we were kids. Huh? Does that mean you can cook now? Well, I think it's probably not much different from before. Rena shyly averted her gaze. Then, I threw out an idea. While takeout is an option, what if we make something simple? I can give it a try. Huh? Kaito-kun can cook? Just don't expect too much. But I feel like takeout would definitely taste better than what I make. Suddenly, Rena, who was nearby, became inexplicably lively and enthusiastically leaned in. I want to eat. I'm not picky, I'll eat anything. Then let's go buy some ingredients. There's a supermarket right next to my place. Let's go there. Sure. Let's head there. By the way, is there anything in the house right now? Not to brag, but besides frozen food, the fridge should be pretty much empty. Indeed, not worth boasting about. As we chatted, we arrived at the apartment where Rena lived. I thought Rena, living alone, might choose a smaller apartment. But when the towering luxury apartment building appeared before me, I couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Just looking up at this towering skyscraper might strain one's neck. This is amazing. Rena, you live in a place like this? I didn't choose this place. It was arranged by Karen-san. It seems she was concerned about safety for people like us, so she picked this apartment with security and automatic doors. In fact, many other celebrities live here, so it feels quite secure. Maybe that's true. But a high school student living here alone, truly a superstar. Lush green plants adorn the surroundings, and the entrance, with its glass facade and pebble path, gave a visually stunning impression. After buying groceries at the nearby supermarket, I followed Rena's steps into the apartment. Passing through the communal entrance, several high-end sofas were placed in the luxurious and spacious lobby. Rena navigated through the lobby and headed to the elevator, pressing the button for the top floor. On which floor does Rena live? Facing the unexpected question, Rena gave an unexpected answer. The top floor. What? The top floor. Isn't that very expensive? I entrusted all my money to my mum, so I'm not sure. Well, I think it must be expensive. Honestly, it would be nice if I could share this big place with someone. That sounds great. I'd love to live in a place like this too. However, considering my current income, it's nothing more than wishful thinking. If I ever become successful one day, could I afford to live in such a place? Contemplating these thoughts, I suddenly noticed Rena standing still next to me. Kaito-kun. I think it's too early for such things. Huh? What are you talking about? Didn't you say you want to live with me? I never said anything like that. I just meant I'd like to live in such a luxurious apartment in the future. Don't scare me. That's not good for my heart. Rena let out a sigh. In the pause in our conversation, the elevator door opened. We entered the elevator, and Rena pressed the button for the top floor, the 30th floor, and soon arrived. Stepping out of the elevator, the corridor leading to Rena's room was particularly grand, with dim lights and a carpeted wall adorned with soft colors, highlighting its elegance. Entering Rena's room, I couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this? It's so beautiful." Passing through the marble-floored entrance, the glass-built living room came into view. Gazing into the distance, the scenic beauty of Tokyo lay before our eyes. It was indeed a spacious and comfortable place. I carefully examined the surroundings, noting the overall white-themed layout. The tables, chairs, and sofas were all uniformly monochromatic. Not to mention, the high-quality furniture showcased in this space was impressive. In front of the sofa, there was an 80-inch television. The room looked like it had been meticulously cleaned, and someone unfamiliar might mistake it for a showroom. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, inexplicably accelerating my heartbeat. Anyway, let's put down the bags. Oh, by the way, the fridge is over there. Ah, I see. Thanks. The kitchen was located at the far end of the living room, and it had everything one would expect. However, what caught my attention was the gas stove, which was spotless, showing no signs of use. Opening the fridge, just as Rena mentioned, besides beverages and frozen food, there was practically nothing else, not even a trace of condiments. I smiled dryly as I placed the purchased food inside, sincerely thanking myself for buying what was needed. As I closed the fridge, Rena, who was watching me from behind, asked a question. Now, what should we do? It's only 4 o'clock, a bit early for dinner. True. I'm making immerse today, so it won't take much time to prepare. Is there anything Kaito-kun wants to do? Well, right. If it's okay, can I see the other rooms? I expressed the sudden desire that came to my mind. It's rare to visit such a high-end apartment, and who knows when I'll have the chance again. Plus, I'm curious about Rena's home. Of course, if Rena is willing, no problem at all. Let me show you around. Rena readily agreed, and I followed her for the tour. The balcony, bathroom, wardrobe, studio, storage room, everywhere brought joy. However, when I saw the bathroom, the thought that this was where Rena usually took baths brought an indescribable feeling. Apart from that, the wardrobe displayed a variety of gorgeous and exquisite outfits, earning my admiration. Finally, we reached Rena's bedroom. The bedroom door was open, and overall, it was a very lovely room. Upon entering, the first things that caught my eye were the light pink large bed and the exquisite bedside lamp. The vanity and small table were neatly arranged on soft round cushions. Posters, dried flowers, and various casually placed items adorned the room. I observed the room with interest, but, wait a moment. At that moment, Rena suddenly called out in a fluster. I followed Rena's gaze. It was a photo frame standing on the small table by the bed, containing a picture of Rena and me side by side, smiling and making scissors hands, from when we were children. In a panic, Rena rushed to the bedside to put away the photo frame, but it was too late. She glanced at me, her face turning bright red as she sat down on the floor. This is, Rena, I mean, Kaito-kun, you must find this really disgusting, right? I've treasured this photo like a precious gem until now, keeping it in my bedroom. No way, I'm actually happy about it. Hearing my words, Rena covered her face with her hands and lifted her head slightly. She peeked at me through her fingers because I know how much Rena values me. For me, Rena is also an equally important presence. Although I don't have framed photos at home, I keep all the memorabilia related to you. Even now, whenever I have time, I flip through the photo albums I've kept. After finally calming down, Rena sighed and stood up. With a slight hint of embarrassment on her face, she spoke. Next time, can I see those memorabilia? Should I bring them over? Absolutely not. I mean, so, next time, let me visit your place, Kaito-kun. Oh, sure, you're always welcome at my place. Seemingly satisfied with the response, Rena looked genuinely happy. Later, she handed me the photo frame, showing a picture taken on the day of her move. Upon closer inspection, Rena's eyes were swollen from crying. She had kept this photo on her desk, ensuring not to forget it even during the move section. After completing the tour, we returned to the living room and chatted for a while. As the evening approached, I decided to start preparing dinner. Let's get dinner ready. You'll dirty your uniform like this. I'll get an apron for you. You have an apron even though you don't cook? It's annoying. Even when living alone, there are times when I want to cook, you know. You're not the type to stick with something for long, are you? I bet you didn't even cook once after buying the apron. Well, that's true. Because I'm alone, I didn't know where to start, and no one taught me either. Maybe I teased her too much. Rena puffed her cheeks, expressing her dissatisfaction. If you want, I can teach you anytime. Really? Yeah. Since you rarely visit, how about cooking together today? Egg fried rice is quite simple, and even for beginners, I think it should be fine. Rena's eyes sparkled with desire as she clenched her fists. I want to do it. Then, let's cook together. Oh, but there's only one apron, right? No. When I bought it, I got both blue and pink. Haha. I had such foresight back then. Rena happily went to fetch the aprons and returned shortly after. I put on the blue apron, and Rena wore the pink one as we stood together in the kitchen. We gathered all the ingredients and prepared to start cooking. Today's menu included egg fried rice, clear stewed meat soup, and a simple salad. After washing our hands, Rena and I began rinsing the rice and chopping vegetables. Rinsing rice involves continuously stirring with your hands, but you need to pay attention to the technique. Look, it's done like this. Okay, let me give it a try. Rena, don't hold the knife like that. Look at me. Holding a knife should feel like this. I see. Thank you. Due to her work, Rena hadn't attended cooking classes at school. It seemed she truly knew nothing about cooking. Although I was teaching her how to rinse rice and handle a knife, spending this time together in the kitchen made me very happy. Just when I was thinking this, Rena said something unexpected. I can't help but feel that we're a bit like a newlywed couple. Huh? I shouted in surprise. No. It's not like that. I don't have any fantasies about a newlywed life with Kaito-kun. It's just that being together with Kaito-kun now feels very pleasant. Oh, I see. I didn't think of it that way. Because Rena said something strange, my mind started wandering into weird thoughts. Our conversation became a bit awkward, but fortunately, it didn't hinder the cooking process. Soon, we successfully wrapped the chicken rice with eggs. All right. Finally, it's almost done. By the way, how about we each wrap an egg for the other? That sounds fun. Okay, I'll show you my skills. Rena rolled up her sleeves with full enthusiasm, revealing an innocent smile on her face. This scene seemed familiar, and I couldn't help but smile wryly. I seem to recall the way Rena used to cook for me before. Indeed, back then, she would confidently rush into the kitchen, even the action of rolling up her sleeves remarkably consistent. Anyway, I personally demonstrated the process to Rena. Since today's meal was for her, I had to take this more seriously than usual. In the end, or should I say, up to this point, I managed to create the best egg dish I had ever made. Wow, Kaito-kun. You did an amazing job, just like the ones sold in restaurants. I can't fall behind either. Next, I stood in front of Rena holding a frying pan. But, was this an expected result? Although only a minute had passed, the sorry state of the egg fried rice was already before me. I stood there, staring blankly at it. Sorry, Kaito-kun. It's okay, it just looks weird. The taste should be fine. In the living room, there was a glass dining table where Rena and I sat across from each other. We served the prepared salad, clear stewed meat soup, and the egg fried rice successively on the table. Rena placed the failed egg fried rice in front of me, and although she insisted on eating it herself, this was a predetermined arrangement, especially since it was my suggestion in the first place. I began eating, thanking and folding my hands. I started with the salad and soup, then took a bite of the egg fried rice. By the way, Rena had been watching me the whole time. How is it? No problem at all. It's even tastier than I imagined. Really? Of course, there's no need for me to lie. Even though it looked miserable due to the naked egg covering, the chicken fried rice inside was something I personally crafted, and the seasoning was no different from what I usually did. So, when I said it was delicious, it wasn't to spare Rena's feelings. However, she still seemed skeptical, looking at me with doubtful eyes. Kaito-kun, when I used to cook for you before, you also said it was delicious. But when I tried it later, wasn't it quite bad? Well, if you put it that way, maybe it's true. To confirm the taste, I want to try it too. Sure, you can. Thinking I would use my own spoon, Rena unexpectedly opened her mouth with an "ah." Come to think of it, this kind of thing happened quite often before. Due to Rena's natural movements, without thinking, I subconsciously scooped a spoonful of egg fried rice and fed it to Rena. It really tastes delicious. As if relieved, a smile bloomed on Rena's face. However, I finally realized how embarrassing my actions just now were. Feeling a blush on my cheeks, I whispered softly. Rena, you're not bothered by this kind of thing? What do you mean? It's just... What happened just now was like an indirect kiss. When Rena heard the 4 words that slipped out of my mouth, her head seemed to boil over like a pot, and her face immediately became flushed with red, probably preoccupied with worrying about how her egg fried rice turned out. Rena completely failed to notice the matter of the indirect kiss. Sorry, Kaito-kun. It's okay. I'm not blaming you. I was just surprised by the sudden situation. When I'm with you, Kaito-kun, it feels like I've gone back to the past. So, it was something I did subconsciously. Well, it's okay. We'll be filming a kissing scene the week after next, so compared to that, today's indirect kiss is really nothing. Facing Rena, who still seemed somewhat down, I tried to say something, but it was entirely unnecessary. Rena's face became even redder than before. Why yeah, indeed, since we'll be filming a kissing scene, it's not okay to mind an indirect kiss. Yeah, I get it, Kaito-kun. I'll feed you too, so we'll be even. Saying that, Rena scooped a spoonful of the egg fried rice and brought it to my mouth. Her hand was trembling slightly. Although I couldn't comprehend what kind of internal struggle Rena was going through, I complied with her. Look, Kaito-kun, the egg fried rice you made is delicious too, right? Why yeah, actually, I couldn't care less about the taste. As I mentioned before, it's impossible not to mind an indirect kiss. Realizing this again, my heart raced even faster. A strange atmosphere enveloped the dining table, and perhaps influenced by this atmosphere, our conversation became particularly awkward. After dinner, I began tidying up with great care, washing the used dishes. By the way, thanks to the state-of-the-art dishwasher at home, my dishwashing tasks have become quite effortless. It was already past 7 in the evening when I finished cleaning. Is it still 2 hours until the first episode airs? Season of First Love is a weekly program airing at 9 p.m., each episode lasting an hour. Since today is a special episode, it's extended by an extra 30 minutes, airing from 9 p.m. to 10:30 p.m., a total of 90 minutes. I'm so excited, can't wait to watch. I said this to Rena, sitting beside me, but there was no response. I couldn't help but look at her. Rena? What is it? Perhaps startled by me, Rena's body trembled slightly. Then she turned to face me. Did I say something that caught her off guard? Her gaze kept wandering. It's nothing. I just called you because I spoke earlier and didn't get a response. What's wrong? Nothing at all. I just finished dinner, so I was daydreaming. I see. That's all? I smiled dryly and asked Rena, what should we do after this? There's still some time before the broadcast. It's 7 p.m. now. There might be an intellectual quiz show we can participate in as guests. How about turning on the TV? Yeah, that's an option. Or perhaps you want to take a nap? In that case, I'll pass the time alone, so you don't have to be polite. No, I'm not sleepy. So it's okay. Rena shook her head, supporting her chin with her hand as if contemplating. After maintaining that pose for a while, Rena spoke slowly. Hey, want to play a game? A game? Yeah, just thinking of doing something to distract ourselves. Distract ourselves? Is she so excited because the broadcast is approaching that she wants to do something to calm down? I do feel that way at the moment, but if that's the case, using the term distract ourselves seems a bit off. While I pondered, Rena brought the game console from under the TV. I had no choice but to put my thoughts aside. There are many games. Which one do you want to play? Well, I don't play games often, so I'm not familiar. If it's my first time, I guess something with simple controls would be better. Okay, then let's go with this one. Rena chose a game cartridge, held it in her hand, and then inserted it into the game console. She hurried to the TV, turned it on, and quickly completed the setup. Watching Rena, who seemed quite adept at this, surprised me a bit. You play games quite a bit, Rena? Yes, even though work keeps me busy and I don't have much time. But when I want to change my mood, I take it out and play. You mentioned reading a lot of manga before. It's great to have so many interests. What about Kaito-kun? What do you do during breaks? I don't really. Since my acting career has been quite challenging, whenever I have free time, I prefer practicing to refine my skills. So I don't have many hobbies, which is somewhat troublesome. Haha, you must have strong willpower. Rina nodded in admiration. During our conversation, Rina had already finished setting up. I took the controller from her hands. A game where players control a cute, round character to fight monsters. That was the general impression I got. However, I had seen similar characters in well-known games before. This is easy to handle. I think you can learn it in just 5 minutes. Let's go through the tutorial together. Got it? Let me give it a try. With that, I started the tutorial. The game was indeed easy to pick up, with low difficulty and controls. As long as you remembered the buttons, you could start playing with your partner. Rina beside me seemed to be enjoying herself, while I struggled a bit. Stumbling, I finally reached the boss battle. The boss was a skeleton monster that breathed fire. It had a strength unlike any enemies I had encountered before and effortlessly knocked me away. Thanks to Rina's timely support, I managed not to get taken out. After recovering for a while, I moved next to Rina and delivered a powerful punch to the boss. The tug-of-war continued, making me quite nervous. My character's health kept decreasing, reaching a point where I couldn't afford to be hit by the boss. However, a series of attacks resembling a storm rushed towards the boss. Then, the boss fell. That's great, I couldn't help but exclaim. However, Rina next to me seemed unresponsive. It's hard to put into words, but she gave off a distracted vibe. I put down the controller and asked Rina, "Do you want to take a break?" Yeah, let's do that. I'll get something to drink." "What would you like?" "Orange juice, please." "Thank you." "Got it. You wait here for a moment." I quickly walked to the refrigerator and took out a 1-liter carton of orange juice. Even the orange juice was not a concentrated drink, it was 100% pure juice. I poured the orange juice into 2 glasses and returned to the living room. Watching Rina sitting on the sofa, gazing blankly at the scenery outside the window with a somewhat melancholic expression on her face, I felt a sense of unease. What could it be? What's not right? Not just today, but throughout this week, Rina has been acting strangely. In addition to visible signs like staying up late, dieting, and lack of focus in class, there were many subtle differences in her behavior that couldn't be expressed in words but were still perceptible. Even Karen-san, who serves as Rina's supportive manager, and everyone around hadn't noticed Rina's changes. Perhaps these were very subtle distinctions, but now, I am confident it's not just my imagination. Maybe it's my professional habit. When I perform, I not only pay attention to myself but also observe co-stars and various elements such as camera positions to enhance my acting. Therefore, during the training of my acting skills, I tend to notice subtle differences and cultivate insight that allows me to react promptly to any changes. It's precisely my insight that made me aware of Rina's changes. "Here's your orange juice, Rina." "Thank you, Kaito-kun." So, I decided to directly address the doubt in my heart. Sitting on the sofa, after handing the orange juice to Rina, I turned to her. "Hey, is there something bothering you lately?" "Rina?" "Huh? Me? No, not really. I've noticed you've been acting a bit off lately. Maybe someone like me can't be of much help, but if you ever want to talk, I'm here anytime." Rina widened her eyes in surprise. Later, just as Rina was about to speak, did she dismiss the thought? She shook her head, and a smile that seemed forced appeared on her face. "It's okay, really. I don't have any major concerns." "Are you sure?" "Yes." "But thank you, Kaito-kun. If there's ever something I need to discuss, I'll come to you." Yeah, that's the best. Although, I'm still a bit concerned. In reality, despite Rina saying she has no concerns, it feels like she's hiding something, and her behavior remains peculiar. What could be going on? Pondering, continuously pondering. Suddenly, I realize there might have been a similar situation before. In the process of retracing memories, a scene from 8 years ago flashes back in my mind. Well, for tomorrow's play, I might not want to participate. Why? We've practiced so much. Because I'm still very scared. That's right. 8 years ago, when Rena and I acted together in Snow White. Rena, due to her timid and introverted nature, initially harbored feelings of nervousness. Surprisingly, she had talent in acting, and practices went smoothly. However, on the day before the performance, Rena came to my house in tears. At that time, Rena's sudden visit caught me off guard, but looking back afterward, signs like dozing off at school, leaving food uneaten, daydreaming during class, and other such indications were well manifested back then. Whenever I inquired, she would casually reply, "It's okay," just like she does now. As a child, I failed to notice these subtle changes in Rena. So, after Rena cried and went home, I deeply reflected, why couldn't I have noticed this sooner? And then, this week's Rena perfectly overlapped with the Rena from back then. But could something like that happen again? I don't think she's feeling the same way as back then, afraid of a formal performance, specifically anxious about the broadcast of the first episode of the TV series. After all, she's a talented actress with extensive work experience. She has appeared in numerous movies and TV shows, with more leading roles than anyone her age. Unlike someone like me, thrilled about the first airing of a work in which I play the lead role, she wouldn't be feeling any psychological disturbance about the TV broadcast now. Just as I was about to discard this absurd and foolish thought, another memory surfaced in my mind. Before we met again, I always believed that the media and her usual behavior represented her true self, unaware that the current Rena remains the timid and introverted girl. However, Rena hasn't changed. She has merely immersed herself in her passion for her acting career, playing the social role befitting a talented actress to ensure the smooth progress of her career. The Rena I spoke with and Karen San during our reunion was more childlike and adorable than the public knows, just a girl the same age as me. During our time apart, I kept my distance due to concerns about her image as a talented actress, so as not to repeat past mistakes. It's time to abandon these strange misconceptions and look at Rena properly. With this in mind, carefully choosing my words, I slowly spoke up. "Hey, Rena. What is it? Maybe I'm wrong, but, are you afraid of the premiere?" As I said these words, Rena's face, along with her ears, turned a deep shade of red. She picked up the small pillow on her lap and buried her face in it. After a moment, she slowly lifted her head, looking timid and hesitant as she asked in return, "Why? Why would you think that?" "Lately, I've just felt that you've been a bit off, dozing off in class, not eating much, and besides that, your behavior has been a bit strange. But I don't really know how to describe it. I only doze off because I've been reading manga lately." "I've said that, right? And not eating is just part of my dieting." "No. Thinking about it carefully, I don't believe you'd stay up reading manga the night before work. You must have been unable to sleep, and that's why you turned to manga." Only those who have worked closely with Rena know her passion and dedication to her job. Seeing her staying up late immersed in manga is truly unnatural. Perhaps her mention of dieting is genuine, but even so, I don't see any need for Rena, with her slender figure, to go on a diet. Back when he performed Snow White together, the night before the actual performance, you came to my house in tears. You were just like you are now, behaving strangely. Is that so? To be honest, until just now, I didn't think you'd be nervous about the premiere, but after thinking it over, it seems like the most probable reason. Rena sighed and smiled apologetically. "Indeed, I can't hide anything from you, Kaito-kun." As she spoke, Rena raised her hands in gesture of surrender. Then, she slowly began to confess, "Just as you said, I've been constantly thinking about the TV series premiere. What if I don't perform well? What if there are negative reviews from the audience? It's making me anxious, and it's affecting my usual state. I originally planned to keep it from you, but..." "So, that's what's going on. Do you always feel like this before a premiere?" "Well, a few days before the first TV series I starred in aired, I was nervous like this and couldn't sleep for a few nights. However, probably due to more experience, I gradually got used to it. At most, I might lose sleep the night before." Even so, considering Rena's image in the media, it's hard to imagine, as someone who already knew Rena as a timid and introverted girl, I could quickly accept this. But even if this information were made public on television, I think most viewers would find it hard to believe. But what's different this time? Because season of First Love it holds a special significance for me. This is the first time I'm portraying the female lead in a love story, and it's a challenge for me to polish my acting by imagining, like Kaito-kun does, paying attention to various details. But most importantly, it's a work I've been sincerely looking forward to for 8 years, co-starring with Kaito-kun. With the last sentence, Rina spoke with a strong and forceful tone. She took a deep breath and continued slowly. Following our agreement, I want to make it the best. I hope to make Kaito-kun known to the world through this work and achieve the best results for myself. Wanting everything like this also becomes the source of pressure for me. Rina, it's hard for me to confide in those around me, not to mention those who think of me as a flawless genius actress. Even speaking to Karen-san and Kaito-kun is difficult for me. Expressing her thoughts in this way, Rina no longer wanted to conceal her inner turmoil. Watching Rina, her eyes restless due to anxiety, it didn't match the image of a genius actress at all. Rather than the present her, it felt more like the her from 8 years ago. Instinctively, I did what I did back then, lightly placing my hand on Rina's head. Ah! Rina let out a gentle sound. As I stroked Rina's head, it took me a moment to realize what I was doing. Startled, I quickly withdrew my hand. Sorry. I didn't mean to do anything strange. Thinking Rina might get angry, I hurriedly offered an explanation. However, it wasn't the case. Rina's cheeks were already flushed as if trying to hide the shyness. She slightly lowered her head. It's okay. More than that. Then, in a coquettish manner, she lifted her gaze and looked at me. Continue patting me for a while. Huh? Okay. Although I hesitated after hearing that, I followed her request and continued to stroke her head. Rina shifted her body toward me, leaning on me as if relying. Thus, we found ourselves in a close, snug situation. In this scenario, I continued to gently stroke Rina's head. This situation lasted for who knows how long. After a while, we naturally separated. Rina's face was as red as if on fire, and I probably looked the same. After a long silence, Rina slowly spoke. Thank you. I feel much better now. No problem, I awkwardly replied, and the conversation ended there. I didn't know what else to say, but I decided to express what I wanted to convey. If you want, you can come talk to me anytime. I'll listen seriously. If there's anything bothering you or if you're confused, you don't have to keep it to yourself. I'd be happy if you could honestly tell me. Thank you, Kaito-kun. I promise I won't bear it alone from now on. If there's anything, I'll talk to you. Yeah. Well, it's almost time for the broadcast. Do you want to watch? Although there were still some unnatural expressions on Rina's face, she nodded. It's okay. As someone who observed the performance up close, I can assure you, Rina's acting was flawless. Is that so? Then, it was time for the broadcast. We turned on the TV, switched to the corresponding channel, and pulled out our phones to scroll through the posts about the drama on social media. Watching a drama while scrolling through audience posts is also considered a sorrow of actors in the era of social media. The official search term for the show was the abbreviated title in hiragana, #Koizuki, meaning love season. Even though the broadcast hadn't started yet, new posts were eagerly popping up. Similar to before, most were anticipating Rina's debut as the lead actress in a romance film, and some expressed dissatisfaction with me playing the male lead. As the broadcast began, the number of posts started multiplying. The first episode centered around the encounter between Akahisa and Akari, two characters with completely opposite personalities, seemingly with no connection despite being in the same class. Through a fortunate coincidence, Akahisa discovered Akari's secret, intertwining their fates. Then, like barging into Akari's life, Akahisa experienced many things he had never encountered before. The meeting of the two characters, their pure and romantic interactions, the celebration of beautiful youth, and the mysterious plot elements all firmly held the audience's attention. The exquisite production added the finishing touches, turning this first episode into a vibrant and colorful piece of work. During our appreciation of the episode, Rena and I almost silently stared at the screen. In the last 5 minutes, the story suddenly unfolded. The relationship between the two characters wavered, and new events unfolded one after another. The story underwent a transformation, maintaining a steady pace as it entered the credits. As the ending scene played, we both let out a sigh of relief. It's really good. Yeah, the acting I aimed for as the protagonist appeared to be highly polished. Balancing the radiance expected of the main character while infusing my own interpretation into the performance enhanced the overall appeal of the work. Rena's acting was as perfect as ever, or rather, even more perfect than usual. The drama's content was extremely engaging, and both Rena and I candidly agreed that it was an exceptionally brilliant episode. Wow, the official search term is trending at #1. Really? That's amazing. The audience's overwhelmingly positive response created a tremendous impact, and topics related to the drama surfaced multiple times on hot searches. For a first episode, it was undeniably a resounding success. We couldn't help but give each other a high five to celebrate. Waking up in the morning, I picked up my phone for a quick glance and was met with an unexpected surprise. My SNS account, which I use for work, had gained around 10,000 followers. While it couldn't be compared to Rena's massive 7-digit following, I now received responses from quite a few fans when I posted updates and daily life photos. The engagement of the fans was quite impressive. The follower count on this account had increased tenfold in just one night. Countless notifications cluttered my lock screen. Until yesterday, my post announcing my participation in the TV drama had around 500 likes. Unbeknownst to me, the likes had skyrocketed to the tens of thousands. I received numerous direct messages and replies from new fans, and I went through each one. The first episode was amazing. I really love Amano's performance. I'm a fan now. The interaction with Rena-chan is fantastic. Truly childhood friends, so much chemistry. I want to see more behind-the-scenes footage of the shoot, and your relationship with Rena-chan will be a must-watch every week from now on. Your acting has captivated me. I'll support you all the way. Wow, it's truly unbelievable. Excitement overwhelmed me, and I couldn't calm down. This was a colossal response I had never experienced before. These heartwarming comments made me feel like the negative remarks that stirred up controversy during the official announcement of the cast were all fake. I scrolled through the comments for a while. Later, while getting ready for the day, for some reason, I couldn't calm my racing thoughts. I usually spent around 30 minutes practicing before heading out, but today, I couldn't seem to focus. So, I left early. On my way to school, I sensed a different kind of gaze. It feels like everyone is looking at me. It takes about 30 minutes by tram and walking from my home to Swigakyun. Unlike Rena, I don't have the habit of cross-dressing when I'm out alone. Today, without doing anything special, I boarded the tram. I took a seat, pulled out the script and a ballpoint pen, intending to practice during the free time, but my mind couldn't settle. I initially thought it was just my heightened self-awareness, but it seemed otherwise. As I got off at the station closest to the school, just as I passed through the ticket gate, I was suddenly called out. Sorry, it's Amano Kaito-san, right? Judging by their uniforms, they were probably students from another school. A duo of girls, seemingly junior high students. Hearing my name being called, I felt a stark difference and tilted my head. Yes. Is there something? I watched yesterday's TV drama. It was amazing. So if it's okay, could we shake hands with you? I also have the same request, please. Watching the nervous duo, I stood there in a daze. Because I had no experience doing such things, I didn't know how to react. Can I? Of course. If just shaking hands is fine. Thank you. In any case, I shook hands with them first. The two's faces were already flushed, and they cheered happily. Afterwards, they asked for a photo, showing even more excitement than before, saying, "Please continue to do your best. We'll support you all the way." They left, staring at their receding figures as if bewitched. I was left dumbfounded. Soon after, Someone gently tapped my shoulder. "Good morning, Kaito-kun." "Ah, it's Rina. Here, take this. It should help a bit." Probably on the same tram. We've never crossed paths on the way to school until today, perhaps because I left early. I took the disposable mask Rina handed me. She had also dressed up meticulously today. Black mask, hat, and sunglasses, a perfect disguise. I'm telling you, it's not safe to walk around without any precautions. Well, just now, someone surprised me. Walking along, suddenly someone greeted me. It felt like I became famous. I'm quite happy about it. Maybe. No, Kaito-kun, you already are famous. You need to be more aware of that. Is that so? No, I still don't feel it much. Because the first episode of Season of First Love had a tremendous impact. It quickly gained coverage in several online news outlets. My statements from Wandering with Sano were also dug up. The news about me and Rina reuniting after 8 years for this project also became a headline. But if this work becomes an opportunity for me to become popular, it's really thanks to your influence. Thanks to you, this show has been ahead in popularity since the beginning, surpassing other shows airing at the same time. When I think about it, I feel like I'm just riding on your popularity. No, everyone appreciates your acting, Kaito-kun. It's just that the world is finally seeing what you've been working hard on until now. Season of First Love is just a coincidence. It has nothing to do with me. After Rina said this, she lowered her head bashfully. Leaving that aside, thank you for yesterday, Kaito-kun. Yeah. Until now, I've never had someone to rely on. So, I said a lot of embarrassing things. Thinking about it after you went home, I couldn't calm down. I'm sorry, try to forget about it as much as possible. Although I can't see Rina's expression after her disguise, the only thing I can be sure of is that her ears are turning red. Right now, she must be blushing. However, back then, I also had factors clouding my judgment because of the atmosphere. Just recalling it makes my cheeks feel embarrassed, as if they were burning. No, I can't forget it. Yesterday's Rina was really adorable. Even though the time was short, until now, I've spent every day with you. I've also seen many glimpses of you on TV, but yesterday's Rina was the cutest. I really want to tell this to fans across the country. In daily life, Rina is adept at socializing, and at the same time, she is a pure, elegant, and charming girl. As an actress standing in front of the camera, she radiates a unique and integrated glow with her character. However, purely from a girl's perspective, yesterday's Rina is the one that captivates me the most. If that figure could be seen by the audience on TV, it would undoubtedly make them even more captivated. As a new sublimation of Rina, the work would shine even more brightly. Just as I was thinking this, suddenly, a soft touch from her hand brought me back to reality. Glancing at it, I realized that Rina had reached out and tightly held my hand at some point. What's wrong, Rina? I made a mistake. This is a misunderstanding. Saying that, Rina nervously released my hand again. As if to cover up her recent actions, she kept waving her hands. What exactly happened? Later, on our way to school, Rina, who was walking beside me, seemed even more affectionate than yesterday. As soon as we entered the classroom, classmates surrounded us with a collective wow. Mizuzawa, I watched the TV show yesterday. It was so amazing. Thank you, Matsui. I was wondering how it would feel with Rina playing the female lead, and it turned out to be super cute. Really? I'm very happy to hear you say that. Perhaps due to the nature of the performing arts program, most of the classmates who came to school had watched yesterday's premiere. I thought it would be a lively scene with Rina being surrounded, but today was different. Kaito-kun, I watched it. It was fantastic. How about that acting? It surprised me. Totally didn't lose to Mizuzawa. Several classmates gathered around me. After the small group of girls who shook hands with me earlier left, I once again experienced the dramatic impact of yesterday's premiere. After these comments, they left. Then, a few girls who had just talked to Rina approached me. On the day I announced being cast as a lead, they expressed dissatisfaction with the casting decision, causing Rina to get upset. However, this incident became an opportunity for them to reconcile, and since then, they had developed a good relationship, often seen together. They walked up to me, bowed their heads, and apologized. "I'm sorry, Amano-kun. We said a lot of harsh things back then. Now we feel that Mai Yuzawa's partner as the male lead in her first romance film is really great." This sudden turn of events left me a bit bewildered. I didn't take it to heart at all. "So it's okay. Even if you say that, we still feel guilty, you know, to express our apology. How about going on a date with you? Or let's plan where to go next time." "Karaoke and bowling are both fine. Ahaha. I'm sorry. I'm quite busy with filming every day now. But thank you for the invitation. By the way, when I have time, let's invite Mai Yuzawa-san to hang out together." Can you get Mai Yuzawa-san to come out? Amano-kun, you're really popular." One of them jokingly leaned on my back, and I felt the touch of her chest through the uniform. I was startled. At that moment, coincidentally, Rina, who was talking not far away, locked eyes with me. Rina stared at me intently, wearing an unprecedentedly stiff expression. The effects of the premiere were still ongoing. After finishing the physical education class scheduled for the 4th period, as I opened my shoe locker to change my shoes, a letter fell out. I picked it up and saw that it was actually a love letter. I've never received anything like this in my life, so my heart couldn't help but race. The letter didn't indicate the sender, but according to the rules, students from the regular department couldn't enter the Performing Arts Department's building. So it should be someone from the Performing Arts Department. The letter only had handwritten circular characters that said, "I hope you can come behind the teaching building during your lunch break." As I read the letter, Rina and her classmates passed by, chatting and laughing. As if interrupting, I spoke to Rina from the side. Mai Yuzawa-san. "What's up, Amano-kun?" Rina stopped and showed an elegant smile. "About today's lunch break practice, sorry, but can we skip it for today?" "Of course. But is there something going on?" "It's kind of. I've been called out by someone." Then, one of the girls from the small group noticed the heart-shaped sticker on the letter I was holding and let out a little scream. Could that be a love letter? "Wow, Amano-kun is really popular." Well, it might be a prank. Feeling too embarrassed, I awkwardly forced a fake smile. "That's how it is." "Sorry, Mai Yuzawa-san. Let's meet again for filming after school." It seemed like Rina had something else to say, but she closed her mouth, thinking it wouldn't be good to keep her waiting. I walked towards the back of the teaching building. There, standing was a junior high school girl. We were in the same committee last year, so we often discussed things together. I heard she joined an agency and is working hard to become a singer. It's Amano-senpai, right? Long time no see. Sorry for suddenly calling you out today. It's okay. It's okay. This letter is from Yamakita-san, right? Well, because that's what I want to talk to you about. Yamakita-san swallowed nervously, leaning forward to speak. "Senpai, please go out with me." This was the first time I heard such words from someone other than Rina. Although, to some extent, I had anticipated this, I still didn't know how to react. Yamakita-san continued with embarrassment. "I always felt that Senpai was a very nice person when we worked together in the committee. Yesterday, when my friends in the class said Senpai looked handsome and cared a lot about you after watching the premiere, I thought if I didn't say it today, I might not have another chance." "I see. Well, thank you very much for liking someone like me." At this point, I lowered my voice a bit and continued. "But, I'm sorry. There's a girl I like. I should say someone I care about." So, I can't respond to Yamakita-san's feelings. As I spoke, what crossed my mind was the innocent and romantic smile of my childhood friend. To be honest, whether I can name this feeling I have for her as love is still unclear. Since we parted ways 8 years ago, I could only watch her back as a genius actress, realizing that she was my admiration and goal. However, after reuniting, I learned more about Rina. She's still as timid, childlike, and cute as before. Even so, when she's acting, she remains the brightest, earning everyone's trust. I must have been attracted to Rina in that way. 8 years have passed, and Rina, now a graceful and beautiful young lady, still manages to make my heart race. Even though I'm uncertain whether Rena and I can develop into the romantic relationship and lack the confidence to say we're well suited, it's clear that someone other than Rena as a romantic partner is not an option. I see. Well, thank you. Hearing my response, Yamakita-san became dejected. I thought so. I wanted to say something comforting, but the words stopped at my lips. In this way, she turned her face away from me, and instead, she spoke rapidly, pouring out her words. Well, if we can continue talking like this in the future, I'll be happy. I'll always support you, senpai. Thank you. That's enough. With these words, Yamakita-san left. Watching her retreating figure, I felt a dull pain in my chest. Because there was filming after school that day, Rena and I were picked up by Karen-san's car. Since Yuki-san missed an outdoor shoot due to health reasons, she helped Karen-san with some work as compensation. As a result, the two sisters took turns picking us up from school. Sitting together in the back seat with Rena, like now, has become quite natural for me. Having time for practice and confirmation before entering the set, as well as spending extra time with Rena, was something I cherished. However, Rena's demeanor that day was noticeably strange. By the time I arrived, she was already seated in the car. After taking my seat next to her, I noticed she seemed quite uneasy. Rena, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Despite what she said, she didn't even glance at me. It was a rare moment for Rena, displaying a somewhat upset expression. Well, I'll just put this aside for now. I took out my phone and began to reply to the message from Yuki-san. I'm sorry, Amano-kun. I won't be able to make it to the location until around 5. That's okay. Are you busy right now? Yeah. The heat generated by the premiere is overwhelming, and collaboration offers keep pouring in. I'm swamped with work. During the breaks in today's shoot, I'll have to go backstage to confirm more potential collaborations. All right, I understand. Please take care. I sent the message, and Yuki-san quickly replied. After the second reply, our business contact came to an end. At that moment, Yuki-san tossed me a peculiar snowman smiling emoji, and I picked a similar one to send back. When I looked away from the screen, I noticed Rena had been staring at me the whole time. Hey, what's up, Rena? With our eyes meeting, I asked her. Rena quickly turned her face away. Nothing at all. No, that won't cut it. You've been staring at me with sharp eyes this whole time. I just wanted to see who you were chatting with. With who? Oh, it's just about work with Yuki-san. I didn't quite understand what Rena meant, so I answered with a tilted head. Hearing my response, Rena looked relieved and sighed as if she could finally relax. What? I thought you were sneering at the screen while looking at your phone. I was sure it must be. Huh? Did I look like that? Oh, maybe it's because of the positive response to yesterday's premiere. Yuki-san received many collaboration offers, and I'm happy about it. Right. Indeed, many collaborations are coming our way. Isn't that right, Karen-san? Yes, I was just thinking we need to confirm these things together later. During our conversation, Karen-san in the driver's seat barely uttered a word. But since Rena threw the topic to her, she had to respond straightforwardly. Rena's confusion seemed to dissipate, replaced by a satisfied expression. However, I still had unresolved doubts, so I candidly shared my concerns. So, Rena, what exactly did you misunderstand just now? What? Well, Rena, didn't we agree yesterday that you don't need to worry about anything and can always come to me for advice? If you forget so quickly, I'll be really hurt. Rena, who intended to mow her way through the situation, heard my words and drooped her shoulders as if giving up. Then, she shyly lowered her head and muttered softly. I was wondering if you were contacting your girlfriend, huh? The unexpected response froze my thoughts. Rena leaned towards me as if trying to justify something, speaking rapidly. Because didn't you get confessed to at lunch today? Well, yeah, that did happen. Not only that, today's you are super popular. 2 girls approached you early in the morning, and it was lively around the classroom too. Rena lowered her head again after saying this. Feeling somewhat bewildered, I didn't know how to react. Nevertheless, I decided to state the facts. Anyway, I don't have a girlfriend. The girl who confessed to me today got rejected. Really? Of course. There's no need to lie to you. Rina let out a sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally settling. Then, she immediately leaned in and asked, "Hey, Kaito-kun. Do you still remember our promise?" "What?" "Oh, of course. To create the best work that belongs to both of us." So, for the sake of creating the best work, we should focus all our attention on our job. Getting infatuated with other girls is absolutely not allowed. Saying this, Rina looked dead serious, emphasizing her point with a raised index finger. Under her imposing declaration, I found myself somewhat defenseless. I don't remember being captivated by any girl. Anyway, I don't understand it myself. It's been this way since yesterday, and it's the same today. I understand. From now until the end of the shoot, I won't date anyone else. Is that okay? I hadn't planned on finding a girlfriend other than Rina anyway. Hearing my assurance, Rina finally relaxed, and a smile lit up her face. I won't find another boyfriend either. So, let's work hard together until the end of the shoot. Find another? I misspoke. It's not like that. Anyway, it's a promise, Kaito-kun. Yeah. For the next 2 months, let's give it our all together. Rina and I bumped fists, once again pledging to put our full effort into the upcoming shoot. By the way, on that day, during my break, Karen-san called me over. The place we met was a rest area with vending machines. Conveniently, there were only the two of us around. Seeing me arrive, Karen-san immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much for what you did for Mizuzawa-san." "No, I just did a little something." "No, you really helped me a lot." Just yesterday, I had informed Karen-san about the situation over the phone, since she had previously asked me to let her know if anything happened. I gave her a brief explanation of what had transpired. In the current situation, she expressed her gratitude directly to me. Dealing with the psychological aspects of actors was originally the job of our manager. But I didn't notice anything. It's truly embarrassing. No, I just happened to notice Rina's unusual behavior at school. No, even if I saw the same situation, I wouldn't have come to the conclusion that she was afraid of the broadcast. I don't have Mano-san's keen observational skills, nor do I know about Mizuzawa-san's past. Is that so? Karen-san is Rina's third manager and has been in the position for 3 years. She has spent more time with Rina than I have and knows a lot about her that I don't. I still feel like I just happened to notice this time. However, Karen-san pursed her lips slightly. I'm actually a bit jealous of you. Amano-san, you seem to understand that child even better than me. Her manager. I am sorry. Feeling like I was being scolded by Karen-san, I reflexively apologized to her, but Karen-san couldn't help but burst into laughter. I'm just teasing you. I'm actually relieved to leave that child to you. After all, Amano-san noticed changes in Mizuzawa-san that I didn't. Well, I'll do my best to help her. Good. Please take good care of Mizuzawa-san from now on. Of course. As a co-star, I'll do my best to support her and be her strength. After hearing me say this, Karen-san blinked in surprise and then smiled happily. Chapter 4, The Kiss Scene with My Childhood Friend. The subsequent filming progressed smoothly. The shooting for episode 6 will take place in 2 weeks. Season of First Love is a television series with 12 episodes in a season, meaning that by the end of episode 6, the story is already halfway through. Serving as a pivotal moment in the series, an uplifting development unfolds. In the final moments of episode 6, Akahisa and Akari finally become a couple. All right then, I'll head back. Goodbye, today was a lot of fun. Wait. Can we walk together a bit more? I don't mind. But do you have somewhere else you want to go? It's not that. I just want to spend more time with Akai-kun. Is that okay? As usual, we practiced our lines on the rooftop. The two who hadn't been able to express their feelings took a chance and went to an amusement park together. As closing time approached, just as the two were about to part ways, Akari mustered the courage to stop Akihisa. They decided to take a longer route home. When they arrived at a deserted, silent park, Akari, struggling to confess, Couldn't find the words. Awkwardness filled the air. In the end, instead of words that couldn't be spoken, it was Akari's clumsy kiss that conveyed her feelings. Sorry. Can we pause here for a moment? However, before the kissing scene, Rina didn't recite her lines. She told me this. Sure. Is there a problem? Well, in the next scene, Akai and Akahiza, no. I mean, I and Kaito are supposed to kiss, right? Yes, that's correct. Mentioning this again, I was startled, although I had been informed by Yuki-san when accepting the lead role that there would be a kissing scene. Back then, my impression of Rina was largely shaped by the media. Even with memories from 8 years ago in my mind, Rina and I didn't have a particularly deep connection. So, while I was nervous upon hearing the news, my feelings then were completely different from what I'm experiencing now. Over these past few months, Rina and I have spent a considerable amount of time together as childhood friends, classmates, and co-stars. We meet every day at school and on the set, deepening our relationship. Therefore, at this moment, I can't entirely view the kissing scene with Rina as just part of the job. Rina, without considering my feelings, spoke quietly. I've thought about it seriously. The outdoor scene is in this park, but looking at the schedule, it seems we don't have much time. Yeah, there are many scenes to shoot in the days before and after, but both of us, we don't have any experience with kissing, do we? Yeah, that's right. But in this situation, suddenly making us perform it for real, will the shooting go smoothly? I've been worried about that too. But do you have any good ideas? I responded with a question. With Rina pointing it out, I realized that performing a kissing scene convincingly in a formal setting was impossible. My understanding of kissing was limited to overlapping lips. As for how the bodies should move and from what angle the kissing scene should be shot to portray it best, I was clueless. Learning from visuals also had its limitations, especially with my acting techniques causing frustration during practice. So, if there were any good ideas, I was definitely all ears. Afterward, blushing, Rina averted her gaze and muttered something. Actually, I think we should practice. Practice? Rina and I practice kissing? It's not like we're actually doing it. I mean, you could use a camera to record the process leading up to the kiss, observe, get a feel for it. Isn't that a good idea? So that's how it is. Both of us raised our voices, and the atmosphere between us became awkward. I could feel my heart pounding. To calm myself, I took a deep breath and turned to Rina. I think it's a good idea. Should we give it a try? Yeah, let's give it a shot. But, Rina, how far are you going to take it? The same as during the actual shoot. I'll immerse myself in the role. I've practiced to some extent at home. I see. Since I haven't fully grasped this scene yet, I can only ensure that the actions won't go wrong. Sorry. No, it's okay. Well then, I have a mini tripod that can hold the phone. Let me set it up. Saying this, Rina took out a mini tripod from her bag, placed her phone on it, and adjusted the angle. Then, Rina closed her eyes, concentrating deeply, something she often did before formal shoots to immerse herself in the character. Meanwhile, I took advantage of this moment to review the script, making sure the lines were correct and trying to solidify the direction of the performance as much as possible. Let's get started. Move a bit forward, and let's begin from page 15, okay? Yeah, I'll go first. Taking a deep breath, I slowly uttered the first line. What's wrong, Akari? You've been silent since the beginning. Why? Why can't I say what I want to express? Just as Rina had mentioned, her performance was quite impressive. Was it guilt toward the anxious Akari, who was eagerly waiting? Unable to even utter a simple like, Akari wore a faint bitter smile on her face. Akari, I'm sorry. If you don't like it, just reject me, ? After a moment of silence, Akari moved. She closed her eyes, pursed her lips, gathered her determination to approach Akahiza, then cradled Akahiza's cheeks in her hands, gazing into his eyes with a mixture of tears and emotions. I did almost nothing, just stood there in a daze. Rina's composed face gradually approached. She slightly tilted her head, and her soft lips slowly drew near. Will a kiss bring two people's faces this close? For someone like me who hasn't even lost their first kiss, having a girl's face so close is a first. Moreover, the girl is Rena. My brain malfunctioned, and all I could feel was my heart pounding relentlessly. With our noses nearly touching, I instinctively closed my eyes. Due to the filming requirements, our lips had to almost overlap, but even though I knew we had to get closer, I had reached my limit. However, Rena didn't pull any closer. Instead, she froze with a flushed face. What's going on? The unexpected situation caught me off guard. After a while, Rena slowly removed her hands from my cheeks, took a step back, covered her already reddened face, and lowered her head. What's wrong, Rena? I'm sorry, Kaito-kun. I messed up. Does that mean it didn't go well? Yes. Since we can't review the actions based on the recording now, can we try it again? Of course. It's quite rare to see Rena in this kind of situation. Rena, who fully immerses herself in the role, gives the impression of blending seamlessly with the character when the camera is on her. She doesn't act as Rena Mizuzawa but as Akari Hoshimiya, so interruptions in her performance are unheard of. In fact, I've never seen this happen during formal shoots. That's why I felt surprised. However, since Rena could reflect on it herself and didn't seem to mind, I didn't say much. The second take began. However, the result was the same as the first time. Just like before, Rena froze when her face was about to reach the almost touching distance. Despite repeated attempts, 3-4 times, the distance seemed to grow even farther. So, after the fifth attempt, we gave up, and the practice was suspended. Rena, are you sure you're okay? I asked Rena, who sat there blankly. She weakly lifted her head. I wanted to get our lips closer, but every time I brought my face close to the distance just now, I suddenly felt like the character I was portraying disappeared. The character disappeared. Yeah, it's like reverting to my true self. I've never experienced this in my performances so far. I guess I find it challenging to control my emotions. Rena wore a very perplexed expression on her face. After a moment of silence, she whispered to me with a faint voice, "What should I do?" I might not be able to film a kissing scene with Kaito-kun. That day, we decided to halt our practice of the kissing scene, opting to spend the entire night allowing Rena to rebuild her acting. Then, during the lunch break the next day, we set up the mini tripod again, just like the day before, and began practicing. However, the result was still the same as the previous day. Rena sat back on the bench, dejectedly slumping her shoulders, looking completely disheartened. Sorry, Kaito-kun. It's okay. It's nothing. I went through many failures at the beginning, just like Rena, causing a lot of trouble. Is that so? Moreover, it's a problem we discovered during practice, so it's not a big deal. There are still 5 days before the formal shoot. We can figure out a solution together by then. Hearing this, Rena finally lifted her head, and I sighed in relief. To find a solution, I posed a question. Rena, yesterday you mentioned the character disappearing, right? Yeah. Could you elaborate more on that? Since I don't do immersive acting like you do, I can't quite grasp it. It's like, usually, I separate from the character after finishing a scene. But in this scene, every time it reaches halfway, the character disappears on its own, and I can't continue the performance afterward. Rena explained her unique experience. I organized it in my mind and continued questioning her. I see. So, do you have any idea why this is happening? Well, I can kind of figure it out. Rena hesitated and nodded. Her extremely awkward expression startled me. What should I do? Even though this is acting, if Rena says she doesn't like it or can't kiss me over these months, practicing together every day, spending leisure time on set, and even visiting her home not long ago, all of these experiences made me feel the distance between us had shortened. Rena had also mentioned that I was the only person in our age group she found easy to communicate with, and being together made her genuinely happy. We regained our childhood friendship, just like before. Even though we weren't dating, I didn't have the confidence that Rena harbored any romantic feelings toward me. But if Rina were to say directly to my face that she couldn't perform a kissing scene with me under any circumstances and hated it, I felt I would undoubtedly be disheartened. So. Don't get angry, Rina said nervously, as I envisioned unpleasant possibilities. I took a deep breath, trying to soften my expression. It's okay. I'm not angry. We agreed on this, right? If there's anything confusing or troubling, feel free to come and talk to me. Thank you, Kaito-kun. So, what's the reason? Well, Rina hesitated, eventually clenching her fists and blushing intensely as she spoke. It feels so embarrassing. What? Her unexpected answer left me stunned. A few days ago, she had mentioned not feeling much about it due to work, but now she confessed, I haven't had my first kiss yet. And, kissing a boy you're close with in private. Wouldn't that make you nervous? My mind just goes blank. So, Rina. Sorry. It seems I'm not qualified as an actress. Rina said this and then weakly shrugged her shoulders. So that's the situation. Rina feels embarrassed about performing a kissing scene with me, causing her to freeze every time it approaches. Given Rina's high professional standards as an actress, struggling due to personal emotions and not performing well makes her understandably guilty. However, for me, knowing the truth only left me somewhat speechless. Well, how should I put it? I'm actually happy. Happy? Why? Because I thought you might say you hate doing kissing scenes with me, no matter what. And that's why you couldn't perform well. That's absolutely impossible. Rather, I really want to. Huh? Nothing. Anyway, are you really not angry, Kaito? This question made me shrug. I can't find a reason to be angry at all because I feel the same way as you. Even among experienced veteran actors, some treat kissing scenes as just part of the job without any special feelings. While I consider that a noteworthy level of professionalism, both of us, who are experiencing a kiss for the first time, cannot possess such skills. I care a lot about kissing scenes with you too. Even though it's just acting. Performing a kissing scene with such a fantastic beauty like you without feeling nervous? That's impossible, right? Kaito-kun. Is that how you really feel? Watching Rina's blinking eyes, I realized I misspoke. Oh, sorry, did I say something strange? No, not at all. I'm actually happy. If I were the only one concerned about kissing scenes with Kaito-kun, and Kaito-kun felt nothing, that would be too frustrating. So. You're still very concerned, huh? Yeah. Because it's not just anyone, it's Kaito-kun. Engaging in such a conversation, perhaps due to embarrassment, we subconsciously averted our gazes, and an awkward silence dominated the surroundings. Finally, Rina's cough broke the awkwardness, and she spoke. So, let's get back on track. It's not that I don't like doing kissing scenes with Kaito-kun, and I don't think Kaito-kun is incapable. It's simply that I find this matter too embarrassing, which causes my character to disappear every time I act it out. I understand. So, if Kaito-kun initiates the kiss, I think we can proceed with the shoot. I practiced it at home yesterday. So if I wait for it, we can go ahead with the scene. Should I be the one to initiate? Doesn't that mean we'll have to change the script? To confirm, I asked tentatively. Rina nodded. Of course. We still need to discuss it with director Morita. However, being able to shoot the kissing scene is much better than not being able to shoot it at all. Agreed. Let's try it your way this time. Since it's a scene not in the script, we'll have to rely on improvisation. Rina agreed with my suggestion, and we decided to give it a try. After adjusting the camera, we started the performance. Although I hadn't decided how to act yet, Rina flawlessly guided me. Akari candidly confessed her feelings to Akai but wanted to escape because she feared hearing his response. Seeing this, Akai grabbed Akari's hand, sealed her mouth when she tried to say evasive words, and their lips overlapped, answering her own question. The story unfolded like this. I gripped Rina's shoulders with both hands and brought my face closer. Rina closed her eyes, exposing her lips to me without any defenses. Wow. This really makes my heart race. Initiating a kiss with Rina was several times more nerve-wracking than waiting to be kissed, and I felt my cheeks burning with embarrassment. Nevertheless, I managed to maintain the performance. As Akai and Akari closed the distance, The tips of our noses gently touched, and our breaths were so close that they could almost brush against each other's lips. If I moved forward just a bit more, I could easily capture Rena's lips. At this moment, my heart's beating reached its peak. After pausing for a few seconds, I slowly separated our bodies. After confirming a certain distance, I clapped my hands. Cut. Well, we managed to keep it light. Rena blinked and then sighed. What's wrong, Rena? Nothing. I was acting as Akari Hoshimiya until I heard Kaito shout cut. That's great. In that case, let's adjust the script, and the performance should be no problem. Yeah, that sounds good. While discussing the performance, the lingering feeling from earlier remained in my mind. Thinking about how Rena exposed her lips in front of me without any defenses felt strange. I tried hard to calm myself down. So, let's watch the footage together now and try to adjust the movements. Agreed. Rena took her phone off the mini tripod, and we sat side by side on the bench to watch the footage. To observe the actions more closely, I used a dedicated app to slow down the playback speed to 0.5x. However, as an objective observer trying to analyze the kissing scene we shot from a god's eye view, it required quite a bit of mental effort. It's too embarrassing, isn't it? Yeah. How is it? Analyzing scenes like this is Kaito-kun's specialty, after all. Indeed, it feels like both of us aren't acting very naturally. Instead of overlapping lips head-on, I think the shot would look better if we tilted our heads slightly when kissing. So, I'll handle the movements for that. For you, Rena, I think raising your head a bit and directing your gaze this way would be better. I see. I'll try to make those adjustments. How about other aspects? Let me see. Our shoulders pressed together. We replayed the video over and over again. We made suggestions based on each other's actions and expressions. Afterwards, we shot the scene again, incorporating various suggestions. What was supposed to be a serious practice turned into a performance exercise that was hard on the heart, something I experienced for the first time in my life. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the practice, I was completely exhausted. That night, after the shoot, Rena and I approached director Morita to discuss the possibility of changing the script from the kissing scene scheduled in 4 days. I was well aware that requesting a sudden script change for a scene planned just 4 days ahead was challenging, but since it was a short segment involving only us, I believed there was room for negotiation. After explaining the situation, director Morita nodded, indicating his understanding. So, that's how it is. Even Mizuzawa encounters such things. I'm sorry. It's my lack of skill. I'm not blaming you. On the contrary, it's fortunate to notice this during practice. Saying so, director Morita picked up the script for episode 6 placed nearby. While flipping through it, he continued speaking. As for the script change, if we talk about the possibility, it's possible. Really? Yes. Originally, in the initial draft, this scene unfolded with Akari initiating the kiss. Although the script you're looking at now is different, we can immediately revert to the previous version. Moreover, it won't affect the schedules of the actors and the crew, so there's no issue. That's great. In that case, upon hearing this, I instinctively leaned forward to express my gratitude, but director Morita beat me to it, waving his hands. Don't be too hasty with your thanks. While I did mention the possibility of modifying the script, whether this modification is good or bad is a separate discussion, right? Yes. So, from the initial draft to the completed script now, there must be a reason for the changes, right? Amino, do you understand? Share your thoughts. Considering the personalities of Akari and Akari, along with the current direction of the story, the most natural progression for Akari, who can't express her feelings verbally, is to decisively convey her emotions through a kiss. This action not only implies Akari's growth but also plays a crucial role in the overall story. A perfect answer. You're truly impressive. Director Morita nodded in satisfaction and continued explaining. As mentioned earlier, modifying the script might have some negative effects on the story's plot. Nevertheless, it's within an acceptable range. So, it's up to you to decide how to proceed. To leave it to us, Is that okay? It's fine. With 4 days left until the official shoot, if Mizuzawa can rebuild her acting skills with confidence during this time, we won't touch the script. On the other hand, if you find it too challenging, then go ahead and modify the script. Time is of the essence. Let's make a decision now. Rina and I exchanged glances. I couldn't immediately provide an answer to Director Morita's question. If I had to say, I wanted to stick to the current script. The season of First Love holds special significance for me in various ways. From the depths of my heart, I want it to be the best work, and for that reason, I don't want to compromise on modifying the script. However, this isn't my decision. It's something Rina should think about. Just by witnessing her during our practice sessions, I could understand how challenging 4 days could be for her. So, if Rina said she wanted to modify the script, I wouldn't object. I understand. Let's continue with the script as it is. Huh? Is that okay? Rina's words were completely opposite to what I had in mind. The script remains unchanged. Director Morita accepted Rina's decision and turned his attention toward her. Oh? So, you mean you can find a solution and complete the performance within 4 days? No, to be honest, I don't have a direction yet, but I'll do my best to figure something out. Hey, are you really okay? If you're worried, just to be safe, I'll practice the modified script as well. That should be fine, right? What? Looks like you're quite enthusiastic. Unlike the slightly surprised expression of Director Morita, Rina's face was filled with a cheerful smile. Of course, for me, this work is special. Rina paused for a moment and continued to explain slowly. With the promise Amano-kun and I made 8 years ago finally coming to fruition, we can now stand together as leads on stage. Amano-kun and I vowed, we will spare no effort to make this work the best it can be. So, when I learned that modifying the script would have a negative impact on the work, I naturally didn't want to change it. I felt a warmth in my heart. Rina had turned all my thoughts and considerations into words. I could genuinely feel that she wasn't just saying it, she truly wanted to excel in this work, pouring all her heart and soul into it. Director Morita seemed to be influenced by Rina's words too, nodding in agreement. Since Mizuzawa has said so, there's no need for a backup script. Work hard to prepare before the official shoot. Thank you. Also, can you tell me a bit more about why the performance isn't going well? Maybe I can offer some advice. Sure. Similar to when she explained to me, Rina detailed the situation to Director Morita. After listening, the director pondered for a moment, clapped his hands, and began searching through his bag. I see. In that case, I have a good idea. While speaking, Director Morita took out an envelope from his bag. Inside it were 2 tickets to a popular theme park. Director Morita handed the envelope to me, and I was momentarily unable to understand his intentions, unsure of how to respond. What does this mean? These are prizes I won in a bingo game at a previous banquet, and now I'm giving them to you. Meaning of bingo. Note: bingo is a game where participants have a 5x5 paper with the center square marked off. There are 24 numbers on the grid. The host randomly calls out numbers, and participants mark off the called numbers. If the marked numbers form a line horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, it's a bingo, and participants can choose a prize. Director Morita paused and continued his explanation. As far as I know, to solve the issue of the character suddenly disappearing, there's no other way than to strengthen the character's development and invest even stronger emotions into the character. However, Rina, you've already solidly built your character, haven't you? Yes, I've made maximum preparations. Then try doing something unconventional. In the 6th episode, didn't Akai and Akari go on a date to an amusement park and kiss on the way back? In reality, if you engage in similar activities and spend time together, you might suddenly realize something. I see. Rina and I nodded at the same time. Indeed, as the director said, this might become some kind of inspiration. In the entertainment industry, actors often engage in activities like camping in a park or living together to better understand their roles. Even if it doesn't have the desired effect, it's also good for a change of mood. Tomorrow is a day off, and since you two are usually very busy, you rarely have the chance to do things high school students can do, right? There's still a long time until the wrap-up, So occasionally having fun is a good thing. Saying this, Director Morita shrugged. Well, whether to go or not is up to you. Also, if you decide to go, don't forget to get permission from your manager, Morita director added. After that, we left the director's office and returned to the backstage area. I mean, what do you think, Kaito-kun? Rina's topic was still about Morita's suggestion. Even though we received 2 theme park tickets, there were still 4 days until the actual shooting, and only tomorrow was a day off. In other words, we had to decide today whether to go or not. Let's leave the decision to you. If you want to practice as usual for a day, that's fine too, I replied. If you're willing to accompany me, Kaito-kun, I think I'll go, Rina said shyly, as if trying to cover something up. She quickly added, I mean, I've never encountered a situation where the character disappears during a performance, and I don't know what to do. So, I want to try the director's suggestion. I see, I responded. And, up until now, I haven't been out alone with you. Have I? Rina's words made me swallow involuntarily. Indeed, as Rina said, we had met in April, and several months had passed since then. Still, we hadn't gone anywhere together. Although we met at school and on the set every day, and even went for long-distance shoots, there hadn't been any private outings except for the time we visited Rina's house to watch the premiere. Thinking about it, we hadn't gone anywhere just to have fun. To go to a theme park alone with Rina. Although the purpose of this trip was to shape our characters, the proposal to spend an entire day on our day off was too charming. Just thinking about it got me excited. Okay, let's go tomorrow. Yeah. However, we can't go without getting permission from our managers, Rina said. That's right. Rina's mood noticeably dampened. We are actors, and especially for Rina, her private life is under strict management. The previous incident where we watched the premiere together had been reported in advance. At that time, because we were indoors and there were no people around, it was approved. However, this time, I didn't think they would easily agree to let the 2 of us go alone to a crowded theme park. Well, let's try negotiating without too much hope, I suggested. Yeah, if we tell them it's for shaping our characters, maybe they'll agree. After all, it's also a suggestion from director Morita, and we even got tickets. That makes sense. Let's go with that. After finishing work, Rina and I were driven back home. Because we had matters related to the performance to discuss with the director today, we stayed a bit after the shooting. After director Morita left, Rina and I quickly took out our phones to contact our respective managers, hoping they could come to the backstage area soon. We entrusted them with a request. Shortly after, Yuki-san and Karen-san arrived simultaneously. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go back, Amano-kun, Karen-san said. Sorry, I delayed you with my sister while having tea. Usually, I would quickly pack up and leave the backstage area. However, this time was different. I stood up and spoke with a mysterious look on my face. Sorry, but there's something I want to discuss with both of you. Something? What's wrong? Yuki-san asked. Do you want to talk to us both? Karen-san questioned. Yes, actually, what I want to talk about is related to what I discussed with director Morita just now. I directly got into the topic and roughly explained the situation. In the kiss scene near the end of episode 6, Rina experienced the issue of her character disappearing. After discussing it with director Morita, we decided to go to a theme park to shape our characters. I emphasized the character shaping aspect as much as possible. I see. In short, both of you want to go on a date, right? Yuki-san asked. Why are you simplifying it like that? Didn't you understand what I said? I replied. Even if you say that, going to a theme park together during the break, no matter how you look at it, is a date, right? Karen-san added. Indeed, that was the case, but anyway, our purpose is to shape our characters. I was still trying to find ways to justify our request, but the situation didn't look promising. I had mentally prepared myself for rejection, but their nonchalant reactions were unexpected. Fine, just go, Yuki-san said. Rather, you're bringing this up so late. I thought you'd tell me earlier, Karen-san commented. Huh? We blinked our eyes. Is it okay? For me, there's no reason to oppose you. Same here. Although Mizuzawa-san is our leading actress, I have some concerns about her social interactions. But as for Amano-kun, I find him trustworthy. But a theme park, I still worry a bit with so many people around. Yuki-san and Karen-san exchanged glances, and a hint of trouble appeared on their faces as they rested their chins on their hands. Thanks to both of you publicly revealing your childhood friendship on TV, the behind-the-scenes footage posted on the SNS program's official account gained a warm response. So, strolling on the streets should be fine, but going to a theme park, especially as a pair, as my sister said, it would be troublesome if it ends up being photographed and posted on SNS. Even if you say you're going together for character shaping, I don't think anyone will believe that. So, it's not possible? No, I didn't say it's not possible. However, you need to disguise yourselves well and hide your true identities, Karen-san replied to Rina's question. Yuki-san nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Rina tilted her head and said, for disguises, can't we just wear hats, sunglasses, and masks like usual? No, won't that just attract more attention? I replied. Indeed. If there's someone like that in the theme park, it would draw even more attention. In response to my sarcasm, Rina held her head. Yuki-san took a tablet from her bag and started operating something on it. After a while, she stopped and turned the screen toward us. In that case, using these props might be better. What's this? It's official merchandise. Cartoon character hats, ear-shaped headbands, matching sunglasses, and masks with cartoon character mouths. I think if you wear these, not only will it cover your face, but you'll also blend in well with the other visitors. I see. I clapped my hands gently. Indeed, if they were official hats, sunglasses, and masks, many visitors would be wearing them. This way, we could naturally blend in. Moreover, doing so would make it more enjoyable, and there was no doubt about that. A rare one-day trip to the theme park might feel uncomfortable with stiff disguises, but with this outfit, it would be different. We could enjoy the theme park and feel happy at the same time. The nearest station to the park seems to have a specialty store. Since it opens at 8 a.m., it would be good to go there first in the morning, buy the items, and then head to the park. Oh, that's great. Karen-san seemed to have researched the area and provided us with very useful information. Thanks to her, I felt like we could plan tomorrow's adventure quite well. Thank you, Yuki-san and Karen-san. Thank you. Enjoy yourselves, and don't forget to bring me a souvenir. After that, we dispersed, and Yuki-san drove me back home. Before going to sleep tonight, we had a video call to discuss our plans for tomorrow's theme park visit. As much as possible, choosing a route similar to the script would be better, right? However, the script barely describes what they play at the amusement park. I only know they started with the roller coaster. Oh, and on the way back, they were holding gift bags, so they probably went shopping somewhere. Exactly, both of them had gift bags, and the bags were quite large. If they were that size, it would be a burden to buy things while playing. So, it's more natural to buy gifts on the way back. If that's the case, it turns into riding the roller coaster in the morning, buying gifts on the way home, and returning when night falls. After that, there's no further explanation. Since reuniting with Rina, this was the first time we were going out together, and I couldn't help feeling overjoyed. However, the most important goal of this trip was to provide reference for Rina's character development. Therefore, we tried our best to recreate the actions of Akahisa and Akari. Nevertheless, the scenes in the amusement park we filmed a few days ago only took up a short time on TV, lasting just a few seconds. Almost 8 hours of their time together was nearly omitted. Hence, these parts had to be filled in through speculation. It was quite a free-form outing in that regard. Then, about the disguise Yuki-san mentioned, although it's better to buy it at the specialty store near the park, we should gather somewhere else. Let's go separately to the specialty store, creating a time difference. Since we're going once in a while, how about we each choose merchandise for the other? Sure. But don't pick anything strange. Don't worry, I'll choose something suitable for you, Kaito-kun. But if that's the case, I not only want to buy accessories that cover my face but also a t-shirt. In that case, We'll need to find a place to change clothes, but there will be quite a lot of people on the road from the station to the park. How about finding a changing room a bit further away? Then let's meet up at 8:30 after buying our items. How about around here? I'll send you the location now. Great. Let's go with that. While there's still time, I'll check if there's any suitable decoration for Rena. With this kind of feeling, we happily spent time planning together. They say the happiest time is when you plan a trip before going on it, and undoubtedly, I feel that way now. Moreover, acting together and hiding our true identities from those around us makes the experience feel special. Realizing this, my mood becomes even more excited. Of course, for those accustomed to such things, it might feel uncomfortable or even challenging. But for me, going out with a girl is a first, not to mention sharing a secret, which adds a thrilling and nervous feeling. Hee. For some reason, I'm really happy and excited right now. It feels like we're secretly dating. Rena dropped this line. When the word date flew out of Rena's mouth, my phone almost slipped from my hand. Seeing my reaction, Rena realized her slip of the tongue. Her face quickly turned red, and she hurriedly covered her mouth with her small hand. Just now, I was just making an analogy. The purpose of tomorrow is still to provide reference for my character. Yeah, I know that. Of course, let's do our best together. Really? It's all because Karen-san said something strange. Rena puffed her cheeks and said. After that, we enthusiastically discussed the transportation we wanted to take tomorrow, the shops we wanted to visit, and chatted until late at night. The next day, we each selected merchandise at the specialty store in front of the station and then gathered at the agreed-upon location. After changing into our clothes in the dressing room, I waited outside. Before long, Rena's figure came into my view. Sorry to keep you waiting. Wow, Rena. It looks great on you. I thought the character name Pippi, the rabbit, suited Rena's image, so I picked various merchandise related to it. A rabbit ear headband, a Pippi patterned mask, paired with a white t-shirt featuring Pippi. Since there were no sunglasses matching the character, I chose heart-shaped sunglasses with a red frame. Rena's face is perfectly covered, so from the perspective of onlookers, her true identity should not be noticeable. That being said, even with that, it doesn't hide her graceful figure and charm. The radiance continuously emanating from Rena makes passers-by involuntarily want to linger. You look great too, Kaito-kun. So cute. Seeing my appearance, Rena, in a childlike and innocent manner, becomes delighted. Cute? Is that a compliment? Of course, it's a compliment, Kaito-kun. You look fantastic. By the way, Rena picked many items related to the baby bear for me. Headbands, masks, sunglasses, everything was there. The t-shirt I received also featured various popular cartoon characters, and the baby bear paw gloves were currently on my hands. Rena took out her phone from her pocket and enthusiastically proposed to me. Hey, since we've gone through all this trouble to dress up, how about taking a picture? Sure. Sounds good. Then, Kaito-kun, come a bit closer. With our shoulders lightly touching, Rena pressed the shutter button. A faint sweetness mixed in the air. Just as usual, Rena laughed when she saw the photo. This is like a surrealistic picture, Kaito-kun. Take a look too. Really, looking at the photo somehow feels ridiculous. It doesn't look like us at all. Yeah, but it's a bit regrettable that we can't upload this photo to SNS. Anyway, I'll send it to Kaito-kun first, and then to Karen-san. Then I'll send it to Yuki-san. After we sent the photos to our respective managers, we quickly received replies. Yuki-san responded with, "Looks nice. Seems like you're having a good time." On Rena's side, Karen-san commented, "With such a perfect disguise, I guess you won't be recognized." Since the park opened at 9 a.m., we played around for a while and then headed to our destination with our items in hand. Returning to the station, it was bustling with tourists coming to visit. Many people were dressed up like us, creating an atmosphere similar to a festival throughout the space. As pedestrians increased around us, Rena stopped in her tracks. Hey, Kaito-kun. Didn't I say yesterday that today is about shaping our characters? Director Morita also suggested emulating the actions of Akahisa and Akari, seeking inspiration for character development until the last scene of episode 6, right? Yeah, that's what he said. Well, there are 2 things I'd like to try today. Is that okay? What are they? I inquired, and Rena slowly exhaled, then began to explain one by one. The first thing is that I want to call each other by our character names all day. I think it would add a bit of realism. And, using Akai and Akari to address each other, even if our real identities are exposed, people might think we're just working on character development, right? That sounds interesting. Then the second thing, I want to experience today with the same distance as Akai and Akari. Huh? Rena's words surprised me, and I couldn't help but exclaim. Playing with the rabbit ear headband on her right hand, Rena hesitated to speak. You see, in episode 6, even though Akai and Akari haven't officially started dating, in the eyes of others, their distance feels like that of lovers, right? That's true. Although neither of them has explicitly acknowledged it, they've been teasing and flirting with each other, but there are very few scenes depicting this. From the setting, they did spend the entire day in the amusement park with that kind of closeness. Yeah. So, for the sake of experiencing the same feelings, I hope you can maintain that distance with me the whole day. Rena said nervously, though taken aback by this unexpected request. It made sense when explained. Seeking more inspiration for character development by first-hand experience, experiencing Akahiza and Akari's actions throughout the day is not entirely unreasonable. Given that, I had no reason to refuse. I immediately nodded in agreement. I understand. Then, for the sake of character development, I'll do my best to give it a try. Yeah, I'm counting on you, Kaito-kun. But do I have to flirt with Rena like that all day long? Just thinking about it made my heart race, feeling a threat to my heart like never before. I glanced at Rena and found her staring at the teddy bear gloves on my hands. What's wrong, Rena? No, today, I should call you Akari, right? Since we're trying to experience the closeness of 2 people, I think we should hold hands. But, with you wearing those, I can't hold them. Should I take them off then? No need. It's okay. Let's do it as a substitute. Rena took a step closer, determination in her eyes, then decisively hooked her arm around mine. The sudden action startled me. Our bodies pressed against each other, and I could feel our hearts pounding. All right, let's go. Yeah, prompted by Rena. I started walking because it was too embarrassing. I couldn't bring myself to speak to Rena during the walk. Rena seemed to be in the same situation, and the 2 of us walked in this atmosphere toward the park. However, the silence was immediately broken when the park came into view. What greeted our eyes was the enchanting scenery of the theme park. At the exotic ticket booth and deep inside the entrance, the iconic building of the theme park, a magnificent castle, stood tall. Characters' patterns were drawn everywhere. On the lawn, fences, and even on the ground. It felt like stepping into a painting depicting a fairy tale. The queued-up visitors, wearing their chosen merchandise, exchanged lively conversations, and my excitement couldn't help but soar. Amazing. Is this what it feels like, huh? Is this your first time here? Yeah, I've always lived in my hometown, and when I came to Tokyo for work, I was too busy to have time for leisure. Plus, I didn't have friends to come here with. I see. Actually, it's my first time too, and I'm just as excited as you are right now. We waited in line at the back, surrounded by many people, yet no one could perceive our true identities. However, during the wait, some were still occasionally attracted by Rena's charm. That was about it. Holding the park's guidebook, we waited for a while until the opening time arrived. We entered along with the crowd. Stepping through the entrance, we were greeted by the theme park's restaurants, cafes, shops, and various buildings with an exotic style. Everything here felt novel and attracted visitors to stand and admire. Wow, it's so beautiful. It feels just like being abroad. Do you want to go inside and take a look? Yeah. But the original plan was to ride the roller coaster first. Let's check it out on our way back. Sounds good. Although there were many places we wanted to visit, if we did that, we wouldn't have time for the roller coaster we planned to ride. So, we decided to stick to the plan we discussed yesterday. However, when we reached the vicinity of the roller coaster queue, Rena noticed a person in a bear costume in the middle of the road taking pictures with a group of children. Spotting this, she stopped in her tracks. "Ah, it's the baby bear." "Baby bear? Really? Hey, let's go take a picture with him." Saying that, Rena grabbed the hem of my clothes. That's how we lined up to take photos, with about 3 groups of people ahead of us. Ha ha. It's quite amusing, watching Rena eagerly waiting for her turn to take a photo. I couldn't help but laugh as well. Usually, she's a popular actress surrounded by crowds whenever she walks down the street, someone whom people ask for photos with. And now, here she was, patiently waiting in line to take a picture with a cartoon character in a theme park. After about 2 minutes, it was finally our turn as the people in front finished. The staff member responsible for taking the photo, a lady, approached us with a smile. "I'll help you take the picture. Could you lend me your phone?" "Yes, sure, thank you." Right here, I witnessed a rare side of Rena. Normally, when it's just me and Karen, she can comfortably talk to. Rena shows her true self. However, when there are others around, she switches to the social mode expected of an actress. But since no one here recognized Rena as the actress Mizuzawa Rena, she didn't need to put on a mask, and she was engaging with strangers in the most genuine way. Because of this, Rena's response was a bit stuttered. This image perfectly overlapped with the Rena who used to timidly hide behind me, back in the days, making me momentarily freeze in place. The staff member's words brought me back to reality. "Sorry, the boyfriend didn't make it into the frame. Could you please stand a bit closer?" "Hey, Akai, over here." Rena grabbed my arm and pulled me closer. After taking the photo, Rena received her phone from the staff. As we walked for a while, she happily remarked, "They said we looked like a couple." "Why yeah." "Hey, do we really look like a couple? If we do, then from the perspective of character portrayal, I guess it's a success." After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Akai and Akari are seen as a couple. And then, we thoroughly enjoyed the theme park. In the morning, we waited in a long line for the roller coaster with unexpected speed and intense ups and downs, causing Rena to scream non-stop. For lunch, we chose a slightly expensive restaurant with private rooms because we were going to take off our masks. In the afternoon, we challenged various rides. The fun time passed quickly, and before we knew it, it was already evening. "Let's make the next one the last ride and then explore shops and such," Rena suggested. "That sounds good. Is there any place you'd like to go? How about this one?" "Since I'm already wearing it," she said, pointing to something she had on. "Great, let's do that." Rena pointed to a ride called Pippi's Carrot Adventure. Pippi and its friends were hopping around the streets in search of their favorite carrots. Riding this attraction allowed us to experience this whimsical story. After a short wait, we quickly got on, named the Carrot Boat. The ride had 2 seats per row, and there were about 8 rows in total. We were directed to the last row as the Carrot Boat began to move, and after a while, Rena glanced over at me. "Hey, here. Is it okay to take these off?" "Yeah, there's really no one around who can see us." Given the structure of the ride, the passengers in front couldn't see us. Although someone might catch a glimpse if they stuck their head out and looked back, it was dangerous, and no one was doing that. Seeing me nod, Rena removed her mask and sunglasses, placing them in her pocket. Then, she leaned in towards me, also taking off my sunglasses and mask. Before my eyes was Rena's face without makeup, a sight I hadn't seen for a long time. Since this morning, we had been hiding our faces behind our masks. Seeing Rena's cute expression again made me sigh in relief. She playfully poked my cheek with a mischievous smile on her face. "Hee hee, it's been so long since I've seen myself without makeup." "Ah yeah." "Hey, Akai, can I get a little closer?" After receiving my approval, Rena and I closed the distance, and she rested her head on my shoulder. Next, she looked at me, and the distance between our faces became very close. Only then did I realize it was the distance one would have when practicing a kiss. As agreed in the morning, Rena, to experience the closeness between Akai and Akari, had been closer to me all day than usual, but this proximity was unprecedented. I struggled to suppress the excitement within me, leaving me with little energy to appreciate Pippi's adventure. This is acting. Yes, this is Rena's acting. I tried hard to convince myself, keeping a calm facade. However, at this moment, a nerve-wracking scene was about to unfold. The carrot boat was approaching the exit. However, neither of us had put on our sunglasses and masks yet. At this rate, the staff and the next group of waiting guests would be arriving here soon. Oh no, they're coming soon. Why yes, I panicked, and Rena, looking equally flustered, rushed to take out our sunglasses and masks from our pockets. At the moment the carrot boat returned to the boarding point, we almost synchronized the transformation. Good job. The exit is this way. Hearing the voice of the staff, we felt relieved. That was really close. It was too thrilling. Sorry. It's okay. It's okay. Regardless of how, the result is good. Setting that aside, where do you want to go next? Want to check out the store near the entrance? After that, we explored the shops, thoroughly enjoying the shopping process. We not only bought what we wanted but also picked up gifts for Yuki and Karen. When I snapped back to reality, my hands were already full of shopping bags. After concluding the shopping spree, I finally spoke up. It's about time to head back, isn't it? Rena's shoulders trembled slightly. To be honest, I was reluctant to leave, but starting tomorrow morning, both of us had work. Yuki and Karen suggested that we return early. The time is almost up. If we don't go back and rest now, we might get tired for tomorrow. Why yeah, I understand. Rena nodded obediently, and so, a bit earlier than the closing time, we left. Outside the park, I finally realized that this was reality. The time spent in the park felt like magic had been cast upon us. Later, we went to the nearby changing room to change our clothes. Rena and I packed the merchandise into bags, returning to our usual attire. Well then, thank you for today, Rena. Although I'm not sure how much it contributes to Rena's character development, I had a great time today. See you tomorrow. Huh? What's wrong? Didn't we agree to meet and disband on site since this was our private outing? No need to bother Yuki-san and Karen-san to pick us up. Since we still have a long train ride ahead, we decided to go home separately to be cautious. But Rena furrowed her brow and muttered, "Well, I don't want to go back yet." Can we talk a little more?" Hearing these words, I was taken aback because what Rena blurted out were lines from episode 6's script, spoken by Akari. I'm not sure if she said it unconsciously or consciously, but while saying that, Rena kept staring at me. Well, sure, we can talk more. Being stared at by Rena like that would make anyone shy. As if trying to cover up this sign, I repeated lines from the script. Even so, Rena today was really amazing. Amazing? Me? Yeah. As I said this morning, being closer to me than usual. You made my heart race all day. Of course, I understand that Rena did those actions to develop her character. However, it still gave me a strange misunderstanding. In reality, I really felt like Rena had become my girlfriend. Just like this theme park, it was just a dream for a limited time. Hearing me say this, Rena widened her eyes, then clenched her fists and spoke up. That's right. Because, actually, at this point, Rena, as if surprised by her own words, immediately put her hand on her mask, covering her mouth and forcibly swallowing the words she wanted to say. What's wrong, Rena? Nothing at all. Rena's ears had turned bright red, and she lowered her head. I had no idea what had happened, just standing there bewildered. At that moment, Rena mumbled to herself. So, that's how it is. This kind of feeling. Then, Rena clapped her hands happily. I understand the feelings Akari carried when she gathered the courage to kiss at that moment. So that's how it is. Oh, Rena, did you figure something out? Yeah. Thank you, Kaito-kun. Because you are here with me today, I was able to reach this conclusion. I'm not sure if I really helped. But if I did, that's great. Although it's unclear what Rena went through to gain inspiration for character development, seeing her confident demeanor as the acclaimed actress she is, we, not just as director Morita, have no reason to worry about it. Rena nodded twice, her voice calm as she spoke. I think this is enough. The emotions for Akari are now vividly outlined in my heart. If I polish them a bit more before the official shoot, Everything should be resolved. Section 3 days after that day. The official filming day finally arrived. On that day, the outdoor scenes were set in the park at night. The process, from the two characters walking home to the kiss, was to be filmed according to the plan. Now, apart from the kissing scene, the shooting for other scenes had concluded with a nonchalant atmosphere. The kissing scene was scheduled for 7 p.m. Director, is it better to kiss during the rehearsal? No. The actual kiss should only happen during the official performance. Just keep it light during the rehearsal. I understand. Let's go with that. After a brief confirmation between Rina and director Morita, she stood by my side, waiting at the designated location. A calm smile appeared on her face. I appreciate your help, Kaito-kun. Yeah. Are you okay? Maybe. Thank you for worrying about me. The crew hurriedly went into action, and the rehearsal started immediately. Normally, Rina wouldn't put much effort into the initial rehearsal, using it to confirm movements. However, this time was different. The rehearsal today, in a sense, determined whether the kissing scene in the official performance could be successfully filmed. From the beginning, Rina immersed herself in the role, showcasing her acting skills to the fullest. Calling out to Akai, played by Kaito-kun, Akari was unable to convey even a single like, instead choosing to express the emotion through the kiss. I'm sorry. If you don't like it, please refuse. Rina's acting was nothing short of perfect. She gently placed her hands on my cheeks, gazing into my eyes without blinking. Then, after a brief pause, as if making up her mind, she blinked slightly and slowly moved her cherry-like lips closer to mine. Whoa. Too close. Rina's lips were just inches away, with no space for even a finger in between. After a few seconds like this, Rina pulled away from me, and a shy smile appeared on her face. I like you, Akai. I like you too, Akari. Akari finally expressed her feelings verbally, and Kaito responded. The two smoothly became a couple. As the scene of them embracing tightly came to an end, the 6th episode concluded. Great. What was that? It's too perfect. Director Morita clapped his hands, very pleased with the result. Rina, gradually detaching herself from the character, asked me with a hint of uncertainty. How was it, Kaito-kun? Did I play it well? Yeah, Rina, you were amazing. You really did a great job. That's a relief. Hearing my words, Rina smiled happily. The rehearsal progressed smoothly. We quickly completed the run-through, the technical rehearsal, and the full rehearsal. After this, formal shooting would take place, with negotiations with the director and the crew in between. Well then, the formal shooting will start in 30 minutes. You two take a break for now. Okay, understood. I got it. We'll take our leave then. Rina bowed and walked toward Karen-san. It seemed like she was going back to the car to rest. However, I didn't leave from the director's side. Instead, I stopped and began contemplating on my own. What is this? This sense of discomfort? Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. Rina overcame the issue of her character disappearing during the performance, and not only that but also demonstrated perfect acting. Although this was just a rehearsal, her flawless performance had already gained director Morita's approval. All that remained was to showcase it during the formal shooting. However, no matter how things looked, I sensed a feeling of discomfort. Continuing to act this way would create a different atmosphere. This could also be considered an actor's intuition. My mind raced as I desperately tried to identify the source of this discomfort. But at that moment, Amano, what's wrong? Why are you standing here? Huh? Oh, sorry. A voice from the side finally snapped me back to reality. Mizuzawa has gone to rest to focus on the upcoming shoot. Why don't you take a break too? I'm going to discuss some matters with the crew responsible for the shoot. Wait, director. Please wait. I hastily called out to director Morita, who was about to leave. Seeing him turn around, I cut to the chase and posed my question. The shooting of that scene just now, is it really okay like this? Why would you say that? Director Morita stopped and looked at me with great surprise. If we continue like this, it just feels like something's off. What's off? Can you be a bit more specific? I'm sorry, I haven't figured it out myself, so I was thinking just now. I see. Hearing my words, Director Morita supported his chin with his hand, adopting a contemplative expression. But can you be absolutely sure that shooting it this way is not good? Yes, because I can sense a very strong feeling of discomfort. I understand. In that case, I won't disturb you for now. Take your time to think. Since you've said that, there must be a reason. Sorry, thank you, Director. After saying that, the director went to discuss matters with other staff. To identify the source of this discomfort, I started to engage my brain again. The kissing scene serves two crucial purposes. From a narrative perspective, it signifies a significant change in the relationship between Akai and Akari, marking them as lovers and acting as a bridge in the middle part of the TV drama. Simultaneously, the kissing scene, inherent to romantic TV dramas, fulfills the audience's desire for a heartwarming plotline. That's the significance of the kissing scene. Given this, after kissing Akai, the portrayal Akari should evoke a sense of cuteness and heart-fluttering emotions. If executed well, it would accentuate the transition in their relationship vividly and make the audience's hearts race with excitement. But Rina's performance was already adorable. Thinking about this, I tilted my head. Undoubtedly, Rina's performance was absolutely adorable. After the kiss, Akari couldn't hide her inner embarrassment, revealing a shy expression. Rina flawlessly conveyed this posture. So, what is the essence of this discomfort? As I pondered, memories of the past few months with Rina flashed in my mind. Solo practice, meals together, backstage conversations, sleeping in the same room due to unexpected events, watching the premiere at home, going to the theme park together. What Rina showed me in daily life was vastly different from the image I casually assigned to her before we met again. An elegant and flawless genius actress? No, she was just a girl who would blush instantly due to shyness, just like me, an equally cute girl. It was because of this that Rina in daily life was far more adorable than the media portrayal. So that's it. I finally realized this. Indeed, Rina's acting was nearly perfect and incredibly cute. However, perhaps only I know so much about Rina's cuteness. I want to showcase Rina's most adorable side in this work. If I can't visually present this cuteness, fulfilling the promise with Rina to make the season of First Love the best work may be impossible. Just as I solidified my thoughts, Director Morita returned. Amano, how is it? Have you figured out the essence of the discomfort? Yeah, I've figured it out, I confidently stated, and Director Morita smiled slightly. Good, then let me hear it. I noticed the discomfort lies in Rina's acting after the kissing scene, but I didn't find anything strange. In fact, Mizuzawa successfully portrayed a cute expression. Indeed, I also find it cute. But, I want to bring out an even more adorable side of Rina. What do you mean? Director Morita couldn't comprehend my words. He scratched his head, a surprised expression on his face. I sighed and then asked, Director, how do you see Rina as a girl? If I were to say, she seems a bit different from high school students, impeccable in social aspects. Her behavior in the media is consistent with her usual self. That's a misconception. However, I hope you can keep what I'm about to say confidential. Rina's true self is probably timid, introverted, full of childlike innocence, and her expressions are colorful. In short, completely different from her usual appearance. Is that so? This is the first time I've heard of it. Watching Director Morita's surprised expression, I nodded in affirmation. That's right. And through observing Rina over these past few months, I feel Rina, who is embarrassed by shameful things in her daily life, is several times cuter than she is now. Of course, Rina during performances is also adorable. Being hailed by the media as a beauty with a miraculous appearance, her acting skills are outstanding even in the entire entertainment industry. How could the performance of such a girl not be adorable? I just happen to know how to be even more charming than what the media acknowledges. Director Morita nodded as if he suddenly realized. I see. I understand what you're saying. You want to incorporate Mizuzawa's inherent cuteness into her performance. Exactly. But you do know, right? Rina's acting is honed with a very delicate sense. Moreover, before shooting the kissing scene, she mentioned that she might not perform well. If your instructions here lead to her breakdown, it'll be irreparable. Well, however, If you can achieve this through your acting style, that's another story. My brain was running at high speed. Indeed, this is my specialty. Memorizing the opponent's movements, distance, perspective, positioning, engraving all of these in my mind, then creating the desired scene based on this information. It's an exceptionally excellent acting skill. However, this time, it's not just a simple matter of timing, so it's not that easy to come up with a solution. How can I bring out Rena's true self? What should I do? Then, I remembered. Yes, it's the incident that happened not long ago. At that time, due to her overwhelming embarrassment, Rena's real emotions surpassed her character's emotions. She deviated from her role, reverting to her original self during the performance, freezing the scene and making it impossible to continue shooting. It's precisely because of this that Rena had to make an effort to overcome it. So, this time, I just need to evoke that situation. Even if I refer to the script, after the kissing scene, it's just an embrace. Therefore, even if Rena's character disappears at that moment, there should be a way to resolve it. After repeatedly pondering and reaching a conclusion, I voiced my thoughts. I'll reverse the kiss, or something like that. Are you saying that after Akari kisses Akai, Akai will then reverse and kiss Akari again? That's right. I think if we completely incorporate improvisation, Rena won't be able to react in time, unable to conceal her inner embarrassment. After hearing this, Director Morita widened his eyes and, while flipping through the script, commented. In response to Akari using a kiss instead of a confession, Akai reciprocates with a kiss as the answer to the confession. I see, from a narrative perspective, this plan is better. In the current script, although they become lovers, it's mostly thanks to Akai's intervention, and in reality, Akari's characterization in this aspect is minimal. But if we shoot the scene with the storyline of reciprocating a kiss, the plot becomes both taking this step, and the resonance between them increases. Director Morita organized his thoughts as he spoke. After finishing, he clapped his hands. Good, it's an interesting idea, although it's a bit sudden. Let's go with what you said. Director Morita unexpectedly adopted my suggestion so easily. It turns out I was the one overly anxious. To make this work better, I also believe this is an excellent idea. However, just taking away Rena's lips with improvisation might make her uncomfortable. Is it really okay not to tell Rena about this? Why would you say that? If we tell her in advance, it loses its meaning, doesn't it? Well, that's true, but I just feel like she might be displeased with it. Regardless, you both have to kiss anyway. Won't that part remain unchanged? Besides, didn't Rena also say that she swears to make this work the best for both of you? This statement strengthened my resolve. Exactly. Our agreement with Rena, to make this collaboration the best work. Rena has also said that for the sake of this agreement, she's willing to do anything, and in fact, she was put considerable effort into it. If I explain it properly to Rena afterward, maybe she'll forgive me. I understand. Let's go with that. Good. I'll discuss this with the staff again. Remember not to tell Mizuzawa. This is entirely an improvisation. I nodded, and Director Morita went to the staff with the matter. Next comes the tense preparation time. To incorporate improvisation into the formal performance, I reorganize my acting skills. Director Morita and the staff are carefully confirming camera and sound positions for the improvised scene. Time is of the essence, and everyone is busy. Then, when the break is over, Rena and Karen-san arrive together, completely unaware of what's happening. Well then, let's get it right in one take, Kaito-kun. Yeah, let's do our best together. Finally, the formal shooting began. Section exhales deeply. It's okay. It's okay. Before the formal shoot, I silently reassured myself in my mind. During the initial practice, the kissing scene posed a challenge. However, following Director Morita's suggestion, Kaito-kun and I went to the theme park. Seizing this opportunity, I resolved the issue of breaking character in my performance. That night, I even almost unconsciously uttered words that took even me by surprise. Realizing this, I understood. Just like that, with her mind filled with feelings for Akai, Akari spent joyful moments with him from morning till night. Unable to control her emotions when faced with the inevitable parting, she took a step she had been unable to take before. Up to this point, having fully grasped Akari's inner feelings, even in a kissing scene, I could stay immersed in the role until the end of the performance. Although during rehearsals, I was only required to go for a light touch, I'm sure I can do as well as before in the actual shoot. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and slowly focused my attention. This is my customary routine whenever I enter serious acting. Without doing this, I can't immerse myself in the role for the performance. Scene 120, Camera 2, Soundtrack 1, Action. I immediately got into character. Why is it like this? Why can't I express what I want to say? Akari Hoshimiya, am now trembling with anxiety. Why can't I say it? I just need to say that one sentence. Despite being someone who usually talks a lot, today, I can't utter a single word, frozen in place. What should I do? Akai-kun is looking at me with a puzzled expression. It's only natural since I, who deliberately called out to him, am now maintaining silence. I have to say something, I must. I like him. I have to say it out loud. I like him. I like Akai-kun. I like him. I'm sorry. If you don't like it, just reject me. When I realized it, my body had already moved. I tightly cupped Akai-kun's cheeks. Only then did I realize that I had wanted to kiss him for a while now. Akai-kun, I'm sorry. I can only convey my feelings to you through this method. If you hate it, just push me away, reject me. I desperately used my eyes to communicate with him, but Akai-kun did nothing. Finally, I made up my mind. Slowly, I brought my lips closer to Akai-kun's lips. Akari Hoshimiya, this is my first kiss. The touching lips quickly separated, with a lingering warmth. My chest couldn't stop pounding. I finally managed to express my feelings in words. I like Akai-kun. I did it. Everything that needed to be conveyed has been conveyed. Now, all that's left is to wait. So please, Akai-kun, let me hear Akai-kun's answer. Later, Akai-kun cupped my cheeks with both hands. Ha, ha, Akai-kun, what are you doing? Ha ha, ha ha, huh? What? Rina Mizuzawa. The unbelievable situation unfolding before my eyes directly caused my brain to malfunction. Kaito-kun stood before me, cupping my cheeks with both hands, and then, he kissed me. No way. Is Kaito-kun kissing me? The sudden turn of events made me involuntarily avert my gaze. It wasn't until Director Morita, numerous crew members, and cameras entered my field of vision that I finally realized I was still in the middle of a shoot. Oh, I see. Just like before, my character disappeared during the performance. In that instant, I felt like I had failed, but Director Morita and the others didn't signal any failure. Moreover, Kaito-kun was still kissing me at this moment. I desperately tried to make sense of my already confused mind and finally reached a conclusion. This must be the improvisation that Kaito-kun added. If that's the case, then I need to find a way to complement his acting. I strained my brain, but it was simply impossible. Because, right now, I'm being kissed by the person I like. The warmth of his lips touching mine rendered my mind completely blank, as if my entire body was dominated by this somewhat forceful kiss. My heart raced faster and faster, and if this continued, my heart might shatter. I knew it. I knew my cheeks were gradually turning red. So warm. If I were to touch them, I might get burned. Kaito-kun, it's been too long, too long. I could only surrender to this, unable to do anything. Even though it lasted only a few seconds, for me, it felt like an eternal moment. Afterward, Kaito-kun slowly moved his lips away, aligning with the script. I also like Akari, according to the original script. After this, the two should embrace and then end the scene. In other words, I should be the one to embrace him here. Relying on my limited improvisational skills, I ran up to Kaito-kun and hugged him tightly. However, with this, my heart started pounding again. I buried my face in Kaito's slender yet strong body, and every time I recalled the sensation of our recent kiss, my cheeks grew even hotter. What kind of expression do I have right now? I no longer understand. Cut. Excellent. As Director Morita's voice echoed, in an instant, I collapsed to the ground, Epilogue. The broadcast of the 6th episode of Season of First Love has generated an unprecedented enthusiastic response. Discussions online are incessant, and related messages with #LoveSeason dominate the trending topics on social media. Among all aired TV dramas, Season of First Love stands firmly at the top, captivating the streets and alleys. As expected, most voices shower praise on Rena's performance. "How can there be such an angel? She's too cute." I always thought Rina-chan was the best among young actors, but this is on a different level. Even as a girl, I can't help but have my heart race. To be able to portray emotions to this extent. I used to think romance wasn't her strong suit, but now, it's her expertise. Browsing through the mountain of comments, I silently agree. Indeed, my suggestion was correct. Rena's everyday expressions, seemingly ordinary, possess a power capable of captivating the audience. Though I haven't watched the 6th episode due to embarrassment, judging by the reactions, I understand it has been a tremendous success. The next day's shoot was filled with joy among the staff, even director Morita, who was unusually cheerful. Achieving significant success in the work also means success in my career. However, a serious problem now looms before me. Since that day, Rina has been noticeably avoiding me. Of course, as co-stars, we meet every day for work, but our interactions have become minimal. Not only that, during breaks in shooting, Rina hasn't come backstage to hang out with me. The customary practice during lunch breaks has been rejected for various reasons. This situation has persisted for 2 weeks. It seems I really made her angry. Even though it was for the performance, taking away her lips during the improvisation was evidently a mistake. Yet, that kiss lingers in my mind, causing the guilt within me to continuously expand. 2 weeks have passed since the day of shooting. Yet the sensation of Rina's lips remains vivid in my memory. Whenever I meet Rina, my gaze involuntarily drifts towards her lips, and the soft, warm touch resurfaces in my mind, causing my heart to race. Because of this, I've been unable to speak to Rina. However, distancing myself from Rina like this is something I absolutely don't want. So, even though I'm unsure if an apology will lead to forgiveness, I've decided to convey my feelings. Determined, I caught up with Rina after the shoot. As we neared the backstage area, I called out to her from behind. "Rina." Rina turned around in surprise, then awkwardly averted her gaze. What's wrong?" Lately, you've been avoiding me, haven't you?" "Well, I don't mean to blame you. Instead, I'm here to apologize." "What happened before?" "I'm really sorry." I bowed deeply, and after a moment, nervously lifted my head to find Rina looking at me with confusion. Why are you apologizing?" "Because during the kissing scene, I didn't discuss it with you beforehand and did that during the improvisation." "I thought you must be angry." "So, what are you talking about? How could I be angry?" To my surprise, Rina outright denied it. However, she didn't look at me and continued, avoiding eye contact. "I think Kaito-kun is an amazing actor. I didn't even know I had that potential." With the airing of the 6th episode and the high praise for my acting, it's all thanks to Kaito-kun. All I can say is thank you. But let's end the conversation here. I want to take a break. Excuse me." Until the end, Rina didn't meet my gaze. Her speech was rapid, clear, and without hesitation. After speaking, she turned and headed towards her own backstage. I had intended to catch up, but I heard the sound of the door locking. She says one thing, but she's still angry. It seems this situation will continue for a while. Just thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. Wanting to be with Rina, having intimate conversations, going places together, visiting Rina's home. During these 2 weeks of distance from Rina, my mind is filled with these emotions. Whether asleep or awake, Rina's image remains inescapable. Is this how it is? As an actor, I continually pursue and admire her. As a girl, she's the childhood friend I've always wanted to meet again. Meeting her again, I felt surprised by the contrast between her and the image in the media. She's an actress with outstanding talent, someone to admire, and at the same time, an extraordinarily cute girl. I I once again became aware of my feelings. I retreated into the backstage room and immediately locked the door, collapsing onto the ground. I can't do it. I still can't see Kaito-kun's gaze. Just talking made my face slightly warm. Since that day, I've become strange. Whenever I see Kaito-kun's face, I remember that kiss, and my heart can't stop pounding. So, for these 2 weeks, I've been avoiding Kaito-kun. If I wear the actress's mask, communicating with Kaito-kun at school and on set is not an issue, but having a private conversation, I just can't bring myself to do it. But, what should I do? Kaito-kun, you wouldn't hate me, would you? My inner turmoil is filled with anxiety about this thought. Avoiding Kaito-kun has always made me feel guilty, but I never expected Kaito-kun to think I was angry. Being unexpectedly kissed during the improvisation did startle me. After director Morito explained Kaito-kun's intention behind the performance, I fully understood. How could I be angry at Kaito-kun's improvisation when we've sworn to make Season of First Love the best creation? Despite wanting to clear up the misunderstanding, I don't feel like I can smoothly talk to Kaito-kun right now. Oh, Kaito-kun. You fool. For me, Kaito-kun is my first love. However, childhood crushes can't last for 8 years. When we met again in April, Kaito-kun was just the childhood friend I'd always wanted to see. In the past few months, I have been spending time with Kaito-kun every day. I fell for him again. His devoted efforts as an actor, in stark contrast to my carefree attitude, and his excellent acting that he puts so much thought into. He treats me with the same kindness as always, constantly caring for me. On the day of the first episode's airing, when Kaito-kun noticed the secret I had been hiding and allowed me to act cute towards him, just like 8 years ago, I became acutely aware of my feelings. I realized I see Kaito-kun as someone of the opposite sex. I like Kaito-kun. But, my feelings, I probably haven't conveyed them to Kaito-kun at all. Kaito-kun, how do you see me? Just thinking that on the other side of the door is the person I've been yearning for day and night. My cheeks heat up even more. Electronic version short story, Yuki's birthday gift. During our lunch break on the rooftop after practicing our lines, we sat down for our usual meal. I wanted to talk to you about something, Rina. What is it? I'm curious about what kind of birthday present women would appreciate. As soon as I said that, Rina dropped the chopsticks she was holding. Although they rolled onto the floor, she didn't bother picking them up and leaned in closer to me. What do you mean? Birthday present for a woman? What's wrong, Rina? I see. Well, I guess it's normal for someone like Kaito-kun to have some close female friends. Female friends? Oh, no, it's not like that. It seemed like I had unintentionally caused a misunderstanding. I hurriedly clarified. Sorry, I might have phrased it poorly. Actually, Yuki-san's birthday is next Monday, and I'm struggling to decide what to get her. Huh? Yuki-san? Rina suddenly turned down, exhaling as if she had been relieved. I see. Kaito-kun, you're taking care of your manager like that. I really appreciate everything Yuki-san has done for me. Last year, I didn't have much income, so I could only afford cheap things like a pen case. But this year, thanks to her, I've earned some decent money. I want to show my gratitude by getting her something nice. I kept slipping in auditions and faced numerous setbacks, but Yuki-san never abandoned me. She always encouraged me. It's been hard for me to express my gratitude directly, so this seemed like the perfect opportunity. But, Kaito-kun, considering your long history with Yuki-san, shouldn't you already know her preferences and what she desires? The thing is, Yuki-san doesn't reveal much about her private life. Even though we've been friends for over 3 years, when it comes to birthday gifts, I'm completely clueless about what would make her happy. I see. That's a challenge. Rina rested her chin on her hand, pondering the situation. Well, what about you, Rina? What would make you happy as a gift? I'd be happy with anything Kaito-kun gives me. As I asked, Rina responded promptly. Her straightforward words made my cheeks warm, but she continued, though if I had to choose something that lasts, rather than consumables, it feels a bit sad if a present disappears once you've used it, right? Something that lasts, huh? Certainly, I wouldn't want consumables if they were a gift from Rina. They'd feel too precious to use. But what about Yuki-san? We weren't as close as Rina and I, not childhood friends. Despite being quite open with each other, our relationship was more like actor and manager. As I began to ponder again, Rina clapped her hands as if she had a great idea. That's right. You have a much better person to consult with than me. Huh? Who? My manager, Karen-san. There are sisters, so she should know what Yuki-san wants, right? Oh, you're right. But I don't have Karen-san's contact information. I'll take care of that for you. Just wait a moment. I'll ask if she's available. Rina took out her phone and confidently started typing a message. After a short exchange, she smiled at me. Yeah, it's fine to call her now. Should I connect the call? Thank you, please. As she dialed the number, Rina switched her phone to speaker mode and placed it between us. Karen-san answered after just one ring. Hello? Is something the matter? Mizuzawa-san? Oh, Karen-san? Actually, Kaito-kun has something he wants to consult with you about. He's right next to me. Amano-san? What is it? Sorry, Karen-san. There's something I'd like to ask. Well, Yuki-san's birthday is next week. Yes, that's correct. You're aware of it. So, I'm planning to get her a nice present this year, but I'm not sure what would make her happy. Any suggestions? When I casually posed the question, there was a brief pause on the other end of the line. It seemed like Karen-san was taking a moment to think. Eventually, she spoke up thoughtfully. Well, honestly, I think just the sentiment alone would make my sister happy. But I understand you want to get her something she'll truly appreciate. Yes, that's right. Since my sister isn't particularly interested in fashion, she might not be too thrilled with accessories or cosmetics. She tends to appreciate practical gifts like boxes of nutritional drinks, but as a present, it might seem a bit dull. Having said that, Karen-san paused for a moment, then seemed to recall something. Come to think of it, she mentioned something she's been undecided about buying recently. Oh, really? Yes, she loves collecting character goods, and there's a new one that came out recently. Character goods? I was a bit surprised. I've never seen Yuki-san with something like that, but if Karen-san says so, it must be true. I'll send you the link to the product. She mentioned just recently that she'd have to give up buying it this month due to a tight budget, so there shouldn't be any overlap. Thank you so much, Karen-san. I appreciate it. Not a problem. Well then, let's meet again on set sometime. After the call ended, Rina shared the link with me. As we both opened the link, we couldn't help but exchange glances at the image of the product. Is this cute? Oh, so you also think it's a bit strange? Rather than cute, it's more eerie. It is a weird face. It was a character with fish and legs, something quite peculiar that we had never seen before. Its large eyes and slightly unsettling expression made it stand out. The product was a mega-sized plush toy that seemed just big enough to be cradled in both arms. I wonder if Yuki-san really collects these. But Karen-san doesn't joke about these things. I don't think she'd lie. That's true. But it's hard to imagine. I tried to picture Yuki-san happily hugging this plush toy, but I couldn't form a clear image. Still, Karen-san provided the information, and there was no reason not to take advantage of it. I'll go ahead and buy this. Yeah, I think it's a good choice. Personally, I might have a mixed reaction, though. Despite feeling a hint of uncertainty in Rina's words, I went ahead and purchased the relatively expensive plush toy as a birthday present section. And so, the day of Yuki-san's birthday arrived. Yuki went about her day as usual, efficiently handling work. After the shoot concluded, she came to call us from the dressing room. Great job, both of you. Mizuzawa-san, are you ready to head home too? Oh, wait. Yuki-san. What's up? Amano-kun. Here, please take this. I handed her a prepared bag. Yuki-san blinked in surprise as she accepted it. It's a birthday present. I'm not sure if you'll like it, but please take it. Oh, wow. Thanks, Amano-kun. Can I open it right here? Yes, go ahead. Okay, let's see. Wow. As Yuki-san pulled out the contents, she let out a loud cheer, unlike anything I had heard before. Excitedly holding the plush toy, she turned towards me. What's going on? Amano-kun? This is Hopper's newly released merchandise for this month. Well, when I consulted with Karen-san, she mentioned that you wanted this. Really? Oh, I really wanted this. But I've been spending quite a bit this month, and if I bought this too, I would have been in quite a tight spot. Thank you, Amano-kun. Her reaction exceeded my expectations. I was completely taken aback by how well it was received. But, Yuki-san, you don't usually wear this kind of merchandise, right? Oh, yeah. Karen-san keeps pestering me about it. She says it's tacky and insists I shouldn't put it on as a strap or use it as my wallpaper. She nags me about it so much it's like having a broken record. It's really annoying, you know? Even though it's so cute. Right, Amano-kun? Mizuzawa-san? Ah, yeah. After giving vague responses, Rina and I exchanged glances. Yuki-san, seemingly unbothered by our reactions, held the plush toy tightly, wearing a blissful expression. Wow, I'm so happy. It was a side of Yuki-san that I had never seen before, a moment that made me unconsciously loosen my lips into a smile. End of Volume 1.